On my way, find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I find it never fail. I'm a contender. And change I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Granted to see. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
It's an honor showtime.
You can G. First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me still victory. Say. I've triggered my soul down. For my pace. We the champions screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, live from how can we go? It ain't a way for tiny bags. Storm is coming tight up your cold. It's my kingdom, fire, blow it up.
We the kings, it's an honor showtime.
I'm on fire, I'm alive, cause now I fly so high, so high. Light up the skyline, let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take. And love.
The elders say the seers have guarded the misty marshes for generations. We are the forest's future. For families to gather in joy. For dear friends to stay together. For the peace of the bird tribe and the forest. Even if my feathers burn away, I will never fear. Even if the sky falls and the earth shatters, as long as we stand together, as long as we endure, we will surely, losing everything. Just as I did. Sinking into darkness. My old self is already buried. How amusing. This eternal, blissful heaven. What a beautiful little bubble. I can't wait to pop it with my own hands.
This world is so strange. Happy people are colorful. So beautiful. emotions? Ah, so scary! Huh? Oh, let me chase away the unhappiness! Sprite-laying strike! Ha! I'm a spriteling. With me around, you'll never be unhappy. Ow, that hurts.
Thank you. Let's be friends.
Get him! Get him! It's fine. Let's play another match. Charge! Welcome to the world of spritelings. I'll take you to our annual Spriteling Festival. Enjoy HOK and release your unhappiness. The world can't be without spritelings.
Life's growth has always been bound to conflict. How long can today's peace truly last? 1,000 years ago, from a single seed sprouted the misty marshes' first wonder. Born of wood, growing into a forest, gathering countless living beings within. Growth, cycles, fates, weaving endlessly together. With the deities came the first enforcers, becoming the Misty Marsh's first protectors. They took form as the 9 seers, each with their role sheltering this hidden land. All things eventually come to an end, and a new beginning does not always follow the old path. Today's inheritors of the seer's legacy long for a different future. Their followers, too, drift further apart. The order of the seers and omniscients are like 2 branches growing in opposite directions. The Misty Marshes watches quietly as it all unfolds. For from the moment that first seed sprouted, the deities already knew the life they nurtured would one day choose its own future.
The elders say the seers have guarded the Misty Marshes for generations. We are the forest's future. For families to gather in joy. For dear friends to stay together. For the peace of the bird tribe and the forest. Even if my feathers burn away, I will never fear. Even if the sky falls and the earth shatters, as long as we stand together, as long as we endure, we will surely, losing everything. Just as I did. Sinking into darkness. My old self is already buried. How amusing. This eternal, blissful heaven. What a beautiful little bubble. I can't wait to pop it with my own hands.
This world is so strange. Happy people are colorful. So beautiful. Are those their negative emotions? Oh, so scary! Huh? Oh, let me chase away the unhappiness! Sprite-laying strike! Ha! I'm a spriteling. With me around, you'll never be unhappy. Ow, that hurts.
Thank you. Let's be friends.
Get him! Get him! Pitch blind, let's play another match. Charge! Welcome to the world of spritelings. I'll take you to our annual Spriteling Festival. Enjoy HOK and release your unhappiness. The world can't be without spritelets.
Life's growth has always been bound to conflict. How long can today's peace truly last? 1,000 years ago, from a single seed sprouted the Misty Marsh's first wonder. Born of wood, growing into a forest, gathering countless living beings within. Growth, cycles, fates weaving endlessly together. With the deities came the first enforcers, becoming the Misty Marsh's first protectors. They took form as the 9 seers, each with their role sheltering this hidden land. All things eventually come to an end, and a new beginning does not always follow the old path. Today's inheritors of the seers' legacy long for a different future. Their followers, too, drift further apart. The Order of the Seers and Omniscients are like 2 branches growing in opposite directions. The Misty Marshes watches quietly as it all unfolds. For from the moment that first seed sprouted, the deities already knew the life they nurtured would one day choose its own future.
Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, so high. Light up the skyline, let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the
fate. You don't choose which path to take alive. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory is on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, can love.
Will you live for real? Join the party.
Make the whole street a party and add disco balls. Real Me 15 series. Live real in every shot.
어떤 이들은 침묵 속을 걷고 또 다른 이들은 천둥을 뒤에 이끌며 걷는다.
Ma una volta entrati, conta solo una cosa.
Each splash writes a legend. Each step takes them higher. And only the worthy remain.
그리고 모든 시선이 한 곳으로 향할 때
Dove il cammino dell'onore conduce i valloranti alla vittoria.
Hello and welcome to day 2 of the KME ranking week. And after day 1, it looks like the parity between the teams has really gotten closer. My name is Holler, with me is Sagi. After casting yesterday's games, what were your thoughts on them?
Crazy, and it went to a fast stretch, especially Nongxin Red Force gave us about like 2 games of Tempest Dragons with one of the longest games coming into the King Major East. I think it was about 25 minutes and 10 seconds here, Holland.
Yeah, actually, that was the biggest thing for me, right? Nongshim Red Force, we expected them to kind of stomp the oppositions, but seeing that all of the other teams had really stepped up, really tried Nongshim Red Force, and they had to go that distance, as you were talking about with that Tempest Dragon. It was a bit of a shake-up in terms of how they were going in. Actually, they drew some blood as well.
Oh yeah, they drew some blood as well. They dropped like 1 game against Crazy Raccoons. Those Raccoons, kind of crazy because they came biting hard and they managed to take a game out of none other than the Kings of Spring, which is Nongshim Red Force here. So I gotta say, this season of the KME is getting a bit spicy just after day 1.
Yeah, all of the teams have really leveled up. I mean, this is what they're all fighting for. Of course, it's going to be the prize pool, 50,000 USD in total prize pool, but only 10,000. Mind you, 10,000 is the lion's share of this prize pool. We'll be going to the champion, 8,500 for second place, 7,000 for third place. Fourth place will be 6,500, as well as 5th through 7th will be going home with at least 6,000 USD.
If you have at least 6,000 USD, what would you do with that, Holland? It's like so interesting.
Yeah, definitely. I would be, life-changing money definitely would help me out. But here are the participating teams. It's going to be Nongshim Red Force representing from South Korea. You have the Tunisian squad of R8 Esports, the 2 Japanese squads in Crazy Raccoon and SCARZ. Algeria will be represented by Gen.G Esports, Bangladesh CMF Esports, as well as Egypt with Astar Esports. These are all 7 teams in the KME.
And so far, I think coming into today's match, we are having absolute banger of a series. We start things off with SCARZ, who have not yet played a single series against anyone in the KME. They'll be going against Gen.G. Astar goes against Crazy Raccoon in the following series. In the 3rd series of the day, it will be R8 and CMF, where CMF needs to find that first win in their momentum. And to close out the day, that insane matchup that we saw, Gen.G Esports will be going against Crazy Raccoons that got 1 game from none other than Nongshim Red Force.
Yeah, those are actually going to be super exciting. All of those are, of course, going to be on broadcast, so we'll be bringing them to you. They're all going to be best of 3s, and we're going to be going banger after banger, as you saw with that schedule. But the one that's going to be a little bit off stream, that one's going to be the final one, will be SCARZ versus Astar Esports. That will be the one that we potentially will see where SCARZ is going to be at. I mean, they did play in day 1, and going into day 2, they have a lot of expectations going in, but here, of course, will be the standings thus far.
Yeah, the standing thus far does put R8 back on track because off stream, they managed to beat Astar Esports in a 2-1 fashion, thus bringing them to that 4th spot. So looking at the current rankings, you have Nongshim Red Force, Crazy Raccoon, and Gen.G all within that top 3 spot that can locate themselves closer to that Group S. But going over to 6 and 7, CMF and Astar still desperately looking for that first series win.
Yeah, it's just 1 day, though. I don't want to overreact. We have a long way to go. We have 3 more days in terms of the ranking week to see exactly where these teams stand. Obviously, you don't want to be on the bottom, especially after day 1. It seems to be a bit of an uphill battle for some of these teams, but I do expect that with what we've seen in terms of the levels, it could really be there. But let's check out, of course, the first team here.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a rock. Yeah. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Whoa, let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
For all of you fans, of course, these are no strangers to the KME. This is going to be SCARZ. The real ones are Ruru, Mfeng, Hao, ASD, and Ochik too. You're going to see a couple of new faces in this lineup. It's going to be Ruru and Hao right front and center. We're letting you know because this is a squad that had some high expectations in the last year, KME. They were 4th place, unfortunately. They were falling behind R8 Esports' Gen.G as well as Nongshim, but this is a team that's retooled and is looking to make some waves here.
Looking to make some waves, that is a well for KME roster. But on the opposite end, let's check out their opponents, which is Gen.G Esports. Let's go.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. cool as a rock, yeah. Cause you could be the greatest of them all, yeah. Let's go. The battle's calling, you better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
And this is the Game Changers Gen.G Esports represented by Wawa in towards the clash lane. Rock, their engine in the jungle. Inua being your mid and mage. Monto, the new addition towards the roster to replace Ray's shoes. And finally, we have Clue, the roamer, the taunter in towards this exceptionally important role here. And I gotta say here, Holler, they are looking kind of hot after the day one.
Yeah, looking hot. I mean, this is going to be the new upgrade. You were talking about it already with Monto replacing Ray. I think that was something that they really looked into in terms of the KWC, where they were 9th, 10th place. Not the greatest standings for them. They really needed to get some sort of help in that farm lane to really help Rock kind of round out this team.
Yeah, you can't be having a single carry team composition coming in, overly relying on certain players. So improving certain roles will be the game changers here for our Gen.G squad here. But they are facing also SCARZ, the 4th place of the KME last season. And this will be the head-to-head for ASD and Inua.
Yeah, going into the mid lane right here, Inuo, we've kind of seen the rise of him. He's gotten way better in the past 6 months. This is a guy that's really starting to hit his stride, but he's going up against ASD, who's also a monster on the SCARZ side. He's been replacing Glow in that mid lane, and so we expect big things out of ASD here.
Yeah, expecting big things out of ASD here, maybe taking over that shot call charge here, unite the whole team as one focal point where they can always rotate together here. So both teams having a bit of a shake-up here for their rosters here, but today's game we have SCARZ on towards the blue side and also Gen.G picking up the red side.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how these teams go in. I mean, SCARZ, I think that there's going to be a lot of pressure on this team. They had a bit of a break in terms of not having to play any games yesterday, but that's time for them to be doing some research. Gen.G played yesterday, and going into this one, we can kind of get a little bit of an advantage because you can see what these teams are looking to draft.
Yeah, talking about draft, we just instantly go into that first game pick and bans. SCARZ will be on the blue side and Gen.G will be taking on that red side here. What will the first ban be so far here, Holler? We've been seeing crazy stuff here coming into day number 1. We've seen Yang, we've seen Yao. We even see multiple fades towards the jungle here. And you see that Liang. Maybe we're getting some assassin picks here for Mfeng.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, he's the one you really want to get going. Mfeng is the guy. He's going to definitely be the playmaker. He needs that space. Any sort of CC on him, and that Liang has it in spades, you definitely want to kind of keep this guy free and let him do his damage. So if anything, they really want to prioritize him. He's the guy to watch in the jungle.
He is indeed the guy to watch in the jungle here, allowing Mfeng to get that early game path against none other than Rock. These two, I'm gonna tell you, in towards the jungle matchup will be an interesting thing to see here, especially Gen.G banning out that Pei. We might just see a Luna here, but it might not be the case as Yuhuan has been hovering.
Yeah, and Yuhan was kind of been the hero of the KWC. This is definitely kind of tapered into this, the KME as well. Hasn't had any serious nerfs going into this one. But the amount of sustain plus the flexibility in terms of draft of where you want to put it, you have a lot of different options. So it's a really great first pick.
A very good first pick. It can go to the mid, it can go to the roam, it can also go to the jungle as shown by another Japanese squad, which is Crazy Raccoon's Kong here. So maybe in towards their practice matches or scrims, we might see Yuhuan being flexed here, but we lock in some of these counters here for the long, which will be the Dharma and Channel here. Monto, he will have to put in a lot bit of work here because this is kind of dangerous for this long.
Can be dangerous. I mean, there's decent amount of CC that's available to the SCARZ lineup, and they can actually lock him down. Obviously, you have that Dragon, you have that get out of jail free card, but the potential for him to get locked down with that Truth could be a serious detriment to his, again, farm and in the team fights.
Team fights, ooh, locking in the Majin. So a lot of these bounce house combos here from these clash lanes. Like from yesterday, we saw back in the KME, clash lanes come up on top of the junglers as the key difference makers, right? They have the clutch factors, they find these crucial engages on towards the backline. So coming to today, it seems to me that SCARZ and Gen.G want to put a lot of these focuses on towards their clash lane.
Yeah, I think that Clash Lane, and I mean, for me, it's going to be the jungle. I know we talked about the head-to-head being in the mid lane with ASD and, of course, Inua, but for me, it's all about Rock going up against Mfang here. What is going to be the matchup? And seeing as that they're trying to save it for the later picks of who they will end up picking in the jungle, it's going to be key because it really sets the tone for the entire game.
And I feel like Gen.G, like you mentioned, the jungle matchup, they ban away the monkey here. So it signifies something that they actually want to put Rock on something like a Musashi coming to this game number 1. It may do decently well against the Channel and Yuhuan.
Yeah, but look at that. SCARZ are like, we're going to ban the Luna as well, not letting Rock fly on some of these high-flying, crazy junglers, and just being able to potentially play something a little bit more standard. But again, there are just so many options. Yes, we're in global ban pick, but this is just game 1.
Yeah, game number 1, so many of these picks up and available. Still no restrictions of the global ban pick like you mentioned, which if you pick that thing in game number 1, you can bid goodbye to it in game number 2 and game number 3 because it's global ban pick. It's banned forever.
Yeah, but I mean, look, these teams are definitely going to have that hero pool, right? I mean, they're going to have more than 1 or 2. They're not me at the end of the day, so they're not going to have, you know, a main, so to speak. But it looks like they're going to go with the Musashi. I kind of like it. A lot of flexibility, ways to get onto the potential backline Chano.
Yeah, it goes towards the backline channel. It also removes healing from the Yuhuan. So if SCARZ wants to flex this Yuhuan towards the jungle, it is a decent counter here that Gen.G has already prepared for this jungle matchup.
Okay, Nakaruru is going to be the pickup. That's going to be the reveal. Going up against the Musashi, though, is that going to be enough in this 1-to-1? Let's just, okay, no, they're not going to, they're going to pivot off of it. They're going to go with the Jing instead. They pump faked everyone here.
Ever since the revamp of Jing, right now she has extra mobility. I think she just swapped away to a Prince of Langling as well. So, coming into this entire draft, I see one thing. Monto's gonna be tested right now because that's so much crowd control targeted on towards his lone.
Okay, as long as to kind of round out this draft, a little bit of a, CC removal. I mean, keep Loon alive. I think that you're going to have the best time when he's going to get able to get going. Plus, you have the Musashi. You definitely want to protect him as well. So a lot of good options going in. But look, if we're looking at both of these teams, let's take the player element out of this, Sagi. Who do you give the edge to when we're just looking at the heroes alone?
Oh, who do I give the edge to? That's a tough question here. In terms of laning, I do want to give it towards SCARZ, but outside of laning, pathing towards that late game, it's such a 50-50. But one thing for sure, the marksman players are not going to have a fun time.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be focused. I mean, there's a lot of target prioritization that's going to be happening, right? So if we're looking at the damage side, I mean, both of them have a good number of it. Obviously, you have the Mayin as well as the Musashi, who can definitely do a ton of damage when the team fights are happening. But if he gets to the back line, they need to ensure that the rest of SCARZ are able to protect them as much as possible. You have the Lianpo and Dharma to kind of help with that team fight, but you got to keep all the damage dealers alive.
You have to keep all the damage dealers alive, especially your marksman, your jungler here. So these will be the picks between SCARZ and Gen.G Esports. They go head-to-head in this game number 1 of our series here. Drafts has been locked in, and I gotta say, it's kind of looking kind of spicy just game 1 going to this game.
Definitely looking spicy here. I mean, look, Hao is also going to be playing the mid lane, so a little bit of a role shift as well. ASD will be going into the farm lane, so a little bit of a shift in that regard. But going into this one, this is, of course, the first matchup of the day. It'll be SCARZ going up against Gen.G, day 2 of the ranking week. Who are you giving the edge to now with the players?
With the players, I can't really choose. I have to see the execution here, Holler, but talking about execution, the games are executed on the Realme 15 Pro, which is the official gaming phone of the King Major series, built for performance, made for gaming, smooth, cool, and reliable, just the way esports demands. Ready to level up? Get yours now and feel the difference.
Yeah, definitely going to be feeling the difference, especially in the bottom lane. It looks like ASD and Monto are going to be kind of soloing it a little bit, but Clue will be sticking around, ensuring that nobody takes it. But the Spike Tail, again, just taking any sort of farm away from the enemy team, it's going to be a good thing for SCARZ here.
And that is the way you want to play, right? Getting all these neutral resources, building that lead 1 bit by 1 bit. Win out the lane, get the neutral resources, get that goal in towards your bag.
Yeah, it's all about getting that money, right? Getting that a little bit of a head start will be huge for them. And I think SCARZ, again, this is the first game that they've played in the KME Fall. So this is one where they really want to dictate some pace, put the pressure on, and really strike it to Gen.G.
And good damage calculation as well coming in from ASD and Ochik, securing that cocktail, allowing them to further secure all 3 camps in that bottom triangle here. Early game wise, I gotta say this bottom setup here coming from ASD and Ochik doing exceptionally well.
Yeah, doing a great job. I mean, that's really what you want to do. You need to ensure that ASD gets as much space and time as possible. But Gen.G have prioritized the top lane themselves. They've taken that sprite in the top lane so they can teleport as well. Kind of opening things up. Yes, it's only 2 minutes, but it's kind of the minor things leading up to that, of course, that 4-minute Tyrant.
And all of them right now have their ultimates. I can't wait to see who will they pull the trigger on, because so much of this focus is currently going on towards this mid lane. Here you see Wawa, Inua, and also Rock trying to get this mid priority going.
Yeah, it's going to be definitely important for them to kind of start things off. But okay, if we're going to talk late game, do any of these teams, are they playing on some sort of timing where they kind of fall off compared to the other team?
I think so far for these 2 team compositions, it's more 50-50, whereby right side is more burst damage heavy, and left side you have the insurance of ASD on towards this channel. If this channel does fall behind, then the mid-game insurance will cease to exist coming in from SCARZ.
Yeah, might be an issue at this point, but it looks like Clue a little on the lower end. The spike tail still kind of being contested there, so SCARZ not giving up anything easy, which is where you want to be. You want to ensure that you're kind of, you know, putting the pressure on and making sure that they're not just freely farming.
Yeah, so far smooth sailing coming towards this early game here. Nothing too much of a big action going across all around the gorge. I gotta say maybe around that 4th minute Tyrant might be the first contest point for both of these 2 teams.
It's 50 seconds away. SCARZ right now just scouting, ensuring that they kind of provide that vision. But for me, it's about always checking where the junglers are. Mfeng, he's been kind of mostly on his own side of the map, as well as Rock. But now Rock is looking to make a little bit of an assault on the top lane. He's kind of hidden. I don't know if Aruru sees him, but he does go in for this one. Tries to go for the duel of death. The Annihilation is not going to be hitting it, but the truth will. And here come reinforcements. The knockup is going to be there. And Mfeng getting so low, he's going to give up first blood. Wawa will take that one down.
I'm so interested in this Musashi's build because he tanked like what, 2 ultimates here coming in from Aruru and Mfeng, and he walked out alive, just barely scratched there. So what did he buy on this Musashi?
Yeah, we're going to have to see what items were picked up on that one, but that was pretty huge, especially since, I mean, Aruru kind of close to the tower. He might have been able to kind of get there, but he decided to stand and fight. He was not scared. He went to go for the truth, but here comes the emergence in the bottom lane. They've got a 3-for-1, but they're not going to go in. Perfectly timed, though, with the Tyrant here.
Yeah, the fall of Mfeng does signify that they have to give away this Tyrant here. So coming into this early brawl, we talk about it back in the pick and bans. It comes down to the junglers here. And so far, Rock doing a pretty decent job here. And that's your item build here. The tank jungle item with that boost of 42.
That's the best part about, you know, Gen.G's Rock, right? I mean, he was playing the farm lane before the KWC, but once the KWC happened, he was like, no, I'm going to be the jungler. I'm going to dictate the pace of the game. I want to control what's happening. And I think he's done a much more natural job of being as the jungler, but now Monto needs to really step up here.
Yeah, Monto has to be that secondary carry, allowing Rock to move that early to mid-game, and then Monto has to come in to cover what Rock isn't able to towards the late game here. But coming into this 5th minute mark here, so far, aside from that 1 kill, everything has been awfully quiet so far.
Yeah, nothing too, you know, particular. Everything's kind of been the standard. I mean, the only time that we've really seen any sort of action is when Rock is dictating the pace. He's been going for that first blood in the top lane, but he's basically where you need to be. The Tremor Smash, Ochik will survive, but the Annihilation is on him, and he's so low, limiting away. ASD gets Flaming Palm, though, for his troubles.
Monto sends ASD down towards the graveyard, and I think it's a bit of a caster curse. Every time I say, oh, nothing's going on towards the map, we have Aruru and Mfeng getting down towards the top side. We have ASD and Ochik getting assaulted towards the bottom side here. So maybe I shouldn't curse them too much.
Yeah, I think it's completely on you, Sagi. I think that you need to just stop that, let them play, all right? Just don't, like, basically, if you're expecting or you're saying that things are not really happening, they're like, okay, now's the time, because nobody's expecting it. Everybody's tuning into you, Sagi.
They're like, oh, Sagi says nothing's going on. Okay, pull the trigger, pull the trigger.
Oh, they go in. Oh, they fight him with the truth. He try to flash away, and Wawa will tick away. Mfeng gets that kill.
At this point, I'm pretty convinced someone is telling them we're casting as of this point. So the players are listening, guys. And right now, Mfeng, he's getting smelled up by Rock.
Oh, he's getting spotted out, but Rock, those spider senses are tingling. He knows that he's nearby, and here come the reinforcements. They brought 4 members. Rock is in a bad spot, thought he was safe, and he gets chopped down for his trouble.
Hey, you're Rock, you're caught between and Rock in a hard place, and that is your grave. He goes down to a 4-1 sandwich here coming in from SCARZ here. Beautiful play here. Hao and Enfeng made sure that Rock had zero way of escaping by chaining that CC perfectly.
Yeah, it was actually perfect in the sense that Enfeng teleported in the bottom lane, went stealth, and then he just waited patiently for the rest of the team to arrive. And that was perfectly done. I mean, something that we saw, going into other KMEs, it wasn't really, Enfeng was kind of making more solo plays more than anything else.
Yeah, and it's everywhere on towards the map, right? One moment you see him towards the top side, catching Wawa off guard. Another moment he takes that teleportation portal, goes to its bot side, and gank Rock, baiting him to that 4v1 sandwich.
Very smartly played there. I mean, we just kind of saw exactly how they want to play this one, but Enfeng needs to be careful. I mean, in a 1v1 with Rock right now, I'm still like, the 1.1k advantage by Enfeng is absolutely huge, so Rock needs to be a little bit careful in terms of any sort of engagement.
And so far, this new SCARZ roster is proving wonders on this game number 1. Yes, it's not like a crazy goal advantage, but we saw how well Gen.G played back in KWC here, and this evolved Gen.G is being matched by none other than this new roster from SCARZ.
Yeah, all the teams have leveled up, and that's the best part about the Honor of Kings Esports, right? The teams are retooled, looking to go, and the way that they're playing, the synergy has been on point. When they go for those initiations, they're all in together.
Yeah, all in together, just like how all 10 members are currently situated this mid and top side of the map here. Wawa sees that exclamation mark on top of his head, decides to back off.
Yeah, decides to back off. I'm a little worried more than anything else, but he's going to be spotted on the map of the bottom lane, so he's going to play a little bit, more aggressively here, looking for the potential jump. Hao is waiting in the wings as well. So Gen.G, if anything, they're kind of scared of this Prince of Lanling in the end.
Yeah, this Prince of Lanling puts a lot of pressure, right? Especially on towards Inua and Monto. And you can see Inua coming in towards the itemization. Blender already completed for this mid lane.
Yeah. The one thing though about Inua, and I don't mean to call him out, is that his annihilations have not always been on point. It's definitely very difficult to do. It's a mechanically difficult hero to play. But if he's able to hit those, that's like the final blow. You really need that, especially in the early game.
Yeah, talking about early game right now, we see more of these jungle invasions here coming from Enfeng. Yes, they do not get the mark, but they do steal away the Crimson Golem, but a Tremor Smash goes through.
Yeah, it knocks onto 2, but it looks like Gen.G really just kind of shrugged that one off. Hao needs to be a bit careful. Yes, he's got the sustaining heals, but the Azure Golem is pretty much what they want, and it looks like Inua takes that.
Yeah, they take buff for buff, mark for mark here, and look at Rock's position here. He's looking to sandwich Enfeng. He's smelling this landing out. They want to find him out.
Yeah, Ochik might be looking for more reinforcements, but the spider senses are tingling. I don't know if they really want to go. They go on Ochik, which is not the greatest target. Infinite fastness, he's going to just be backing up on out of this one. He gets back to safety. He's under the tower, essentially, but Ochik taking a lot of damage.
But Monto, that's an infinite fastness you just burned here. So the next time Enfeng does that in the next 60 seconds, Monto might be in danger here. So prior to 10-minute mark, here are all the items here. And so far, Enfeng is kind of rich on towards the Gorge.
Yeah, very rich man. All the gold diggers are looking for him, Enfeng, in the end. But I think the 10-minute mark is going to be pretty key. The Shadow Tyrant will be spawning, but you're talking about infinite vastness being on cooldown. That's a long cooldown to be having, especially when this potential fight for that Shadow Tyrant could be had.
And Enfeng is positioned very far away from this Shadow Tyrant as Gen.G has already pulled the trigger to start this Shadow Tyrant. What is the take here, SCARZ? Are you guys looking to contest this fight?
They need to. They know that Monto doesn't have the infinite fastness. Now's the time. Ochik's time to go for this one, but Inua takes the Tyrant. Ochik is going to get back. Hao and Enfeng have already been killed. This is looking to be a disaster for SCARZ, and Gen.G are running it down as they take 4 members of SCARZ.
4 members with the Tyrant, and they are not stopping yet. Aruru is spotted out by the butterfly. He gets an engage on, but it is not enough. What Rich has been pumped for the side of Rock.
Yeah, Aruru might have been able to do it, but just Rock with just too much damage, and that's a team ace going the way of Gen.G at the 11-minute mark.
That is a beautiful team fight being escalated by Gen.G. They neutralize Enfeng's approach towards Monto and Inua, making sure that the moment they come in for the steal, Butterfly comes in from Clue's ultimate immediately, making sure that they are on the offense instead of SCARZ.
Perfectly played there by Gen.G. That was exactly what you wanted to have done. I mean, just being able to set that out. I mean, Monto looked like a juicy target, but in the end, it looked like it was just more bait more than anything else because Gen.G had all of the right answers, ensuring that Monto did survive as well as the rest of the team. Then you had Rock on cleanup, and it was pretty much all she wrote, at least in that team fight for SCARZ.
Like, very well said, right? Like, the fact that, okay, you drop this land link is to mark Monto on towards this low. So how do you mark? You want to use the Shuriken, mark him, stun him, and chain CC him before he dies. But chain CC is a strong word against Clue's Zhuangzi here. Once the Zhuangzi pops the ultimate, you immediately get that bailout. And this is the moment that we saw. Immediately, Inuo annihilates Hao and Enfeng. And as of this point, it's a 3v fight in towards the middle side. You have no damage, no tank, and Gen.G picks up all easy kills.
Yeah, very easy kills. I mean, but the target prioritization of Gen.G was on point. Like, Enfeng, yes, he's, does a lot of damage, but he's so squishy. Once we take him out, then how? Then it's pretty much like, how can you fight, right?
Yeah, how can you fight, right, when you have no how? So, interestingly enough, coming into this game with 4,000 gold and also the Shadow Vanguard, Gen.G is in such a commanding spot right now.
Yeah, definitely so, right? I mean, it's a 4K at this point. I mean, the lead is starting to grow, and now Gen.G are looking to put the shackles on in the sense of just being very controlling, taking over the map. But Rock is in a bad spot. They really need to force this one down. He goes to the little death, tries to fight it out, but I guess that space created elsewhere.
That is a beautiful catcher coming in from SCARZ here, as if they get this kill, it somewhat limits all three of their high grounds being forcefully taken down by SCARZ. So the pusher coming to Shadow Vanguard, it might be mitigated, but look at Enfeng's position. He's looking for a grand play.
Oh, if he gets the pick off, but no, he's actually going to back off, just decides to go, goes instead, finds Wawa, who's looking to just cartwheel over this one, tries to dash, he's got the speed, he does get under the tower, he will be fine.
Yeah, fancy feat here coming in from Wawa, utilizing the Pure Sky and the immobility here to escape towards safety here. So, that kill onto Enfeng towards Rock, exceptionally crucial in stopping this Tyrant fight, because look at all these wave states. If Rock were to stay alive, that could have been more turret here, but Enfeng,
yeah, this is kind of what we've seen from Enfeng in past KMEs, where sometimes he tries to force the issue a bit, tried to go for that pick off, but I mean, when you're fighting 1 versus 4, it's a pretty much all in play. Like, do you get the kill or not? I don't know if it's the greatest trade. He needs to stay alive more than anything else, and he does trade his life away for nothing.
And when you remember we talk about scalability coming in towards this game, now when you're Enfeng, you are more like a living ward running around the board, scouting vision for a team. Yes, you can look for assassinations, but if Clue is sticking to Monto and Inuo, I don't think it's that easy of a job.
Yeah, that last pick Zhuangzi has been amazing, right? Exactly what they wanted to have done, just ensuring that, nobody controls them. They are definitely some squishier guys on the back line, but the way that the team has been playing, you're talking about Clue being that big brother, the babysitter, if you will, ensuring that everyone is safe. He's done a great job.
He's done an exceptional job, but we see a small poke here coming in from Rock as they want to target down this turret here.
But Duel of Death goes right in, Blood Rage right out of the tower, but Rock is in a bad spot. He's going to be picked off. How? He's going to take that one, and it looks like they will trade away Oakchick. It's a 2-for-1 in favor of SCARZ, and SCARZ looking for more.
And that is under the influence of the Shadow Tyrant here. Rock diving too deep over to the crystal from that high ground here. There was no backup coming in for South Gen.G, but look at Enfeng. He gets an assassination on towards Monto.
All the emergence on 4. They want the revenge, and they do. Inuo will slice him down, but man, he did get Monto, so that's a bit of a win for him. But just like blink, and he will be killed.
Yeah, blink and he will be killed. You have no Clue next to you. You have no ultimates here. That's why you get caught out. But look at Wawa.
Oh, with that annihilation as well. He's being bounced around. Aruru, though, the emergence on forward. They're going to find him. They're looking to chase him. They're not able to get him. He has a sliver of life, and he will survive.
I mean, the first few kills were pretty good. As you see the replay, Rock goes in for the assassination onto ASD. ASD manages to get away. Rock overtakes the damage. As of this point, the front end packs too much damage towards the turret here. Without Clue, your carries are under broad daylight. They're exposed to sun.
I kind of feel like Rock should have just, you got to hold your horses. They didn't even take the mid T3. Why are we diving this? If anything, you want to kind of push them back more than anything else. You want towers at the end of the day, and it seemed like he got a little too bloodthirsty, diving the crystal, and he didn't even take the mid T3, and that was, a bit of an issue for that Gen.G lineup there.
I have to agree with you. If he was just a bit more patient, maybe he could have got that mid tower. Maybe the entire rotation would be more smooth here, but People make mistakes here and they are here to cover up for it. As right now, Gen.G, they secure the Tyrant and Shadow Vanguard. They are looking to march down yet another high ground.
You're very forgiving. Like in my ranked games, if I saw my teammates doing that, I would not be so, eloquent as you are and as compassionate to that teammate, because that's a bit of an issue. But they find Wawa, who's getting bounced around. He has to flash the Annihilation. And here's the rest of Gen.G grouping up, and it looks like SCARZ don't want any of this.
But SCARZ positioning is kind of bad right now, as 5 men coming in from Gen.G. They are looking towards this mid tower. What can M4 accomplish here?
It's going to be tough trying to find something. If anything, you look to cut the creeps. Maybe you deal with the Vanguard that's coming in. But this Shadow Vanguard is a bit of a problem. SCARZ need to deal with that quickly, but it looks like the mid T3 already down.
Mid tier 3 already down. That means the last tier 3 will be that bottom tier 3 that will be standing as the final one here. But they don't seem to be like they want to go for the end here, as we see Infinite Blast already been cast.
Yeah, already been used. He was very deep in the enemy team. I'm not sure what he was doing, but nice little Tremor Smash onto 2. Monto needs to be a bit careful. He is definitely vulnerable, but they're going to take out Aru instead.
Yeah, Aru has been already taken down here, and M4 also falls in as well. So that's a 2-for-1 exchange in favor of Gen.G. But without the marksman, can they realistically continue this push?
Yeah, it might be tough. I mean, the damage is going to be a little lacking on that regard, but they're doing a good job of keeping at least this bottom T3 alive, but the mid one wave is crashing. They need to be careful. M-Fang has been like a homing missile onto Monto. It almost seems personal at the end of the day, but he's getting the kills, but he's trading his life away, and it's not been great.
Yeah, it's not been great. You tricked his life as a jungler. Right now, the Tyrant is exposed. You're living or doing all so much, but this much that you have done, how much can it accomplish to your team's success here? Because so far, it's still in favor of Gen.G Esports.
Yeah, they're still in the driver's seat. I mean, they probably could have closed this game out if they didn't, die the crystal, so to speak. So they're kind of extending the game, giving SCARZ a little bit of a lifeline, which is a bit of a problem if you think about it. They definitely want to shore up these sorts of mistakes moving forward. But, I mean, they're still, again, in the driver's seat here.
Yeah, they are in the driver's seat. 3 high grounds already taken down, and M4 might be the next target to be taken down as well, as he might be spotted out.
Yeah, gets spotted out and almost soloed by Wawa, making him pay. He tried to run away, and M-Fang down for 40. That might have been game right there.
Yeah, that might have been game. 4v5, 3 lanes crashing into your crystal. I see a bit of a hope here coming in from SCARZ if you find that mirror close engage.
It's going to be tough here. How still up in front, just taking a decent amount. He's going to get picked off, not able to use the Unending Sorrow, and they're going to look to get more, and they get Aurora as well as ASD, and they, more importantly, get the crystal. Gen.G will take game 1.
A very convincing win here coming in from Gen.G in this game number 1. Inuwa with that new wall has been very phenomenal in his positioning, his late game damages. We were talking about, hey, Inuwa, you're not hitting much of these annihilations because I think coming into the late game, he's just hitting all these damages left, right, and center.
Yeah, mind you, that was Sagi HOK with the call out onto Inuo. I was like, hey, can you get the guy a break? No, check the tape, right? But I think he did a great job in terms of damage. We'll see that in the post game because he was kind of really tenderizing the enemy team, made it very difficult for SCARZ to take any sort of fight. Plus, M-Fang, very squishy. If he gets caught out a single time, he's gonna get blown up.
Yeah, that's the fact, right? Because M-Fang went for the full damage build on towards the Lan lane. His job is to assassinate either Inua or Monto prior to a fight, making it a 5v4 situation, right? Even if you sacrifice M-Fang, it's still a worthy trade here. But the presence of Inua with the Splendor and also with the key Zhuangzi pick here, it neutralizes so many of these threats here coming in for the side of Gen.G's opponent, which is SCARZ, right? You have the Dharma, you have the M-Fang's Lan Ling. So it all neutralizes from that one single pick, which is the Zhuangzi.
Yeah, I mean, do you think it's more of a draft issue, execution one? Like, what are your things, like what did SCARZ have to do better here?
Okay, first things first, their early game was pretty decent, but the fall-off point was that Tyrant fight where they had to swallow a difficult 0 to 5 exchange, including that Tyrant here. So for SCARZ, maybe the 10-minute mark, they need to prioritize their team fight and how they formulate around that Tyrant secure.
Yeah, but it was so hard to team fight when you have Inua like barreling down on you with all of that damage. I mean, his later annihilations were starting to hit, but he was 7-0 and 8. The guy was an absolute beast in terms of just like overall presence. That's exactly what you wanted and why this team first picked this Nua for him.
Yeah, first pick the new one for him, allowing him to snipe the enemy from afar. And one thing he does so well, he always singles out one target coming in from SCARZ, be it POW or ASD, prior to the fight here, eliminating one major damage threat coming in for side of SCARZ. So that's what Inua does so well with on this new one.
Yeah, very smart. Very exactly what you want to do, especially on that Nuo, right? But going into this one, the damage that we're talking about, yes, Mfang was able to get some sort of snipe outs, but almost 80k damage. But look on the other side, Inuo with 115 and Monto with 123,000 damage.
God damn, Monto. And I think I remember one play coming in from Monto, the one he flashed forward trying to assassinate ASD, but the Flaming Pulse just didn't have enough attack speed to come out. Bit of a misplay here, but he had an overall pretty good performance on towards this long because one thing's for sure, he did what he had to do, survive against Enfeng.
Look, he had a great game, and you're going all Asian dead on him. He got like an A-, and you're like, why didn't he get an A+? Why did he make that one mistake? You know, but they won at the end of the day, and the gold draft speaks volumes about this, right? You're seeing it's all in favor of Gen.G, completely shifted because they knew how to close the game out. And don't get me wrong, I did see some of those mistakes. Rock was making them as well. This is not a flawless, a perfect game by Gen.G. There are definitely things that they can kind of, you know, hone in on and tune up a bit as they go to the other squads. But again, I think that we're finding minute issues in a larger, greater game that they played.
That is true, and that is facts. Yeah, I apologize, Monto, for being so harsh onto you. It's still game number 1. He's still getting his engines going as he is warming up for that game number 2. But potentially, maybe it's just a 2-0 game here. But before that, we will have to give the MVP title to none other than Inua on that new one.
Yeah, I mean, it's like KDA isn't everything, but 7-0-8, pretty darn good, right? And especially with that damage, he had like 30% of the teams. I mean, he was just supplying so much, like, you know, artillery support in terms of damage and what you want to do. Just a really well-played game by Inua. And this guy has just gotten so much better as the leagues have gone on.
I have to agree, he definitely grew from that KWC performance, and this was the key play here coming in for that first minute, right? We were looking at Rock. Damn, he's so tanky. And what's going on? And this is one of those few plays that Inua just single-handedly destroys Hao from any of the team fight's presence, right? No Hao, no Yuhuan, means no healing, no poking, and that is the case.
Yeah, that was huge for them. That probably was the biggest tipping point in terms of just favoring Gen.G. This is a little bit of a dive. They did make a mistake. Mfang, again, some of the highlights that you'll see just blowing up Monto. He'll do his thing, but I mean, Mfang just doing Mfang things.
Yeah, blow for blow, kill for kill, right? So that is what you need to do. I think this clip as well, you will see Mfang coming in right behind Monto, and goodbye.
He completely got just deleted, right? But it almost seemed like he needed to focus up, like you need the team to kind of attract some of the attention elsewhere. Maybe you have a little bit of a team fight and then you can kind of snipe in onto Monto. It really seemed like they weren't on the same page with what they were trying to do in terms of execution here.
Yeah, execution is difficult, right? Because you pick a Lianpo and also a Dharma against a Zhuangzi. So the Zhuangzi coming in as a 5th pick for the side of Gen.G was a pretty masterclass pick here. But grab your drinks, grab your snacks. We'll go for a little break here before we jump to game number 2 between SCARZ and Gen.G.
In this world, only ones in this world, only ones in this call out my name, cut through the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night. You know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole
Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, cause now I fly so high, so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Gen.G Esports strikes first. They take them. Gen.G Esports strikes first, takes down the first game over SCARZ. Sagi, I mean, we were talking a little bit this during the break here, but does SCARZ have enough to really bounce back in game 2?
I think they actually have, because coming into the early game, I think they did pretty well to match up the tempo. Even though that they lost that first blood, lost that first tyrant, they were still finding ways in punishing the Gorge, right? So coming into game number 2, I think if they do shake up their draft, they don't get counterpicked too hard in the 5th pick, we might see a better SCARZ performance coming into this game number 2.
Yeah, for me though, it was kind of like the Prince of Landing. I understand, yes, it has that moments. He had those moments on Demonto being able to be, you know, the squishy backliners, getting those pickoffs, but trading away your life, it really didn't seem like the team fights were happening. It was a very solo play at times.
Yeah, solo play at times, but that's what you need to do as a Landling, right? You need to run around the map, open up the vision, scare the enemy a bit, make them back off from you, right? So that is what you need to do as a Landling. But that's last game here, Holler. Let's focus on the present, as this is game number 2 with blue side SCARZ and red side Gen.G.
You look, I just want to be like an ex-girlfriend here and just dwell on the past, man. Like, let's just talk about game. No, okay, fine. We'll talk about game 2. This is the new draft going in. Obviously, a little bit of a, you know, in terms of draft, there are like all of the heroes that SCARZ pick. We're gonna ban them so that you can't be used against us. I think it's gonna be smart, especially with the Yuan and the Dharma.
Yeah, Yuan and Dharma so far coming into day number 2 and across multiple pro leagues, these two picks have had high priority here. But talking about high priority, it will be that Mai Shiranui being locked in for the side of Hao in towards the mid lane.
Yeah, it's going to be huge for him. I think that this is one where he can kind of dictate the pace, let the man kind of fly. It looked like he was kind of on the defensive side, very reactive to the Inua. So I think that this is going to be key for him to really set the tone here.
Yeah, to set the tone, you will have to first see what you have to offer here. And so far, what these two teams have been offering is insane early game. On the SCARZ side, you have Mai Shiranui and Byron. Very strong early game. On Gen.G, Hei and Zhang Fei. So it's a battle between tempo.
Yeah, it's going to be huge. I think tempo is going to be the biggest thing. I love it going into this. I mean, the pay sets it up so well, but now you've got to round it out with the Guan Yu and the Zhang Fei. You've got team fight for days.
Yeah, team fight for days, and especially when you have a Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, your lady soon on ASD or the hands of Hao will be in a bit of a pickle here, because when you see these two picks, it's not a fun day for the marksman.
Yeah, not a fun day at all. I mean, going into this one. But, I mean, the Lady Soon being picked up and the Mai, very squishy. If Pei were to ever, you know, get on top, plus the Razor Cavalries from the Guan Yu, from Wawa to kind of set those team fights up, it could be huge for them. So they need to ensure that they have some sort of either vision control or some way to kind of outduel the Guan Yu.
Yeah, to outdo the Guan Yu, Byron does seems to be fitting in that position. In this game, not just laning, Aru has a job of spotting this Guan Yu prior to team fights. If you have no prior vision of where Wawa is on this pick, you're gonna be in for a insane flank.
Yeah, I think that would be huge. I mean, we've seen just the power of the Guan Yu not only from, you know, the MKL, but the KPL. I mean, all of the leagues really utilize this at the top tier, right? The ability to kind of shift people or to move them where you want and to kind of isolate them, it's key. And doing that from the Clash lane, also great.
And coming into this situation of the draft, right, you can wonder, is SCARZ going to go for that Zhuangzi that they have lost against Gen.G? Because it's a fitting role, but it puts you in the situation that you have to force Enfeng on these engage-heavy or proactive picks, which, to me, will be a difficult stance for their draft.
It will be difficult. I mean, if Guan Yu, like, who has that perfect Razor Cavalry, and then you have the Umbrella Outburst from the Zhang Fei, you know, being just moving people around, is Ochik going to be on point with the Zhuangzi? Assuming that they need this, right, for that butterfly effect to kind of get rid of all those CCs. But it looks like SCARZ are like, hey, actually, you have the team fight, fine, but we have Jing, we have that damage. If you want to fight in together, we have this potential, you know, the slashes from the Jing here.
Slashes from the Jing here, and to add towards the laning phase, they draft this Secure as well to complement this Lady Suit against the channel matchup here. So, looking at SCARZ matchup to their entire draft, it looks to me that they do not want this channel and Pei to have a time of their life.
Yeah, it looks like they're very much on the squishier side, so they're a kind of glass cannon.
Oh.
They need to be initiating, but the Gao? No, they're pump faking that. Again, Gen.G, just playing with our mind, so to speak. They're going to go a little bit more stock standard in that mid lane with the Lady Jin here.
Yeah, he baited me. I kind of want to see the Gao come into action, but of course, it's not a standard pick that you will see in the pro leagues here. It's strong for the burst damage and the AoE burst, but it's quite easy to be limited by chain CC from the Mai Shiruni and also the Secure here. So Gen.G's draft, I would say it's very stock standard. You have Zhang Fei and Guan Yu on the engage and disengage side, and you have the double marksman giving and receiving resources from the likes of the Lady Zen.
For me, it's all about this Pei, right? Just how much, you know, impact is he going to have in the early game? Is he able to just control the game? Because they have a nice, like, lineup that can kind of death ball, right? And once they have a bit of a lead, it's going to be hard to kind of crack into this the lineup, so to speak. So it really comes back to the early game. How is it going to be in terms of the other side of, like, you know, how on that Mai is he able to kind of outpace, create some sort of kills? Because Rock, you know, this guy is going to be a menace on the Pei.
It comes down to this Pei, like you mentioned, right? It's a double-edged sword. If it wins the early, fantastic. If he loses the early, it's just like you're protecting two marksmen from danger, you know? It's like, on left hand, I have Monto, on right hand, I have Rock, and also you're like, kids, don't go too far, I'm only a Zhang Fei.
Zhang Fei's the dad in this story on the team. I get it. He's got to keep him leashed, obviously, as he should, right? I think it's going to be key for Clue to really ensure that everyone stays alive. You need to create that space for Rock and, of course, Monto here.
And we see a bit of a cheese here coming in from Rock here, but it's not a cheese. He's just here to collect his tax, and he's going to the jungle for that boss clear here.
Yeah, and Wawa, I mean, yeah, you want that farm onto the Guan Yu, but I think that if you're funneling it into Rock, you're going to have a much better time. Going to be key for them, because again, Gen.G right now, it's all about Rock ensuring that they have a great early game.
Yeah, great early game does signify how fast he can escape from the jungle clears, and so far, we see a bit of an approacher coming in towards Monto as flash engage goes through.
Oh, the flash away, Monto just staying alive. I mean, that was a nice mulberry power, but Ochik, excuse me, he used his flash himself.
But something to take note of, the moment the Mai Shiruni was close for that follow-up, Clue used the common spell stuns to lock Hao in place, avoiding any form of follow-up from this Mai Shiruni. If not, that could have been disastrous for Monto.
Yeah, common spells were used, kind of key, but I'm keeping everyone alive. Not giving up first blood is going to be better for him, of course. But Inu and Hao just waiting in the wings. It's like, who blinks first, so to speak, in this mid lane?
How are you doing, right? So Hao here just casually looking Inua towards the eye here as he funnels more gold into Enfeng, and Rock doing the same here, just here to visit his top side for a bit of a stroll.
Yeah, if Rock is able to get a pick off, that would be huge. But at the same way, Enfeng, let's talk about this Jing here. Like, does he need to be more aggressive? Does he need to invade? Like, what is the thought process around Enfeng here in the early game?
I think Enfeng, as long as he keeps his gold in check and he stat checks the enemy with all his items later on, that is the role of this Jing, because you can see when he goes around the gorge, there's always minions for him to farm. That's because Enfeng is allowing Aru and Hao to fast rotate on towards the map. So he gets gold, he unlocks both of those players to visit the gorge.
Yeah, very key. And I mean, Enfeng and Hao, they need to make something happen, right? We talked already about how this Rock Pei could definitely, I mean, he's very mobile himself. He can kind of out-farm people if he gets out of hand. But if Enfeng and Hao have that little, like, dual combination where they're able to kind of, you know, invade the enemy jungle, make something happen, they can really put a spanner in the works, so to speak.
But so far, we have yet to see Rock invade Enfeng's jungle here. So Enfeng and team doing a decent job in making sure that this Jing gets a smooth farm tempo towards the early game here. But coming into the mid game, I want to see how Enfeng find those angles to assassinate Monto or Inua or even Rock in these exchanges.
Yeah, that's going to be the biggest part about this game, right? Is he able to find those angles, if he's able to get on top. Because again, Monto, he's kind of on the squishier side. Yes, he can leap away. Yes, you have Clue and Wawa to kind of back you up. But if he gets caught out, he might have a bad time. So he needs to be careful. It really comes back to the initiation. Is Enfeng able to go, but do it with the team?
Yeah, Enfeng, Hao, and Aru, the primary engagers coming in from SC. On the side of Gen.G, however, you have Wawa and Clue finding those big knockups with their ultimates here. So it comes down to who pulls the triggers, who disengage better here, and Ochik might be caught out here.
Oh, the Mulberry Power just used in return, but he's taking most of the damage. Kind of a little bit of an issue, especially since the 4-minute mark is about to happen in about 10 seconds here. So Gen.G just, you know, softening them up for a potential later team fight kill.
Hey, look at Ochik, he's back to full health, and that is the power of the security here. So on the side of Monto, he has already burned the ultimate here, but it's an assassin jungle matchup here, so both of the assassins will prioritize their buffers before they only path towards the tyrant here. It's the stockbook standard here, just taking up their time, not wanting to do risky plays, losing that buff.
Yeah, but both of the junglers not even really there, so it's not going to be a true take at this point in terms of contest. SCARZ, though, are in better position, especially since Enfeng is here to start things off.
Yeah, Enfeng is here to start things off, but this opens up the top turret for Gen.G to take here. It's a 1-for-1 trade in the end, right? Power for Tyrant, it's 50-50.
Yeah, and they both start with the letter T, so everything's Gucci, right? In the end, everything is equal in the end. The Azure Golem is going to be picked up here. SCARZ is looking to kind of make away with that, but Gen.G not able to, you know, make them pay for that.
I don't say the word that this game is too peaceful, which will caster curse them almost immediately, but look at that, almost. If I said it 1 minute earlier, we might just get blown up immediately.
Yeah, you know, but these teams, both of them don't want to lose. They're playing very KG in that regard, playing it safe, right? They're taking what the enemy's giving to them, and it's just high-level Honor of Kings at the end of the day.
Yeah, high-level Honor of Kings, you allow Enfeng to see. You see, he's like not carrying a bit of a worry on top of his team. He's just like, okay, team, don't die. Enfeng is doing Enfeng things. Wait for me to get milk back from the store.
So, okay, interesting that you're saying this, because you were an ex-pro, and the fact that you're like, you know, giving, you know, comments like, don't die, do I need to be telling my ranked teammates this? Be like, hey, don't die? Because they don't really seem to be listening regardless.
I mean, if they listen, sure, but if they off their mic and mute you, how do you get that message across, right?
Yeah, I only know so many languages, right? in the chat, I've been trying to kind of talk to all of them at the end of the day and trying to just get them to die lessons to just stick with me, but it's been tough in that regard. The communication is key in, of course, Honor of Kings.
The communication is key, that's why you have to turn on that setting for those auto-translated messages here. So that will ease your burden just a slight bit. But whether or not they listen to you, that's a whole different story here, Hauler.
Yeah, nobody listens to me. That's the only thing that I've learned, which is sad times. Even when I'm playing with you guys, you guys never listen to me.
I do, I listen to you.
Yeah.
What happened on that?
Because actually I'm like usually crying. I'm like, the guys they're bullying me, but nonetheless, Gen.G here though, I think that, look, they just need to keep it even, right? I think in the end, obviously you want Rock to be farming as much as possible, but they're keeping on pace, which has been good, you know, at least for the growth of Gen.G. They need to kind of get to this mid game.
Yeah, the mid game revolves around the two carries, right? Which is the jungler and the marksman. It's the same case coming in from SCARZ and Gen.G. That's why you see on towards your gold chart. It's evenly distributed between Enfeng, ASD, Rock, and Monto. Those are your carries in this game.
lot of damage, especially from those guys as well. But Mfeng just sticking around might actually find into Rock as well. So they're going to be dueling in the bottom lane. It looks like he's going to be giving up first blood. Mfeng is waiting in the wings, and Rock just walked into that trap.
And so far, coming into day number 2, all these junglers, the way they camp the enemy is so darn perfection because they read your move, they know your next rotation, and Rock was the one that got read like a book by Enfeng.
Yeah, he face-checked that brush. Yeah, I mean, Mfeng was just patiently waiting. He knew something was going to happen, especially since that bottom T1 was, you know, looking to go down at that point. But now they've turned this around. The Vanguards are there. But Rock, again, he's probably going to respawn. He wants that revenge.
Yeah, he wants that revenge, but what is there to revenge with? There's nothing across the map for you to farm here. And let's check out the replay here. So, he's slowly camped in. He knows that Rock, okay, you're going to come for this bot wave to collect it because you need the resources here. Fine, I'll camp you and I will punish you for being that marksman.
But now Gen.G on. This is the return. They might get revenge here. ASD's actually going in. This one goes to the rolling raider. Rock gets blown up. Mfeng with that damage to follow up. The flash away. ASD is looking to stay alive. The passive keeping Ado alive as well. He's going to flash. He's going to get gone on. No, he's going to be given up at this point.
And once again, it's Mfeng's camp. He was in that bush for a solid minute to 90 seconds. And that's why he made Rock look like a fool in that exchange here. Wow, what a beautiful bait you're coming for ASD and Mfeng.
Finding like every single brush right now, you've got to be a little worried. Rock is going to be kind of coming back. He's like, oh, he's going to be frustrated. There's only 2 kills, and both of them have been on Rock, so they've been very targeted. And again, just trying to stymie the growth of Gen.G here.
And you see from that 2 kills, you can already see 7.1k onto his Enfeng, and losing at 1,000 already onto his K. That's not what you want to happen, especially K is one of those heroes, but Engage goes through!
Oh, they have their nice revenge, and they find 2. Gen.G, Monto, and Clue just a little too far out, and SCARZ makes them pay for getting out of position.
That was so fast that we couldn't even transition to you there, Holler. That is the speed of this Maestro on towards Hao as a player.
I mean, they have just so much speed, right? The Mai as well as the Jing, once they're on top of you, it's a blink and you might miss it.
I missed it and I almost didn't get to pass towards you, and Rock flipping away from danger as Aru flashes towards Rock, but he gets out safely.
Yeah, wow, he's going to actually push him back, and it looks like they do get the kill onto Mfeng. Took a little bit of a reinforcement, and Rock joining up this one. The heroic charges have been unreal, getting onto the tower as well. That's 2 members down from SCARZ.
Yeah, a bad approach here coming in from SCARZ here, as it might not be the last of it, as we see more focus coming in from Gen.G to push the enemy back towards their base hit. But that timer is so darn crucial because Shadow Tyrant is about to spawn in 4 seconds.
I mean, SCARZ 2 members are down, but the biggest thing about that one is that the minion wave was in their favor. It was pushing. Gen.G not able to capitalize on any sort of towers when they got those kills, and now they're going to turn their attention on the Tyrant here.
But it's the Empower Tyrant here. If we're Gen.G, you're losing 4 kills already from just now, I call it work because right now, you get back the control that you lose from that early game.
Yeah. Great for them, right? I mean, getting that Shadow Tyrant is going to be huge. Gen.G, that's one way to get back in the game, especially the first one of the day. Now when those team fights are happening, you got a little bit of an edge here. So Gen.G are going to look to just force the issue a bit.
Yeah, right now we see more of these controls fall towards this Wawa's pick of a Guan Yu here, as we might see more structural damage being committed on the side of Gen.G towards SCARZ structures.
But look at how SCARZ have just been able to respond. Their wave clear is great. The towers are still standing. Yes, they lost the top and the bottom T1, but everything else, they haven't really lost too much. So SCARZ, understanding that it's about, you know, objectives more than anything else. Yes, Gen.G have been able to bounce back. That net worth is shifting, but not being able to take those towers, you still have that edge.
Ooh, a bit of a mechanimous play here coming in for Enfeng as he might fall.
Mfeng, the mirror domain in a bad spot. He's going to get caught out. 33 seconds down for him. The umbrella outburst, and they get a double kill, and Rock is looking to clean house. Wants to get the 3rd one, and he gets it, but instead it's going to be picked up by Monto. But with 3 members down, no, there's the triple kill there by Rock.
Oh, big mechanical mistake here coming in for Sada Mfeng, because if he failed that assassination and he failed that escape, that could have been a key difference maker here coming in from SCARZ in maintaining that pressure. but due to the fact that he failed the assassination, right now, the game is blown wide open. Check this out. He gets blocked away. His spell one was not towards Monto, it was towards the edge. So that's not a simple assassination combo. That is a misclick.
He tried to shade away, but he like walked right into the arms of Rock, and he's like, oh, I cannot fight this guy. And because of that, the rest of SCARZ just crumbled under this one. A single member falls, and then 3 other teammates die because of you. That is not a good thing to do.
Out of the 9 minutes that they played so beautifully, the past 3 minutes is not in favor of SCARZ. They lost Enfeng in 2 of these attempts, and immediately they lose Tyrant. They lose Overlord, and right now, with the control that Gen.G has, things are looking kind of difficult for the side of SCARZ and friends.
Yeah, it's not looking good at all. I mean, Gen.G just making them pay. Again, you cannot make any sort of mistake, right? Like, you have that lead, you need to learn how to close out games and do it in a way that's safe. You're not taking any extra risk, and like you saw in that last team fight, not great for SCARZ, took too much risk and just got absolutely plastered for it.
Yeah, absolutely plastered. All that lead that they surmounted towards their early game, it is nowhere to be seen as of this point. 4,000 in favor of Gen.G as we see the Shadow Vanguard marching towards that clash lane here. So they want to target this tier 3.
Yeah, they're gonna slow siege it. This is super smart by Gen.G, putting pressure on all the lanes as well. The Vanguard in the bottom one, but they have the bottom T2. They're gonna focus their attention on this top T3. They'll take it down very quickly. SCARZ have no answers right now.
SCARZ, no answers. We have not yet seen a form of engagement coming in from Enfeng, Hao, or Aruru. Clock is taking as another tier 3 falls in favor of Gen.G as they are rotating themselves to that tier 2 last standing towards the bottom lane.
Perfectly played there by Gen.G, taking both the top and the mid T3. They didn't lose a single member, taking the bottom T2 as well. What tremendous value they're getting out of these Vanguards.
And it's a smooth transition, right? Vanguard into 2 towers. Immediately, you look at the Shadow Tyrant that's about to spawn. Then you use that Shadow Tyrant to force that final tier 3 towards the bottom here. So everything out of the past 4 minutes has been smooth sailing coming in from Gen.G's recovery.
Just one mistake and how Gen.G just capitalized. They literally pounce on top of that mistake, and now things are looking very dire for SCARZ.
It's very dire. Losing out their jungle, losing out all these neutral objectives here, and right now the map pressure has been flipped, and Gen.G is looking hungry for that 2-0 victory.
Yeah, looking very hungry, and this is going to be super scary if you're a SCARZ fan at this point. They need to have some sort of miraculous hold, but the lanes, that's the biggest thing. The middle and the bottom lanes will be pushing, so this is going to be a tough hold for SCARZ.
Tough hold or no hold here as the final tier 3 falls. You might see a potential engagement. All 3 ways start crumbling towards the crystal of SCARZ right now. Gen.G, they just need to be patient, as then they will be able to close this game with no potential comeback.
Yeah, you just need to just like hold it down. You need to be patient. Maybe somebody gets caught out. You don't need to go super ham. I mean, Aruru is getting focused in. He has to flash away, but that crystal's still vulnerable. They just don't have the minions to continue on.
Oh, that's painful. Aruru not having the flash on Byron. Who's going to access towards
all the throw out first? He ends time. The force suppression, and he gets caught out. No flash, as you were just talking about. Aruru's down, but the crystal, they're going to focus it down, and it looks like Gen.G will take game 2 in the series.
Clean execution for Gen.G towards the late game stages there. They recover from that big loss that they have suffered towards the early game here. Yes, Rock did lose out on that early game. He did get assassinated twice, but when it matters the most, Wawa and the team was there to cover for their jungle here. It's no longer Rock and the world, it's Rock and the world.
Yeah, actually, very much a team play, right? Being down 0-2, and you're kind of, some junglers will be like, pressure to force the issue a bit, but the rest of the team are like, no, just calm down. We just get to the mid game, we will be fine. And again, they just made some mistakes from SCARZ, and they really paid with their lives on that one.
But also to put into consideration, because SCARZ also did some form of mistakes here coming in towards the mid game, especially dying right before Shadow Tyrant. That gave Gen.G an avenue to make a big comeback towards the game. And after the Tyrant, Enfeng unfortunately misplayed in towards that mid lane assassination on towards Monto. That related into another Shadow objective, so not so lucky coming into SCARZ on that misposition and miss mechanic.
Yeah. Actually, that one play is probably the tipping point for me and Fang, because they were in the lead, right? SCARZ that were, and then trying to force the issue in that mid lane, that was very, very aggressive. Too much risk for me. Again, I'm a very conservative guy in that regard. So seeing that sort of action, it seemed a little too much for me. And again, when you die, it's one thing for you to die, but to take 3 of your teammates down with you, you know that's a terrible play.
Yeah, terrible play. You bring down 3 teammates with you and you give over the Shadow Tyrant there. Not the best approach here coming in from SCARZ, but hey, that's their first series, that's their first loss. They still have more time to recuperate and find those big dubs that they need for the coming days here. But 0-2 in terms of scoreline as Gen.G takes this series clean.
Yeah, very clean here. I mean, KDA, the only one that really sticks out is probably Rock here, the 5-2-4. Definitely made an impact, especially since he was 0-2-0 starting the game out, but then he converted it into a 5-2-4 KDA. Really well played of just being able to bounce back. But the rest of Gen.G, really helped supporting him. You were talking about this team is on the rise, starting to play well together, and they're really showing that here.
And yeah, it shows from the fact that Monto and Inua and also Wawa and also Clue, all these 4 members, they're backing up their jungler saying, hey, it's fine, you died twice, we totally get it, it happens. So we are here to be this strong backbone for you and push you back to what you need to do. See, even if you went 0-2, Rock has 100% team fight rate.
Yeah, he was always there. I mean, it was like, if Rock's not there, we're not fighting, right? And I think that was the biggest thing, the call that they made, because they needed his damage. But we were talking about how SCARZ, definitely at that 10-minute mark, they were in the lead, right? Yes, there were some dips in that regard, but that one fight in that mid lane, everything shifted in favor of Gen.G.
Yeah, this goes into show that discipline and timing is actually a very important factor coming in for these pro teams here. It may be game jitters, it may be like adrenaline pumping you, but you have to take note of these important timers, especially that 10th minute mark.
Yeah, actually, that's the biggest thing, right? Like, why are we trying to fight? Why are we forcing it right before a huge milestone, a huge marker in the game is about to happen? Just a little bit of an issue there, but the MVP is going to be, of course, it will be Wawa here. 0-0-4, not the greatest KDA, but man, he had some impact.
Hey, impact is what makes the game work for him, right? Because he was always there zoning out these big targets here, making sure that he saved Rock in that bot lane engage. That's why they had such a smooth 10th minute mark, because Wawa was always in front with the likes of Clue, making sure that all these members were safe and getting spoon-fed with kills.
Yeah, and going into this one, I think Wawa, not to say that, this is 100% true, but I think that he saw a little bit of Nova's Chuan playing the Guan Yu at the KWC and was very inspired, because he's picked up this hero and he played it almost the same way, always setting it up. Look at these heroic charges, pushing him back right under the tower, and he stays alive, which is the biggest thing.
Yeah, taking notes from Strand's stream, right? Just making sure that, okay, he plays like that, he did that, I'm gonna copy it, and this is the homework value here. He made it work, and at this point, saving from that 3,000 gold deficit, Gen.G found kill after kill after kill, getting a 0-4 exchange. After this point, it has already tumbled back towards Gen.G. Whatever engage that they have, it's so easy for them to close out the game.
Yeah, SCARZ right now, I mean, that lineup, it's like very, very, it's like a cream-filled lineup, right? They're very squishy. If they get to that back line and they take you out one by one, there's really no way you can fight, right? You only had Aru with a Byron on the top, but once he was down, it was pretty much like, who's gonna just stand in front? Who can take any sort of blows? And it really kind of, we're going back to the draft, I felt like there were definitely some deficiencies here.
But still, you have to give props to SCARZ, right? Because one thing's for sure, even though maybe in terms of like the 10th minute mark or like the pick and bans, it wasn't the cleanest out of all these teams, but they did have an amazing early game challenging Gen.G and was always in the driving seat. But that is SCARZ versus Gen.G, with Gen.G closing the series 2-0. We'll catch you right after this break with the next series of the day.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go gain, the more that nothing stays the same in time. In time, can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes, gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up. 'Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down? Destiny is calling high and light. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Everything must have holds us. 'Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down? Destiny is calling high and light. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. It's our time to shine high and light. We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Honor of the crowd. Oh no, we don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, start to line.
Hello and welcome back to the second series of the day. My name is Holler. With me is Sagi, and we have another great series. Crazy Raccoon going up against Astar Esports. Your thoughts on this series, Sagi?
Astar needs to find that first victory towards KME, and Crazy Raccoon, they had a crazy performance coming into day number 1. They 2-0 CMF, they took one game off the KME Spring Champions Longshin Red Force. So coming to this series, Astar has a lot to prove against the likes of Crazy Raccoons.
Yeah, I was not really expecting that. I mean, we knew that the teams were definitely going to level up, but to Crazy Raccoons, for them to take that first game against Nongshim, that was a bit of a shocker in that sense. I don't think anyone really had that on their bingo card, but Crazy Raccoons are looking to kind of really shake things up in the KME here.
That's why they have crazy in their names, right? These bunch of raccoons, they are looking to tear up the entire KME here, but can Astar put a stop to it? I'm looking at the Clash Lane matchup here because, again, we keep talking about all these Clash Laners like Wawa, like Kill9. When we talk about Crazy Raccoon against Astar, we kind of have to put our focus against Abdo and Kai. But Astar will be coming right shortly as we look who is in their eventual lineup for this matchup. Let's go.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Oh, let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Oh, let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
Astar Esports, the Astromancer, of course, will be represented by Abdo, Jingtian, Vio, Mirage, and Zugzwang. This is a lineup that's kind of, been shaken up a bit. They have some members of R8 Esports and Abdo. They have Vicious Esports players as well. So this is a squad that's kind of, been built together, and it's built to win.
Yeah, built to win, especially when you put Jingtian into that factor. He has had a bit of these weird unconventional jungle picks like the Yao, like the Yang, for example, and he has found a bit of a success with these picks so far, but they have still yet to find success in their first win. Maybe the series will be the time that they find that first dub.
Yeah, the first time is the hardest, right? I think for this team, this is definitely one that's kind of trying to look for it, right? You still have to gel with one another. You still kind of need to have that feeling out process and making sure everybody's on the same page. Plus, you're going up against tier 1 squads, which is not an easy task.
Yeah, it's not an easy test. Right now, they're going up against the crazy Raccoons here, so they definitely have to bring their A game to finally find that first win, because it's not going to be an easy task. But with the likes of Abdo and Jingtian, especially in this roster, I do see potential in this roster to make it towards that group S.
Yeah, and if we're looking at the crazy Raccoon side, I mean, Kai is the only one that's kind of like sticking around from the previous iteration of this one. This is going to be a new one.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Oh, let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Oh, let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
And these is your crazy Raccoons, the CR Nation. Kai in the Clash lane, Kong, your carry in the jungle, Cliche, Nanohana, and Nia, comprising of the CR Nation here. What are your thoughts on this roster here, Holder?
I think that we see definitely some growth, right? I think being able to kind of take off a game even off Notion was something that was unheard of in the spring, right? Where they ended up 6th place in that KME. But going into this one, they had, again, a roster shakeup. Kai is still there. He's kind of spearheading this new team here and from the Clash lane. But the rest of these guys kind of really stepping up. I think that this is a squad that's really like when you're looking to kind of shake things up and to kind of have that new roster, the revamped one, this is one that could potentially make some waves here.
Yeah, potentially making some waves here will be crazy Raccoons here. And especially when we talk about this roster, we can't move our focus away from Kong. So far, he has had back-to-back MVPs from yesterday, even though that they lost against Nongshim Red Force in that final series, but they still did exceptionally well, dominating the game, and he was always there. His presence was always felt.
Yeah, and that's the scariest part, right? Again, the jungler, super key in ensuring that the team really has a great time. That's going to be a lane matchup to watch, Kong versus Jingtian, from both of these ones. But Astar Esports, again, you were talking about the fact that they're still trying to find their first win. They have, had not had the greatest of times. I mean, it's not easy to do, especially since you played against Gen.G Esports and R8 Esports, top 3 of the last KME.
Yeah, that is a rough part, right? Yet to meet Nongshim, but already losing out so many of these games. Also, Astar, they just recently lost to R8 yesterday off stream in the 1-2 fashion here. So, if it's a 1-2 scoreline, maybe they're about like 50 or 40, 60 sort of like challenge. So maybe Astar has what it takes as well to hit that top 3 marker.
Yeah, that's what you want to be aiming for, especially going into this one. But it looks like, you know, Crazy Raccoons did a little bit of research themselves, right? They know that Abdo really likes the Dharma. He definitely is a, you know, something that they'll look to pick almost all the time for him. They take it away, and Kai's like, give me that edge in the clash lane. I want the Dharma.
Yeah, I want the Dharma. I will show you what it means to show us the truth mantra here. And Kong once again showing us that Ukkyo Tachibana counter towards that pay here. He did this yesterday and he found a lot of success against none other than Nongshim Red Force jungler.
Yeah, but the biggest thing is going up against that pay in that lineup. You know that he's going to be looking to invade. You know that he's going to be kind of always lurking about, so to speak. But now that you have the Ukkyo, he was able to counter that, do that damage. But Astar Esports going with the Zhuangzi very early, right?
Yeah, they saw the Zhangfei, they saw the Dharma. They're like, okay, it's for us to show you what we learned from Gen.G Esports. We lock in that Zhuangzi here, but Zhuangzi is a special pick, right? Because on paper, yes, it's very good to counteract against crowd control, but you sacrifice one thing that roamers like to do, which is the engage factor here. Losing out that engage factor won't be something crucial for Astar that they need to cover from their other picks here.
It covers a lot, right? But this lineup is still squishy. They still need to figure out ways to kind of, you know, like how do they want to proceed going up into this lineup? Yes, you're going to have the Jingtian pay with that damage, and that's ideally where you want to be in the early game. But you know, you still need to get through the Dharma and the Zhangfei. You need to figure out a way to out-team fight this team.
They need to figure out how to out-team fight, and the early game as well, coming in from this Ukkyo Tachibana against K matchup. That will be a key focal point here coming in from both these two teams, especially when they rely so much on their junglers to bring out that tempo for the team.
I think it's going to be interesting, but the Mayan band, the Nua as well, for both from Crazy Raccoon, Astar, Ganen Mo, and the Gen.G. So it's funny that they picked the ban of the Gen.G. I think that this might be more because Nanohana really likes to play that one. It is a very you know, very versatile farm laner, but in a one-on-one matchup against Lung, I'm still giving the edge to Lung though.
Yeah, but it's Gen.G, right? He's one of those like marksmen that can go to tank build, that semi-tank build, so he's like innately tanky here. But judging from these bans, I kind of wonder, is Nanohana trying to pivot towards a consort U that is proven to be good against the Pei and the Long here? But he's proving me wrong. He wants to go for that Lady Sun.
So it's because, I mean, the counter you are just like more of the physical, right? There's still a decent amount of magical that you need to deal with. I don't think it's the greatest pick. And Lady Sun is more like well-rounded, definitely late game monster if you're able to get there. So kind of really setting it up, and plus you have that nice little backup of the Zhangfei. But yeah, it looks like they're going to pivot. They're going to go with a Flowborn Marksman. I'm going to wait for them to lock it in before we continue on with that.
Yeah, they're just baiting us, just like that Gao pick that they showed us last set. So it will be the Flowborn Marksman and Yi Xing here. So there is the combination of the Yi Xing into the Dharma ultimate combination. So we'll have to see how Astar plays around that Zhuangzi's disengage.
Yeah, and Astar, they're going to go with the Guan Yu, the Abdo. This is going to be an interesting one. Just how much space, how much, like, is he able to kind of get those flanks and just really set them up? Because, you know, this team fight from Crazy Raccoons is real. But if they're able to kind of isolate it, and it looks like they're going to pump fake me again, and they're going to go with a Fatih.
He goes in for that dribble, and he breaks your leg with that cross. So right now, he locks in that Fatih here. So Fatih makes a lot of sense as well, because you want to solo out targets like Kong and Kai, and Fatih brings that side lane tempo with the likes of the Pei to formulate this insane 2v2 matchup here. So coming in for Astar's draft, it's very well-rounded, but the damage department is very singular, very singular.
Oh, sorry, on which side is singular?
Astar.
Astar? I mean, I think that you still have a decent number, like the Lung Pei, Fatih can, in a certain way with those slashes, right? The amount of sustain, you could have that potential burst. But Crazy Raccoons, their lineup is all about this team fight. Is Zugzwang able to hit those perfect butterfly effects and ensuring that all of them stay alive? That's going to be key going into these team fights.
That's indeed going to be key. What is he going to butterfly effect? Is it going to be the Unbridled Outburst? Is it going to be the Truth Mantra? It's kind of a cat and mouse game whereby who gets that big engage first and who gets that pivotal CC cleanse coming in for Zugzwang.
Yeah, it's going to be important to set up, and that's why this is going to be probably an interesting game. I mean, going into this draft here, I mean, I really like how Kong played the Yukio yesterday, and to continue on with that, you know, that momentum of that win against Nongshim, and to kind of pull it out into this one where they're like, hey, we're comfortable on this hero. Most teams do not pick this as their first pick jungler for them, but Crazy Raccoon's looking to go crazy again.
Yeah, looking to go crazy again will be the Crazy Raccoons. Will the Astromancers be able to bounce back and get that first series victory? Or will the Raccoons show their craziness and stop them and once again push forwards in the ranking?
Yeah, second series of the day. I mean, going into this one, game one, super key, especially in a best of three. It's all about that momentum. Yeah, we've seen some 2-1s and teams being able to fight back, but you definitely want to be in the driver's seat going into game two. So they needed to really set themselves up for success here.
And this is what Kong always like to do, right? He always like to wait a bit. If Mirage or Apto goes for that insane trade, then he comes in with that cheese to catch you off guard. That is the style of Crazy Raccoon's jungle starting tempo.
Yeah, he actually, Kong is just in the bottom lane, right? He'll get to his own buffs and the Azure Golem, Crimson Golems later. I mean, he just wants to set it up, ensure that they get the Firehawk. Again, that was only spawns once in a game, and to kind of get that lead could be key in the early game.
Yeah, it could be key in the early game since that is one of the neutral objectives that you need to secure for that AoE goal towards the whole team.
Yeah, but look at this top lane here. It looks like Astar looking to take this Sprite. Yeah, we'll spot this one out. So, again, just a little bit of rotations. We're going to see a one-on-one in the farm lane, and the roamers are going to live up to their name, and they're going to roam early.
Yeah, roam early secured yet another neutral objective coming in from Crazy Raccoons here. So far this early game, favoring the Raccoons much more than the Astromancers.
And Astar, though, finding out Kai. They have 3 members. This is pretty much a huge commitment, but they're not going to gain anything as Kai Formlessness is away.
Yeah, Formlessness mantra dashes to safety here. Doesn't even need to burn the common spell flash here. Perfectly played from the side of Crazy Raccoon's Kai.
Yeah, Kong is joined, and Zugzwang is like, okay, well, they got the numbers advantage. Let's respect that. Let's back off here. And he's going to make his way bottom now. But look at how Nya is sticking around in that mid lane. And again, Crazy Raccoons contesting almost everything.
Yeah, they are very aggressive coming towards this early game. They want money. They want all the scraps that they can get here. And that is how Raccoons feed on themselves, right? So right now, coming to this lineup here, I gotta say, Nano Hana is coming uncontested into this matchup, which is a bit of a bad news for Astar.
Yeah, not great. I'm still always going to give the edge to Loon at the end of the day. As just a hero, obviously the players are a little bit different, but the Flaming Palm onto Nano Hana, he's going to eat that one. He's going to limp away.
Yeah, the Frigid Prison does land its mark here, so a bit of a poke here on towards Nano Hana's health here, but using that flow, it allows Nano Hana to heal back up to full in just a short few moments here. So right now, we need to see where is the tempo here coming in from Jingtian, where is the first engage from this page.
Yeah, Kai not looking to give up the Sprite for free. This will set things up. He's looking to steal that one, and I think he did with the Enlightenment. And now Cliché will join, not able to get the bounce back on the Zugzwang, and they will both walk away.
They'll both walk away, but they walk away shamefully because yet once again, how many of these Space Sprite can you give away right now? Crazy Raccoon 0-0 already. A 600 gold lead. No, 1,000 gold lead already for the Raccoons.
Yeah, this is a great start for them. I mean, just being, they were very smart and just being able to extract as much off the map as possible, looking to even take away the Firehawk there, the Pheasant. But look at this bottom lane. The Winter is here. They're going to zone away. One way to get back is to take down towers, and they're just going to chip away at this bottom tier 1 here.
But hey, it's well played by Nano Hana, right? As long as you don't die, you get away safely with a Kong here. Might find Jingtian here as both of them. No, just Jingtian alone. Burns the Smite before the 4th minute Tyrant. That's gonna be spawned in just a few moments.
Yeah, that's gonna be huge for them. I mean, they can't really fight, but they need to contest. And I mean, Crazy Raccoons, if they spot this one out, they're gonna look to just kind of force this one down. I don't think that they really can do anything. Astar Esports, that is. And it looks like they're gonna take the first Pirates of the game for free because maybe a misclick there by Jingtian.
And maybe a misclick here, or to get that extra movement speed to bail out from that engage potentially from Kong here. But it's still a decent trade-off here as Kong and Crazy Raccoon get that Tyrant. And right now, they're much more in the driver's seat here. It's still 0-0, no kills blown out yet, but you might be seeing all these jungle invasions here with Crazy Raccoons with that Tyrant buff.
Look at how Zugzwang is always in the top lane with Abdo. They're trying to prioritize Abdo and just try to limit Kai as much as possible. He's kind of been sticking around quite a bit. I mean, good and bad, but the bad mostly being that they haven't been able to get any sort of kill in this, that attempted gank in the top lane.
Yeah, all these attempted gank towards the top lane here haven't been proven beneficial for any of these teams, but Crazy Raccoons securing more of these objectives in the enemy jungle, but we see a bit of a board and a game on the top side.
Oh, Jingtian with a perfect play, going in for this one. The nice little timing, the nice little knock-up, and the slashes are on point. Abdo gets first blood.
It's a good revisit here coming in from Jingtian, right? Because Kai burnt flash from that initial 4-minute mark here, and right now, he got punished and he overextended here, giving out that first blood back towards Astar that they desperately need to get back to that driver's seat.
Yeah, it's huge for them, right? Astar being able to just kind of be able to go, but Jingtian with a nice rotation, perfectly timed. I mean, he's going to eat some tower shots, but they're going to take top T1 down. Look at it, trade with the bot.
1-for-1 exchanger, but still, good rotation so far coming from both BCT and Abdo gets locked in.
Yeah, he gets locked in, looks to turn this around. The Umbrella Outburst on the pushback. Abdo gets picked off. What a nice play by Nya, making sure that it's going to be on point. The Winter is here, zoning them, and it looks like they've gotten what they've wanted, and they will disengage.
It was originally a tower-for-tower exchanger, but I didn't know Crazy Raccoon signed up for that buy one free one promotion here, so they got one Abdo for free.
Yeah, they'll take that one. I mean, it was one of those things, they didn't read the fine print, but they'll take that one. Any sort of freebie that they can get, they'll ensure that they'll take this one.
It's those fine prints printed right below on that coupon with that small written text here. So
nobody's reading it.
Nobody's reading it, but Crazy Raccoon got that benefit. They got that tower. They got Abdo. Right now, we see a 50-50 in terms of the scoreline here. Nobody in charge of the game as of this point.
Nobody's in charge for sure. I mean, the net worth is literally tied at this point. But again, it's all about the towers for me, right? And being able to just take one down. I mean, you're seeing the pressure by Abdo in the bottom lane, doing a great job of that space. But Crazy Raccoons, perfectly reactive, right? They're taking the top T1 themselves.
Yeah, top T1 for Crazy Raccoons, bottom T1 for the side of Astar Esports. Right now, we see Crazy Raccoons starting this Vanguard with no contention here coming in for the side of Astar here. So right now, who will pull the trigger coming in towards this mid-game here as Kong going in for that poke?
Going in for the poke, but not really. Oh, he decides to go back in with that Umbrella Outburst. Is going to be right on point with the World is my board, setting it up. The Flaming Palm is going to do some work. Not able to get the pick, though, and it looks like they're going to get Abdo. He's going to be down for the count. Jingtian, these slashes are starting to hurt. They're taking liberties, pushing back Jingtian, but they're not going to get anything in return.
But very crucial play here coming in from Kong, right? Because he went in, he went for the poke, and when he bailed out, Butterfly Effect has been baited from the side of Zugzwang. And when you know that spell is off cooldown, who's gonna come in? It's gonna be Kai on that Dharma. That's why Abdo got sent to the grave.
Yeah, just really well played there. I mean, Astar, they're going to kind of force the issue a bit, put the pressure on. But with these Vanguards kind of crashing in, that was definitely in favor of Crazy Raccoon.
So far, it seems to be the case. 1,000 gold lead in favor of the side of the Raccoons. So far, jungle control is still 50-50 between both these two teams here. I do want to see how they formulate around that Shadow Tyrant fight. That may be the breaking point of both of these two teams.
Might be, especially since the next Tyrant is going to be up in about 5 seconds, so they can make a push with that. The mid T1 potentially vulnerable. They need to deal with that Vanguard from Astar.
So Astar here, they are looking for a backup potential here, and they do not want to contest for this Tyrant because they know at this point
has been defeated.
EQ Tachibana is so darn strong here, but the board goes through and locks in the Zhuangzi.
Oh, they've got two actually in this one. Zugzwang is in a bad spot, but they're not going to go for this one. Jingtian is going to join the Umbrella Outburst, used it defensively. They've got the pick up on the cliche. Hana gets picked off as well, and Jingtian is doing the damage. He's got a double kill. Looking to just continue on, maybe go for Kai. That's the biggest target. Yeah, going to be left for dead. He gets killed, but the triple kill going the way of Jingtian, and they get the ace.
Perfect ace coming in for the side of Astar Esports. The Astro Masters comes in clutch. Jingtian with a triple kill and Mirage with that double kill. If you keep these two marksmen unchecked, they will tear a hole towards your team, and that is what happened here. Check out this replay here. Even though the board catches on 2, this beautiful engage coming from Astar, immediately slicing Cliche and Nanohana, serving them on a silver platter for Gen.G. At this point, no damage units available, Kong was left to burn and no further follow-up. Everyone was just waiting for Gen.G's Kong to bear onto them.
Way too much damage. And I mean, I hate to point out what you were saying earlier in the pregame, but you're like, you know, the very focused damage. But man, everybody's got damage on this team from Astar, right? This is a lineup that if you know, Jingtian, Vio, and Mirage are able to stay alive and just kind of constantly cycle their spells, they're going to do quite a bit. And Crazy Raccoon need to respect that damage.
So far, they're not respecting the damage, that's why they got horribly aced in that point here, but the Raccoons are crazy, they might find a potential engage as Jing gets caught out.
Oh, they find him with that umbrella outburst. They're stacking it. It's a stampede right on top, but he pounces back to safety. He's going to be fine. And now they're going to look to turn. The board is not going to be hitting. The world, the Winter is here is going to be used, but just more zoning. And Kai looking to join the fight. Tries to go for the Formlessness. He's going to be backing off as well.
So Kai here will be a pivotal effect here, right? So right now, there's no butterfly effect here coming in from Zugzwang here. So this is the perfect timer. Kai's splash is almost off cooldown, probably in about 15 seconds here. So if he can find that backlight engage, this will be big for Crazy Raccoons.
That would be perfect. I mean, the Tyrant is still going to be there. Kong is looking to just wrap around, but he's going to find Jingtian in the bottom part of the barrage. They're going to look to just duel. Jingtian is taking a lot of damage. He's going to get shut down. Nanohana makes him pay. The world is my board, locking in the rest of them. So they isolate Abdo. They're trying to force it down. The infinite fastness has to be used aggressively. Finds the pick off on the Cliche. Kong is down for the count as well as Nia. And they've got 4 members. And Nanohana fight first life. They've got 3 members, but nobody wants any of this action. Nanohana is going to be left alone.
Yeah, he's left alone because he's still so strong. He single-handedly forced Mirage, VO, and Zugzwang away from this contention here. And he has to tread the needle carefully as all these spells are landing on towards this Soul Marksman coming in from Crazy Raccoons.
No jungler of Jangtown was looked to just join the fight as quickly as possible, but they're going to try to force down this Tyrant as quickly as possible. Nanohana looking to wrap around, spots it out. It's all the way on the edge, but Nanohana decided to go in for this. Trying to fight this 1 versus 4, doesn't get the pick off, and Mirage will get the Tyrant, and he pays with his life, just playing with fire.
Playing with fire, and you get burned here. Nanohana with the over-optimistic play here on towards Astar Esports. It was so good until it looked so bad. But check out this replay here as we see. Jing was the first one to get off here, but Kai here once again finding the marker onto Abdo. That is not the target you want to be focusing. Even though Zugzwang has no ultimate in this team fight, you have to find VO and Mirage. That's a difference maker here, but look at Kai here, might be caught out.
Yeah, might be cut out. He's just trying to run for his life. But the Leaping Savior keeping him alive. Oh, he's done such a great job. He will survive. And oh, but the Winter is here right on top. Now the Umbrella Outburst is going to be used, and they're continuing to chase him down. Cliche is somehow still alive. And Jingtian tried to play with fire on that one. Yet again, he gets burned.
Yeah, he gets burned, and right now it's still a 1-for-1 exchange here. Mind you, I do think it's a worthy trade coming in for the Raccoons because this is under the influence of the Shadow Tyrant here. Without the jungler, this gives Crazy Raccoons a B route straight towards this Shadow Vanguard.
This is an opening. This is not where you want to be if you're an Astar Esports fan. Jingtian down for about 13 seconds, but they're going to just push them away. The Overlord continuing on. Mirage is looking to go for the steal, but Kong's got that smite. There's no way you outsmite him.
No way you outsmite him, but Invisible Fast comes back down.
Yeah, Abdo's still up in front. Got the slashes. The Leaping Savior on to Nanohana, who's barely surviving. No, he gets picked off. Mirage with the final shot. Gets him as well as Cliche.
Red team has taken down, 3 men down already, coming in for Crazy Raccoons. They can call final redemption kill. He goes in for the kill, he goes in for the slashes, but he gets taken down as well on the hands of Abdo.
Okay, so if there's any small condolence to Crazy Raccoon, is that they haven't been giving up any sort of aces. They've only given up 4 members when they lose in a team fight. So I guess that's a silver lining at the end of the day. But again, Star Esports really outplaying them. They're doing a great job at just picking people off. The target prioritization has been on point.
On-point target prioritization here. Even though Jing was nowhere to be seen here, that's why we prize Abdo for being one of these top-tier class mainers coming into KME. He always finds these angles to single-handedly slice Nanohana or to mimic Kong from these team fights. That's what makes him such a good player.
Yeah, he's so good. I mean, all eyes on him in terms of just setting up the play. But Kai looking to go in, gets the truth right onto him. And it looks like the Formless is away. Or sorry, the pounce away by Jingtian. He somehow survives with that Blood Rage. That was super close.
1 HP escape here coming from Jing. Like you mentioned, that clutch blood rage saved him from disaster here. That could have been a 4v5 situation in favor of Crazy Raccoons here. But thanks to some fast fingers here coming from Jing, he bails himself out from that situation.
Oh man, my butts were clenched on that one. It was just like, that was so close. I thought he was going to be killed there. And Crazy Raccoon, I mean, if they get that pick off, they change the dynamic of this game quite a bit. But now they need to find a way to get back in. They need some sort of pick off. Finding Jingtian would have been gravy, but they need something else at this point.
They indeed need something else. And look at Kai right now, securing this priority against Abdul here. But in a 1v1 scenario, I don't think Kai can win this.
I don't think he can as well. I mean, he's going to be ganged up on. VO was potentially going in for that gank as well, but they're going to back off at this point. But now, this is the moment. Crazy Raccoon finding Zugzwang, not really the target you want.
Not really a target you want, but it will be great if you can force out that butterfly effect against this Zhuangzi here. But the focus will fall onto this Shadow Tyrant that has just freshly spawned towards the spot south of the river.
This could be a key moment. Kong knowing the repercussions of giving up yet another big neutral. It would be huge here if they do that. So they need to find a way either to take it themselves, maybe get a steal.
Maybe get a steal here as we see 5 men on the side of Astar Esports securing this river control here. What is the call here, Crazy Raccoon? Where is the potential engage?
Yeah, with that scouting, he's still up in front. Abdo's going to be backing off as well. Doesn't really want to kind of give this one up. It's all about the vision, being able to push them across. Mirage is in the bottom lane, something to take note of here.
But good news for Crazy Raccoons though, Astar's Abdo is insanely low and he has to go for a recall here. This gives the Raccoon the control that they need on this Tyrant here. On the front, it's a 4v5 in favor of the Raccoons.
Oh, the world is my board, catching out Zugzwang. They don't actually want to continue on. It's more for spacing more than anything else. They're going to take up the Shadow Tyrant here.
Well played by the Raccoons. They force out Abdo. Abdo had like what, 30% HP. He is no longer relevant in the team fight here. That gives all the space for the Raccoons here as it might not just be the end as they want to look for a fight onto Abdo.
Oh, Abdo and Kong and the rest of them. The flash away, Abdo, but here come the reinforcements, and they're looking to go in for this. The pounce away, keeping Jingtian alive. The Umbrella Outburst on to 2. Not able to find him, but Jingtian is actually looking to go in. Sage's Sanctuary on top of this one. With that Enlightenment, doing some serious work. Kai has been killed with 3 members down from Astar, and Crazy Raccoon find yet another. The only one standing is Abdo.
Still was the first one to get engaged on, but the 4 cavalry members here get taken down one after another and the other here. The Crazy Raccoons are proven to be crazy here, and I love that engager coming in from Nia. 3 men of Bridal Outburst seal the fate of the Astar Esports Club. Right now, we're seeing potential Hail Mary push on this last play.
I mean, they might decide to go for this one. They're looking to do that damage. The board has been set up. Kong is actually getting a little bit low. They want to go for this one because Abdo is trying to cut the creeps, but Abdo gets focused, and it looks like Crazy Raccoons with an amazing comeback will take game 1.
That was an insane coming in for the Crazy Raccoons here. For that 5 last minions here, Abdo went for assassination mission on these last minions here. The last one had like what, 5% HP, and they still managed to make that insane comeback.
What a great game there by Crazy Raccoon. The never say die attitude, just being able to bounce back. Oh, that's all it took. What a great game, and to set things off for this, of course, the second series of today.
That's gonna be painful for the side of Astar Esports. They had such an amazing early to mid game just to lose out on those final few moments.
But it was all about that team fight, right? I mean, the Umbrella Outburst, the Nia, which is the Zhang Fei plays, just being able to be on point. The world is my board, the truce, everything, that was that moment, right? So you always need to respect the team fight that, you know, Crazy Raccoons can bring. So for them to kind of come back in that one, that was the only option of how they could get back in.
Yeah, and I gotta give props to Crazy Raccoons, right? The last 3 minutes of their gameplay, they forced out Abdo towards the top side with very low health, and then they got that Shadow Tyrant, which was the key factor in why they could win all these team fights. The extra damage from this Shadow objective was so crucial in allowing Crazy Raccoons. So what? They are losing like 3,000 to 4,000 gold. That Tyrant was a game changer.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely a game changer on that one, but you can't give any sort of, you know, chances for the enemy team to get back in. If you're going to go for a team fight, understand the strength. You still need to respect, you know, like the heroes that they have, how the Umbrella Outburst, game changer, right? We'll see it in the highlights and that setup, because that really could just completely change that game once you won that one team fight.
That one team fight made wonders here, and let's check out the post-game stats real quick as Kong and Nano Hannah and Cliche were the pivotal members here, but the final unbridled outburst coming in from Nia was so darn beautiful.
So darn beautiful. But what else is beautiful? Mirage's KDA 8-1-2. But unfortunately for them, that one death was all it took. I mean, that was the amount of time that Crazy Raccoon needed just to kind of go mid and end, right? And being able to do it, that was the perfect team play. And then, again, the never say die attitude from this Crazy Raccoon squad.
Yeah, they are not fearful. Every death just makes them stronger here. And just look at the damage department coming in from Crazy Raccoons here. Kong being on the aggressive end, finding those pokes, forcing out these key spells here. And Nano Hannah, gotta give props to this young guy. He's been finding all these long-range damage consistently with the good positioning.
Yeah, great positioning. And there was just a lot of respect from Astar. They were not able to fight him, to like pin him down. I mean, Kong was kind of focused because he was definitely very aggressive, but this is a weird goal graph. You're thinking, that's a lot of red, but actually it's about that one team fight at the very end, and then you have a little bit of blue, and that's all you need for Crazy Raccoon.
But still manageable, right? It's about like what, 3 to 4k gold lead. It's still manageable due to the fact that Crazy Raccoons secured that one Shadow Tyrant. That gave them about what, 3,000 combat buff in terms of gold, which allowed them to do wonders in their last team fight. And that showed that little peak of that blue mountain for the side of the CR Nation.
It really wasn't a mountain, it was more of like an anthill more than anything else, but that's all you need to kind of pull that one out, because again, it was very close, but the MVP, of course, it's going to be Kong here. He was an absolute menace on the Yukio with his 5.36 KDA.
He was an absolute menace, like you mentioned. He did all these plays so well, and he was the anchor of the team, right? He was at the front, he was looking for assassinations, getting all these early game objectives. He was all around the gorge.
Yeah, he was definitely had that impact. And wherever he was going, and this is kind of why they like to kind of prioritize him on this Yukio. It was like one of the first picks that they wanted to go. But this is kind of where the Astar Esports lineup were doing well. I mean, they were able to kind of get those pickoffs. Gen.G was starting to turn it up. He had some serious kills on this point. Just cleaning house. They had multiple, like 4-man, team wins in that sense, of those team kills. Just did a great job of setting themselves for the potential late game, but unfortunately things faltered then.
Yeah, things did falter, and sometimes Gen.G may be overcommitting himself, but to be true, Mirage was the benefactor of all these plays, because Gen.G was absorbing all these spells, allowing Mirage in all these plays to really blossom with this long.
Yeah, did a great job. I mean, Mirage was literally trying to carry them as much as possible, but I mean, Astar just finding it out. But check out this unbridled outburst. It was absolutely insane. The disengage is right about to happen, and then you see Nia, boom, push back, and then Kong with that damage, and then it's pretty much all she wrote once Gen.G was down. Sage's Sanctuary, it takes forever to come back and move this one.
And towards the backline, I think Mirage was trying to find like that crucial backline assassination. He got bursted down even before he could press that infinite vastness here. So a bit of a shake-up here. Yes, he had the 8-1-2 KDA, but dying at the final moment, not the best outcome.
Yeah, but nobody chooses to die at that moment. I think it was more of like unlucky for them, but just a really great game by Crazy Raccoon being able to bounce back. But let's see how they bounce back in game 2, but after this break.
my way, on my way. Find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I fight it never fail. I'm a contender. And try can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Grenadity. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
Crazy Raccoons pulling out the comeback, the ultimate, dare I say, disrespectful win on that one, because it seemed like Astar Esports had everything in the bag, everything was going their way, but just that one-time final team fight, and Crazy Raccoons being able to bounce back here.
So HOK is such a competitive game here. You cannot slack any moment here. That focus gotta be high, so you don't really drop yourself in decent moments in such sad comeback materials here, especially if you are Astar Esports. You're gonna be like, oh man, we had such a big lead that we fumbled.
Yeah, it's got to be a feels bad man, right? But look, it is unfortunate to be in that situation when everything was going well, and yes, we're gonna have to check the replay as how do we bounce back from a loss like that. But now is not the time, right? Right now is about just focusing on game 2, putting your best foot forward, get yourself in the same position. Hopefully you'll be able to close things out. But closing out games, not easy to do, especially against a top tier team like Crazy Raccoons here.
Yeah, it's not easy to do, especially even when Crazy Raccoons were losing out 3,000 to 4,000 gold. You can see the map control was always a 50-50 divide here. Raccoons were not really voluntarily giving up space, they were always challenging Astar for that control.
Yeah, they were controlling they were looking for everything. They were contesting, they were trying to be, claw their way back in this game and whatever they could have done. And that was pretty much it, right? This is a team that's showing a lot of resilience, being able to take off that first game, which, to be honest, they probably didn't earn, but they owned it in the end because they were able to just kind of come back from the depths of hell, so to speak, and really take it to Astar Esports here.
Yeah, Astar Esports coming to game number 2, I do think that their drop had not much of an issue, but they will have to revisit back to the overall game plan, especially how they formulate these team fights, because right now, we're seeing an Arlie being locked in as the first pick for Astar Esports.
Yeah, it's going to be on Mirage, obviously, but, this is a great, if you're able to play the Arlie, which is very mechanically difficult, you're going to have a good time, right? He has a lot of potential in terms of damage, mobility, everything that you want from a farm laner, and just being able to stay alive. I think Mirage is more than up to the task of being able to play this Arlie here.
Yep, he will have to show his worth on this Arlie, because so far in the KME, the Arlies haven't been the best of the best performances, so we are yet to see a very good Arlie showcase us the potential of this high mechanical prowess pick here. But on the side of Crazy Raccoons, once again, Kong revisits his favorite Fade pick.
Yeah, and normally I always make the joke that I like my favorite, the dual combination of Dune and Dolia, the double Ds, but the double Fs are even better. Fade and Fati, what could you ask for? This is a nice little 1-2 combination in that Clash and Jungle here.
Nice combination of the Clash and Jungle here, and Fati is known as a counter against the Arlie here. Once you get caught in that third knockup, you're gonna see some slices on towards this Arlie here, so positioning will be key for Mirage in this game. On the flip side for Astar, we see a Majid and Lianpo here, so a lot of these backline assassination, high bursts here coming in from the Clash lanes. The marksmen will have to take care of their positioning.
Need to stay alive more than anything else. I mean, let Lian Po kind of shield you as much as possible, stay alive. But in the same way, farm lane for farm lane, those guys have their own get out of jail free cards. But it really, for me, it's about this Fade. How is he going to be able to play Kong? Is he able to really just step up and to do all that damage? And he's going to be like a high flying assassin. It's going to be fun to watch, but he needs to be careful he doesn't fall on his face.
So far, from yesterday's performance, even though he was losing against Gongshi Red Force, he has found moments where he assassinated Siri in all those team fights. So, Kong on this Fade, pretty promising here. It's just that we need to see how they formulate that team composition revolving around so many of these carries coming to pick number 1, 2, 3 being long, Fade, and Fatigue for the Raccoons.
Yeah, and that was kind of the issue with the last series against Dongshin when they pulled out the Fade, is that they were actually behind and they really couldn't get going. So they kind of struggled in that one. But, I mean, the Lady Jean going to be picked up here, kind of really solidifying the mid lane.
Yep, Lady Zen is always a decent pickup here, especially when the enemy wants to hard dive and commit onto you. But Lady Zen here, what is it looking to counter in towards the jungle here? Auburn has been banned out. So potentially the Dun? Maybe.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, they're going to go with the Shu to kind of potentially just at least deal with the mid lane, a little bit of control, the damage that you kind of need. Very support mage style. I'm kind of seeing a little bit of lacking in the damage department from the Astar Esports, which kind of worries me.
They will need an assassin to cover up for that last pick here, because if you pick up the Shi, usually you're a utility side, you give up resources, you need that jungle assassin or that carry in this pick to really get that carry on. But what is this that we're looking at? A Gao and a Shi in the same picture?
There's no way that they're locking these two in, right? Oh yeah, they're gonna definitely change it up, the Liu Bang. But it's more about survivability. Yes, you have that tank, but man, this team is really lacking in terms of the damage department. It's literally a 4 protect 1, which kind of worries me, because Crazy Raccoons, like, yeah, they're not the tankiest of bunches, but it's still not going to be an easy, just like, you know, team fight.
It's an early jungle, if I'm not mistaken, as of this point here. So Mayin and Liu Bang will be your side lanes, or even Lian Po, and then you let the early farm up all the resource around the map. Like you mentioned, it's a 4-for-1 cover in terms of the side of Astar Esports. I'm interested for our first early jungle of this game, if I'm not mistaken here.
I mean, it makes sense. It will be interesting. To be honest, I don't think I've seen it on the Honor of Kings Esports stage. But it looks like, no, they're going to go Mirage farm lane. Jing Tian, they're going to put the Mayin as the jungler. Okay, that, I mean, it's still not something that I've seen. But I do think it's, you gotta have 2 damage dealers, and I think that this is probably the way they're best mitigating, by playing the Mayin in that jungle instead.
Maybe it's a mispick here, but mispicks tend to happen, but they can prove me wrong. Maybe it's in their strategy to have a Mayin jungle here. It will be interesting, and I'm looking and waiting to see what Jinkin has in store to cook for us, because he was the one to bring in that Yang jungle, and he was the one to also bring in that Yao jungle. Adding into his arsenal will be another Mayin jungle pick here. This man is cooking.
Yeah, he's cooking something, that's for sure. I think it's like chaos at this point. I think they were like, hey, you know, how can they outpick us if we don't know what we're picking, right? I think that going into this one, it will be key. This is going to be an interesting lineup from Astar Esports. Very unconventional, but I'm happy to see it here in the ranking week.
Hey man, KME ranking week is either you pulled up all of the cards or you pull out none here. For the side of Jing Tian here, he's showing us more of his cards here. So Mayin going into the jungle here. I'm not a big Mayin player, so I'm not sure how well is the jungle clear here, but I'm pretty sure if he picks it out in a competitive game, he has something in store for us.
Okay, but Mayin brings a lot. There's a lot of, like, you know, the mobility, being able to dash on, get on top of the somewhat squishier lineup of Crazy Raccoon. You have that potential, especially come team fight when you can get serious, you have those whatevers with those pulls, so that it makes sense in that regard. Is this something that we'll see often? We're going to have to find out in Game 2 here.
Yeah, we have to find out here. And so far, we see Astar's Mirage on the early. You're going for that early game mid rotation here, allowing him to take that mid wave, take that bot wave, and also that stack and kill pieces. So coming on towards this early game, this early will have a accelerated growth towards that first item, be it the Spark Forge or be it that Doomsday.
Yeah, Mirage cannot die early. I think that that's the biggest thing. He needs to stay alive more than anything else. He needs to keep farm, keep on pace with Nanohana. I think that he's up to the task. He's proven that in game 1. But if Mirage dies early, this could just completely crumble. Because Jiangtian, yes, he can get all the items and do some damage, but you still need somebody to help support with that damage. And Mirage is going to be the only one.
Yeah, well said here. And Mirage might be going for that item build here as Kong gets taken down from that wall here. Oh, so I guess I see some form of interaction here, but if fight breaks through, Kong might be caught out.
Not going to find it. Abdo is just going to be left wanting, so to speak. Kong is going to be fine, but walk me through the interaction.
So the interaction is like this. So when you pick the Majin, you want to use your spell 2 twice to kick Kong down from the wall here. So usual knockbacks, it won't kick him down, but the Majin knockdowns will kick this Fate from the wall. So I guess that's the reasoning why we see a Majin jungle.
Okay, it's interesting. I mean, as a counter to the Kong Fade, it's going to be interesting. Like, if he's able to knock him down off the wall enough, right? At the perfect moment where, and Kong is not able to get the initiation himself. If he gets the jump, I mean, this is a SCARZ Esports lineup. Yeah, the Battlefield Command, but there are definitely some squishier, members on this team.
Exactly the case here. So Jingtian's job will be to man Mark Kong on towards his Fate here. So there's less of a threat coming in for the side of Kong or for the side of Crazy Raccoon here. So an Abdo won't be this Battlefield Command here getting all these saves here.
Oh, Kong doing some work on a VO. He's going to take some damage on his way out, but Crazy Raccoon not able to find that pick. 3 minutes in, ideally you want one going into that 4-minute mark with those Tyrants.
But hey, that's a flash being 3% of VO here. 2 minutes down on that flash. If it's a 4th-minute Tyrant, he will not have that flash for the next fight here. He might be the next target for the upcoming team fight.
Yeah, I think that it would be huge for them if they're able to do this. But, Zhuang, because scouting things out, he's going to be looking, into that river with Nya. They're just going to trade a little bit of blows more than anything else, but it's like a pillow fight at the end of the day.
Yeah, pillow fight here, chunking down HP bars here for the side of Zhuang and Jingtian here. So coming into this 4th-minute mark, I want to see what these teams have in store for us, as Mirage might be caught in a bad spot here as he's forced to back off.
He's going to be backing off because he knows that the rotation was looking to go bottom, but Zhuang, look at his positioning. He's going to get scouted out. He's going to be given up first blood, walked into that ambush.
Yeah, walk into that ambush here, and 4th-minute mark is the designated timer for that Shadow Tyrant here. But Jingtian goes there.
Battlefield Command. He's going to use his passive, but it looks like Nia is going to be picked off. Abdo just has to flash away. He's going to get to safety, but they did get a return kill in a row.
On a roll indeed, and bot side almost Nanohana gets taken down. Almost just a pinch of health here as he escapes, soaring to the sky.
Oh my gosh, you breathe on Nanohana and he dies. He was so close. That was the absolute limit. And they're going to go golden. But okay, this is something that we need to take note of, is every time Kong, he has that Jade, the Hardened Jade seal, he can almost take every big neutral, assuming he's within the vicinity. So they need to be careful, and Astar Esports need to play around this, understanding that, they're not going to be getting these, potential Devilish Dragons maybe.
Akai here getting forced out of his flash already by the Silk Imprint here. So good roam here coming in from VO here, and I like to point out the fact of the Hardened Seal Jade here. It's more of a cheat code per se that he can really secure these buffs, objectives, or even kills if it goes into the execution route like this.
Yeah, he's going to take all the buffs, almost everything that you want, whenever it's off cooldown. So he needs to be smart, play around that more than anything else. But Kong, this is the guy. Like, we saw this, he played it against the Nongshim yesterday, but he wasn't able to get going because they're so far behind. But here we go, Astar Esports looking to get the jump. They get the pull back. They find Nya, who actually gets the bitter farewell on top, knocking them back. But now Kong, with a heroic recovery, shows up, gets that pick off. Jingtown has been killed, and now Astar Esports on the run. Crazy Raccoons want more, and they find him. They get the pick off on the Zhuang as well.
2 for none exchange coming in from Raccoons as they are also knocking on towards that mid-lane tower here. Utilizing this rotation here, they come out huge with a 2,300 gold here. Mid-tower, bot tower, and they are looking hella hungry.
Yeah, they're taking all the towers at that point. Kai wasn't even in the fight, but Kong, that perfect timing of being able to just be there at the right time, getting that pick off, and then again, converting it into towers, absolutely huge for Crazy Raccoon as they've grown this lead to about 2.5k.
Yeah, 2.5k lead already at 6-minute mark here. We might see VO here pull up something against Nanohana, but it is not the case here. On the cross mat, however, Mirage takes a kill on towards a flashless Kai.
Okay, I think I complimented Kai, so that was like why he died, but I mean, Kai got caught out. They get the revenge kill Astar Esports. That's a good way of ensuring that they kind of come back into this. You want to take away space. You want to be putting the pressure on to Crazy Raccoon where they don't really have much space to farm.
But so far, the Raccoons have a decent control all towards the game here as we see a bit of a pull here all towards Nya here. But Nya has the boost of resistance here, gets the bail out safely.
Yeah, gets baited out, but the Battlefield Command on top of Zugzwang, and then Abdo's gonna show up. He's gonna take some shots from Kong, but this Overlord getting in on the action as well. Astar Esports, yes, they're kind of grouping around, but Zugzwang is actually gonna recall back.
And Zug's not going to recall back here, but that means there's no Battlefield Command coming in for the next 30 to 40 seconds here. That is a major cooldown here. Look at Kong. He has that Hardy Jet already for the next engage.
Potential, the infinite vastness. The orb is going to be sent out. He's going to just dodge that one. Nanohana stays alive, which is key. He's baiting spells out as well and creating space in the bottom lane. Kai looking to take this bottom T2, and here come the rest of Crazy Raccoon looking to go, but they're looking to turn this one, and now all night Tremor Smash on to 2. Kai has to flash back. Kong, though, he might actually be picked off. He does trade his life away for Abdo.
1-for-1 exchange in the top and jungle department here as G sacks Kong down towards the river here. But look at mid lane. Nanohana has no infinite advantage here. He has to walk away to safety.
Needs to stay alive more than anything else. When you don't have that spell, that infinite fastness, you gotta play safe. And I mean, Kong was being aggressive. Yes, he did get the pick off onto Abdo, but is that really the target that you're looking for? I would think a Jingtian or a Mirage would have been a better one.
You could have said it even better here, Holler. So, taking Abdo, you're just taking away a semi-support away from the map here. So if you are Kong, a carry jungle, not the best way of falling hands towards a predator.
Yeah, I think that the target prioritization has got to be on key. Like, you cannot trade away your life. He had some of the most farm. He's like the highest level in this game, and you're trading your life away for, again, as you said it, like a semi-support, right? So you got to, again, just choose your targets a little bit better. Kong, you got to stay alive.
Kong, you gotta stay alive, but staying alive is that goalie of that 2,004 side of Crazy Raccoon. At least another engagement.
Battlefield Command right on top of this one, but he stuck around too far. Jingtian actually gets picked off. The Tremor Smash is gonna be real though, but Crazy Raccoon's very low. Neo is very low himself. He's gonna get slashed, and he does get picked off by Nanohana. And now Kong just trying to turn this around, goes hard and jailed still, gets the triple.
Gets the triple, gets the ace, and that is a 0-5 exchange for the Raccoons. They come up on top once again, and I gotta say, Nanohana finding that assassination onto Mirage was just the icing to the cake.
Yeah, absolutely perfectly played there. Just Crazy Raccoons, I mean, not losing anybody. Yes, they were very low, but they were baiting things out all over the place. And now they're going to turn these into towers. They take the mid T3 and potentially the bottom, and I don't think Jingtian can actually defend. No, he will barely hold on. No, he goes down by the last catapult with the MVP of this game thus far.
That's not even 10 minutes of the game here, Holler, and already 2 tier 3s fall in favor of Crazy Raccoons. They are crazy coming into this game number 2.
Absolutely crazy here. I mean, just checking out this replay, it looked potentially good with that Battlefield Command, but man, Crazy Raccoons, the way they disengage and they go right back in, finding the people that are out of position, very smartly played. Look at how low they are.
Look at how low they are, and Nanohana comes in for the execution here, and even though Kong was solo, he still has built-in sustain on towards this fate here. That's why he could have lasted so long in these team fights.
Yeah, now the Shadow Tyrants, Astar Esports, realizing that, hey, we have to stay strong, potentially go in. But again, how are you going to deal with the Heart of Jade Seal? Like, it's almost like a freebie for Crazy Raccoon every single big neutral.
You don't go for the 50-50, you go for the fight, which is what is happening right now.
They're trying to go. The Infinite Fastness has already been paid out. He's going to be pushed aside. Nia's going to be killed. The Infinite Fastness going aggressive. Nanohana in the heart of the enemy team. 3 members down, making 4. Mirage is the only man standing. He is not looking to go in for this, but they've traded 2 members alive for this one. They get the pick off of Mirage is going to be looking to go. They're looking to just kind of take down this game, realizing that we don't need the Tyrant. We can just end the game, but they don't have the minions just yet.
They don't have the minions just yet, but there is still an upcoming wave fresh from the bottom side of the map here. But death timers are low for the side of Astar Esports. They have to bail from this plan here. The Raccoons have to revisit towards the Shadow Hunter when Kong is up.
Yeah, they were potentially looking to go, but the minion wave's not there, the death timers, as you said. But, I mean, where they potentially went for the Shadow Tyrants, it might have been picked off by Mirage. They did not want to risk it, realizing that Crazy Raccoons are in a great spot. The Ocean of Tears is just going to barely miss Jingtian now.
But that's a Destructive Delusion really committed for the side of Cliche here, so that is one key ultimate here. But like you mentioned here, Harden Jade Seal here, how is Jingtian going to secure this from the hands of Astar?
Dark Tyrant
takes it yet again. It looks like it's going to be a freebie. The Flaming Palm is going to do some work. Tremor Smash, yeah, you connect on the 3, but you trade your life away. There's no follow-up damage.
No follow-up damage, and look at Kong's positioning here. He wants to catch the members.
Oh, goes in. The Battlefield Command now going to be used. They're going to try to find. They actually get caught. They get that pickoff, which is huge. The double kill from Gen.G. That's one way of doing it, but he trades his life away. The infinite fastness on back. Nanohana just like hanging on. He's going to be killed as well. And Astar Esports, they get the ace, but they trade away 3 of their own.
They trade with 3 of their own, and right now they have this minion wave fresh towards the crystal of the enemy team here. 15 seconds death timer on towards the Kong here. So maybe they can get a high ground and bail out before the revival of this jungle player.
Yeah, they're going to try to. Abdo is solo, needs to be careful. Yes, the super minions are going to be crashing in the bottom lane, but Mirage wants that T3. If they're able to take that one away, that would be huge. But break down this replay here.
So we see like an overextension here coming from Kong, not expecting the burst damage here coming from Abdo's Battlefield Command. As of this point, Mirage is just free hitting, getting all of these kills, and we were saying that, wait, Jinkin on the Marine jungle, what is he doing? He got a triple kill!
Yeah, I mean, he's able to just continue to play. He's just a good player, right? I mean, hero aside, yes, it's a little unconventional on the Mayin, but he's able to find those pickoffs. That control has got to be key. But the thing is that, man, the damage from this team, they need to be really on point, ensuring that they kill Kong and Nanohana more than anything else.
And we were talking about these early players coming from the KME, right? And Mirage, so far, he's having a pretty decent game on towards his early. His positioning, his reaction time has been crisp.
Yeah, it's been great. I mean, just staying alive more than anything else. But now they're looking to just be aggressive. The Overlord is going to be potentially going in. The Battlefield Command zips him on out of there. Abdo is back with the group. The Overlord is going to be started here.
Yeah, it's a 4v4 situation into the top side here. As we see, an engage comes in from the Leopo.
Oh, the Tremor Smash is going to be used up from this one. Maybe a little bit early. There's no follow-up. The nice little knockoff on that one, but he goes hard to Jade Seal, kills a VO. He's going to be down. And now with the numbers advantage, Crazy Raccoon looking to go in. Kai is looking to just end the game, but there are no minions there. They get the pick off on a Mirage, though.
The Flaming Palm lands onto the Mirage. He has no more Umbrella Parasol to block off the damage here. 3 to 5 in terms of the front end here. As Nia is just stalling. Jinky
Abdo
in the retreat here.
Trying to stay alive. Oh, it's going to be it. And it looks like Crazy Raccoons will take the game too, and they will take the series.
Beautiful stuff here. They recognize the fact that you do not have a bottom tower, and Kai was that 1v1 factor forcing out Abdo's ultimate on the Battlefield Command, which meant the front end is a 5v4, yes, but it's a low HP, no ultimate Liu Bang. Bottom side is just gonna get run down by the Fatigue. That is what made the entire formation of Astar scramble and running away for safety.
Yeah, they were able to just kind of take the fight wherever they wanted. I mean, with that split push as well, as that you're talking about with the Fatih in the bottom lane, they just had so many different ways to kind of put pressure on. And, you know, they had to kind of respond. They didn't have any answers, unfortunately, for Astar Esports, so that's kind of why they lost. But Crazy Raccoons, again, leveled up. You're seeing just how difficult this team is being playing against them. Because, again, like, how do you deal with the Fade? How do you deal with the Fatih? You have so many different options.
So one of the options was actually the Mayin. We've seen a bit of a success here, but maybe the mastery is just not up to what our expectation was. But the concept of kicking and knocking up the Fade from the wall was actually pretty amusing coming in from this Mayin jungle.
Yeah, but I think that it sounds good on paper, in theory type of thing, but the execution not the easiest. Yes, he had that double or whatever, and he did have an impact. But to be honest, I felt like if they just went with a more traditional assassin-style jungler to maybe outpace the Fade, they might have had a better chance. Because if you go late game, again, you're losing out on all those big neutrals with that Heart of Jade, the steal.
Yeah, that may be the case as well. Maybe going for that Lam that he portrayed as one of his signature picks with the delivery system for the full magic damage Liu Bang might have been a better approach here, but it's Honor of Kings. It is always good and new to try out things here. He is on a 4-4, 4-4-3 KDA on towards Jingtian here, but on the flip side, you have Kong on this Fade, his signature pick, 9-3 and 6, so dominant.
So dominant, such an impact. Like, he was all over the place. But, you know, look, I don't want to undersell what Nanohana did. I think it was like 6-1 and 7 right there. But he just completely contributed as well. Not so much in the damage department with only 52,000, but he was always there taking down objectives, and that was the big thing for them. Him and Kai were always ensuring that they were playing strategically objective-based game.
And I like Lano Hana's timing as well, right? He knows for a fact that Maple Dance is off cooldown, which is the spell tool of the Arlie that can block projectiles and skill shots. So he always finds those burst damage and executing Mirage in all these teamfights. Yes, Mirage always had like the decent positioning and like the good DPS output, but when it comes down to execution on defending himself, he is still a bit lacking on this Arlie.
Yeah, a little bit, a little too much. And it comes back to those minute plays, right? Being able to play the late game, not easy, because if you get caught out, you're just going to get killed, right? So you have to play it perfectly, and especially when things are very intense in that late game, not the easiest thing to do, but the MVP, of course, it's got to be Kong on this one. Just an absolute beast on this fade.
Wow, 19 and 6, 32% damage by a player in the jungle himself here. He is such a menace on these carries.
Yeah, he's just an absolute beast, right? And we're seeing just the rise of Kong, and this guy is very, scary. He's starting to hit his points, and once you give him space, time, farm, all the good things that you want as a jungler, and you're able to close out games like this, Kong did such a great job on this one.
He did an insanely good job, and he is in a zone called Kong here. And let's see the replay as the early game. It was not so great for both teams, but Kong here, looking for the assassination onto Jing Tian, gets it before the Jade Seal even proc.
Yeah, and it almost seemed like personal. He was going right to Jing Tian, just ensuring that the control, all that damage is being taken away, which was huge for them. And then once you have that numbers advantage, Astar Esports really can't fight. I mean, this is one where Kong actually stuck around a little bit too long. He tried to fight this one. Again, got the Jade Seal on the Abdo. Again, not a great start here.
Yeah, and this was the other one, right? So Jing Tian goes in, expecting his ability to tank here. As of this point, all the members coming in for the side of Astar is very too low. Look at Nano Hana here. He goes in, goes for the flash knockup and executing Mirage from any further DPS here. So removing Mirage and Jing Tian, your whole team composition has no more damage here. And this is the fight that Astar actually failed to man-mark Mirage, and that led to this ace that Astar actually received on their end. Good team fight coming in from Astar, knowing the fact that they have to allow the early, but it's just one team fight. They need to repeat this success to many more team fights if they want to repeat the same success with this draft.
Yeah, there are moments, right, where Astar Esports is able to bounce in. I think like it's one of those things where you go back to game one, and coming back from that game into game two, your mental, your psyche has been shook, right? You're definitely not 100%. And going into this one where you're kind of like a little bit more on the losing side, but if they took game one, lost game two, I'm sure they would have been in a much better spot. But unfortunately, this is Honor of Kings Esports. Anything can happen. Crazy Raccoons, you saw them with that comeback and being able to just close out games, and this is why they have that 2-0 well-deserved win by Crazy Raccoon.
Well, it's the comeback that matters, right? It's not just about bulldozing through one game in a very smooth fashion. Being able to play from behind and under pressure situations is a trait that you need as a Honor of Kings pro team, but that is for this series. Let's catch the next series in just a short break.
The elders say the seers have guarded the misty marshes for generations. We are the forest's future. For families to gather in joy. For dear friends to stay together. For the peace of the bird tribe and the forest. Even if my feathers burn away, I will never fear. Even if the sky falls and the earth shatters, as long as we stand together, as long as we endure, we will surely, losing everything. Just as I did. Sinking into darkness. My old self is already buried. How amusing. this eternal, blissful heaven. What a beautiful little bubble. I can't wait to pop it with my own hands.
Will you live for real? Join the party.
Make the whole street a party. And add disco balls. Real Me 15 series. Live real in every shot.
Life's growth has always been bound to conflict. How long can today's peace truly last? 1,000 years ago, from a single seed sprouted the misty marshes' first wonder. Born of wood, growing into a forest, gathering countless living beings within. Growth, cycles, fates weaving endlessly together. With the deities came the first enforcers, becoming the Misty Marsh's first protectors. They took form as the 9 seers, each with their role sheltering this hidden land. All things eventually come to an end, and a new beginning does not always follow the old path. Today's inheritors of the seer's legacy long for a different future. Their followers, too, drift further apart. The Order of the Seers and Omniscience are like 2 branches growing in opposite directions. The Misty Marshes watches quietly as it all unfolds. For from the moment that first seed sprouted, the deities already knew the life they nurtured would one day choose its own future.
Hello and welcome to the 3rd series of the day. It's going to be R8 Esports versus CMF Esports. Sagi, your thoughts on this series here?
Ooh, CMF needs that first win, and I gotta say R8, they beat Astar yesterday, so they're currently in much more of a comfortable spot compared to before. They're right now 1-1, losing that series against Nongshin, but winning that series against Astar yesterday upstream. So if you're CMF, this is the time that you need to get back that win if you want to get going for that Group S contention.
Yeah, being on the bottom, not having a single win after 2 days of games, not a great situation. You definitely want this one. I think it would be key for them. And being able to kind of go up against R8 Esports, yes, they were top 3 in the KME Spring, but this is a team that's still finding its groove, so to speak. Not to say that they're vulnerable, but the potential is there for CMF to really take the fight to them.
But for CMF, they give me a vibe where they're overly reliant on Wade right now. It's not necessarily a bad thing, but you need to have consistent laning phase and also good players to actually revolve around this jungle player. But let's check out the rosters first before actually going into that specific matchup.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire.
R8 Esports to infinity and beyond. Of course, we know some of these guys. Adoma, Gushing, Xenon, Roichi, and Mijoj. This is a squad that we've seen some members of have had some success. Obviously, they were top 3. They were 3rd place in KME Spring. I expect them to kind of put on a strong showing. Yes, they're 1-1 going into day 2, but this is a team that's, you know, dare I say, could make some waves, assuming they get going.
Yeah, assuming that they get going will be the definite question that they have to answer. Swapping out BX for a new jungler from Team Secret, which has previously played for the KPL region, is Gushing himself. So with the addition of such a jungler, we just have to wonder how well this jungler actually blends into this team. Let's check out their opponent, CMF Esports.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Let's go! I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go! The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a rock, yeah. Cause you could be the greatest of them all, yeah. Let's go! The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
And on the opposite end, CMF Esports, the Undertakers, referring to Saiken Oya in the Clash lane, Wade, their import in the jungle, Ashir, Anthem, and Tamid covering the mid and bottom side of the map here. So, this lineup, what are your thoughts?
It's an interesting one, right? Because you see some former members of Venomous, Ashir and Tamid, and then they kind of grouped up with some of the other ones. They picked up Wei from Malaysia. They've been able to kind of create this new squad, and this is a team that has high hopes from Bangladesh, I would say.
Yeah, and the key matchup that we will be highlighting today will be in the jungle department here. R8 Esports Gushing versus CMF Wei here. Whoever wants to take control of the game, it starts from objectives. And what better way of securing objectives than the junglers themselves?
Yeah, it's going to be huge to kind of set things up. I mean, in Honor of Kings, the jungler is so key because not only does it have an impact in terms of the laning phase, but also just being able to take out the big neutrals, as well as just dictating how these team fights are going to go. Sometimes you can go tankier style, you can go initiation, assassin style. Like, there's so many different, you know, choices. But going into this one, R8 versus CMF here, I think that it's all about that early game, right? I think that we've seen that in the game. Yes, for sure.
For sure. And talking about early game, Liang has already been banned from the side of R8 and CMF. Same thing like I mentioned, early game, and what better way of doing it than the mines you're doing here. But that leaves onto the table. Pay is up for grabs. The early game that you mentioned about might just be shown from the side of R8 Esports.
The teams have been kind of like, dare I say, using it like a crutch, but I mean, that's the meta. It is what it is, in the sense that Pei is very strong, and you're seeing it right now, because of the early game impact of being able to outfarm them and then just kind of dictate the pace. If I'm going to use like the chess analogy, it's like having an amazing early game. Yes, the mid game and late game might be key, but if you just have an amazing early, you just might close out the game.
Yeah, closing out is one of the teams' ability to actually dictate themselves as one of these strong teams here. For the side of CMF, they lock in the Yuhuan and Dia here. So a lot of the healing, a lot of the single target heavy CC focus that is provided by the Dia.
Yeah, it gives you a lot of options too. The Yuhan is definitely one of the most picked in like the KWC, so it has a lot of, you know, play, right? A lot of people, like a lot of teams like it. It creates so much in terms of like healing, sustain, it stays alive. I mean, it has everything that you want. And it doesn't actually give away your draft, which is also key here.
But realistically, Yuhuan going towards the jungle, it has been nerfed, but of course, Crazy Raccoon's call has played it in the jungle on day number 1, so there is still a potential of this Yuhuan pivoting between the mage, mid, and the jungle role here. So for the side of CMF, they have locked in that Gen.G to match up that early game tempo against this Pei.
It's got the Pei, but it also has the Byron, right? This combination is rough, right? It's early game dominance. If they want to invade, they can kind of exert their will. So CMF right now, you don't have the top laners. The second phase of the draft got to be key. You got to figure out some way to stymie the growth of the Pei at the same time as giving yourselves a chance against a formidable opponent in the Clash lane with this Byron here.
Yeah, this Byron and Pei combo, like you mentioned here, strong laning from the Byron here, ability to actually crush the lane, allowing this Pei to free roam from that one laning phase, securing that space point. So that will be an angle being formulated around our Esports draft here. Also, to put on a bit of a focus onto the Nuwa, it secures this late game potential of the long range annihilation, which proves to be pretty decent for this first 3 picks off the side of R8.
Has a lot of potential, right? And I mean, not only with the steal, but also with that damage. Just these are squishier guys on the CMF side, right? So they need to stay alive. The IBC, they have the sustain, but if they're insta-bursted, what is their healing going to do when you're dead, right? So it's going to be key in terms of how they want to draft around this, but they need to figure out a way to get on top. If they wanted to go with the Yuan mid, is that a good laner against the Nuwa?
Is decent. You clear wave extremely fast because Nuwa, although have this insanely strong mid to late game, their early game lane clearing speed is not as expected here. And you point out a good fact. You want to get on top that the enemy, and what better way is to ban away the Lian Po, Zhang Fei, Guan Yu, Dharma. All these heavy engage is no longer to be seen in the Gorge for game number 1.
Yeah, they were like, no team fight for you. No, I mean, the roam is definitely something they need to pick up. So they were very targeted on that one. And, you know, again, if they let either of those two, the Lian Po, Zhang Fei, they provide quite a bit. So you need to work around that. They did not want to deal with that going into this one.
Yeah, they do not want to deal with it. And Charlotte being one of these late game to mid game strong side laners, if he can survive this laning phase, it will be pretty interesting coming in for the side of CMF Esports for that mid to late game here. But Syken Oya, one thing we need to point out, his habit of faltering in the laning phase will be something he needs to fix moving forward to this series.
It seems very pointed there, Syken Oya. If you're listening in, know that he's his name is Sagi or HOK, so come after him, right?
Wait, I'm your favorite kind of tofu here. I'm kidding. Kidding. But of course, I take accountability of my own words here. We just want players to improve and show us the betterment of the KME region here. But for the side of RA Esports, they add even more arsenal and artillery into their draft. We see Nuwa, Shoye, and Mozi here. So a long reach being formidable for the side of RA Esports.
They have a lot of damage on this RA lineup, but that's one way to just, like, you know, catch that ground and to get onto the back line, get into the Jing, just be able to dash on top and just go ham. But if they're able to catch the Pei or the Shoyu, you're going to have a good time. So really it comes back to Wei. How is he going to be able to play? Is he able to get on top of them? Because if R8 are just keep everyone at arm's reach, they're just going to have a field day with this long-range artillery bombardment.
But the long-range artillery also need them to scale into perfection here. So the Gen.G, Yuan, and Jing combination, this tree will put a bit of a stopper for this R8 Esports lineup here. We need to see the execution in the early game here, which comes down to whoever's jungle gets to dictate this tempo.
Yeah, it's all about tempo here, and I think it's going to be key. I mean, I would always give the edge to a Pei, just because it has such a huge advantage, right? And there's a reason why teams are first picking it, because they understand how strong it is. Plus, you have that Byron to help support. That early game is going to be a monster from R8. It's going to be up to CMF to just stymie the growth. They have to figure out a way to take out or kind of, you know, counter move whatever Gushing is looking to do and to take away from them.
Yeah, they do indeed have to take that advantage away from Gushing, because that is a very strong early game tempo pick paired up with the likes of the Byron and also the Zhuang Zijuan. Coming to the laning phase, Astar already half health.
Yeah, I already had a half left. He just like walked down. He's like, guys, what? Are you serious? I'm at like, what, a quarter health right now with like 3 shots. I just got in the game, man.
Yeah, I just logged into the game in towards 30 seconds of the laning phase and already low health here. Astar not having a greatest of the time here. George, landing some pretty crucial cannon blasts.
Oh yeah, it's super annoying. I mean, when you have a Motes who's able to hit the shots like that, and then now the Crimson Golem has been scouted out, so they could potentially go for that steal once Gushing makes his way around. He's going to be there, but Wei is looking to take that away. There might be a fight in that upper side of the jungle.
Firehawk kind of just dodged 2 of these, you know, spikes here coming in from Yoichi here. We didn't caught that on camera. I was just joking, Yoichi. It's okay, it's okay. Cameras are down.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of sport shame, low light, if you will, but Wei looking to go in. Mirror Domain instantly used, gets the immobilization on top of this when Mijoj is going to be picked off first.
And this is also the punishment that you get from our esports, right? Because you split your mid and roam to cross maps, so you cannot overextend towards a certain level of the map. So that is the immediate punish that we put on towards the members of the side of R8, especially on the mid range.
Yeah, and being able to do that, I mean, Midjoge has been like, you know, just constantly bombarding us here, made it super annoying, and it like, Wei was like, I got you, fam. I'm gonna go in for this one, make sure they would get that pick, and instantly done. And that's a huge turn of events for CMF Esports, getting that like snowball going.
Getting that snowball going, but in goes that two-man
Gets a shield. Gets picked for the Beardo main. He's gonna be just dancing around, just trying to stay alive. But Ashir and Tomid both down for the count already. R8 Esports making him pay. What a great play by Doma.
And that's not just it. They're also going for that jungle invasion towards Wei's move up here. This is a disaster coming in from CMF as they lose the Crimson. They lose the Azure.
Yeah, they're going to lose this one. No chance at this point. And R8 Esports doing a great job of mitigating, giving up first blood, but taking it away here.
Wow, what a beautiful cannon blast here coming in from Midjoge, just to be followed by Doma's smooth and sailing Storm Strike. Immediately two-man knockup, collecting 2 kills from the side of CMF Esports.
Yeah, that was like, this is that combination that you're looking for. Cannon Blast can be fishing all day, but if he hits you, and then you got Doma on top of that, that's going to be pretty much all she wrote, because they have so much damage that can clean up the rest of them.
And this is just an early game, right? The moment we hit the late game, when those cannon blasts hit, you're gonna just not just be hitting with these engages. That Annihilation and the snipe coming in from Yurichi, those are gonna hurt extremely hard.
Yeah, they have so much long range, right? So they don't have to get on top of you, and this is why those cannon blasts, if Midjoge is able to continue on with those, hit those marks for the rest of the team to just get the damage in, you're gonna have a great time.
You're gonna have a great time, but the time for the Tyrant will be in 30 seconds here for the side of CMF and R8 here. What is the call here? Usually, when we see the jungle matchup here, we will want to see buffs first only towards the Tyrant here. So what is the priority here for both of these two junglers?
Well, looks like they're going to put pressure on the mid lane more than anything else. R8 are kind of just putting the pressure on and then open it up for that 10 second, in 10 seconds when that Tyrant is back up. R8 are making their way already.
Making their way might be towards this Azure Golem here off the hands of Wei here. What is the call here? Wei is only level 7 with 0 mana.
Yeah, no chance. Tyrant here going to be started. Cannon Blast connecting onto Anthem. He's going to be backing off, but Gushing continuing on. I don't think CMF are going to contest.
Yeah, no contention here because Wei has already committed that smite towards the Azure Golem. So right now, if we were to compare towards the jungle department, Gushing is about 1 level almost up against the enemy jungle, which is a very big achievement towards this early game.
It is huge at this stage. I mean, it's like 4 minutes in and being able to level up, especially as a jungler. But again, now look at how he's looking to invade, looking to go for that potential jump off, finds a low top and decides to go and pounces on with that Annihilation. It looks like they're going to get 2 for this one.
Yeah, 2 for 1 special here, and they get the tower as a added prize here. Right in that promo code, CMF 2 for 1, and they got it for free.
Yeah, where do I put that promo code in? I'm not trying to talk about the name. But the unending sorrow keeping him alive. Ashir's going to flash back, but he gets pounced on. Gushing making him pay.
That's a lot of promo codes for just 1 minute here, and right now they're looking for another consolation fight towards the mid lane here. Mid tower goes down, 3-man goes down, 5 for 1 in terms of the scoreline here, and R8 is still on top.
Oh, they've got Roichi. He has to flash. He gets killed on this one. Wei makes him pay, but that's going to be a huge one. But now they've been pushed back to create your blocks with that Cannon Blast. They find him, and they get the return kill onto Anthem. And now Gushing continuing on the emergence. Gushing is somehow still alive off with a triple kill.
Triple kill for Gushing here as Midjoge with that thing inside the box locks the likes of Cyclone's Oya for any potential follow-up kill on towards Gushing here. And right now, the game is blown wide open at 5 minutes 40 seconds of the game here. Jungle losing total control.
Losing total control. I mean, just the amount of control that they have, that the CC is real from R8. They lock you down, they have that damage. I mean, Gushing and Roichi and Xenon on top of this, it's like they have a lot of burst. So you got to work around that. CMF need to kind of figure out a way to kind of not get jumped on. Obviously, easier said than done when you're losing and you don't really have a whole lot of vision.
Yeah, no vision, and you are forced to bundle up into one team together. And look at this replay here. So, Ryoji forced out, but he's shattered. Mirror
team
destroys him, it
rampage.
sends him to the graveyard. But at this point here, we see a very good creation of Rocket and Storm Strike that lands onto the likes of Wave here. And this thing inside the box is very crucial in saving Gushing and his big bounty on top of his head.
That was absolutely huge by Majolish, right? That box was just like game-saving almost. If Gushing dies there, that would have been an absolute disaster. You were talking about how he's the highest level, but also net worth-wise, he's the highest there. He's just done so much across the map.
He's 1,000 gold per
Blue
minute,
team
and that
has
is not an
destroyed a
easy
tower.
achievement in especially HOK Pro play here. So right now,
Red
KME
team
Esports
has destroyed
suffering
a
that
tower.
4,000 gold deficit already against R8. They need to find a way to put a stop to this.
Yeah, they need the wave clear, deal with that, but that T2 is just barely hanging on. It's going to be dead in a second. I mean, the mid one's already looking to go down. No minions required on this one. And CMF, their map just got a lot darker.
A lot darker, and more of these Azure dollars are going into the favor of R8 Esports. For Wei, if you're losing out all these key buffs as a jungle assassin, it just shows that you are getting lesser and lesser resource, which is not what you want on a jungle carry.
Yeah, I mean, taking away the blue buff from a Jing is actually huge, right? And Wei without that, plus your own jungle is being taken away. Wei trying to make the heroic play, decides to go in for this one, tries to go on top of this one, but the Mirror Domain not able to do enough. Doma just too tanky at this point, and now CMF without getting a single kill, and now Doma is angry, has the force field suppression, decides to go in. They find Tomid, he's gonna get picked off. Gushing making him pay for going on his brother, and now CMF on the run with only 4 members.
And that's so much gold being committed on Doma just to not get any value out of it. You get the flash, you get the pure sky, but it does not convert to a kill here. You're losing waves, you're losing farms. So right now,
Blue team
CMF,
has
they're just getting
destroyed a
pensioned
tower.
and pushed back to their base.
Yeah, I want to give them credit for like trying. I mean, Wei is looking to go in. He's doing some serious damage on Roichi, but he gets out of the zone. He will be fine. And Wei tried to go all in, tried to get the pick, but not enough to take down Roichi.
Wow, that was so close coming in for the side of Wei. He almost got a kill to Yoichi there, but upside though, Gushing making light work off this tier 2 tower as Tomid looks to fall once again.
Yeah, Tomid just way too far up front. RA was like, okay, I'll take this free food. And they take the top T3 as well, and Gushing doing some serious work. The Cannon Blast is slowing him down more than anything else. And with that Wild Wind missing, it looks like R8 are going to look to disengage.
The Wild Rounds haven't been connecting much for the side of Ryoichi, but it's okay. Xenon and Mijosh are landing blows after blows here. Just again, before the 10-minute mark, another tier 3 has already fallen for the side of CMF. Things are not looking good for the squad.
I mean, it's not even 10 minutes, right? And taking the top T3, just absolutely huge for R8s. They've been really snowballing in this game. Up 7K in terms of net worth. This game is theirs unless they make some disastrous mistake.
We have seen ways of troll coming into our KME game, so maybe there's a chance for CMF, maybe they can find that crucial engager, but Gushing here is out for the hunt for Wei.
Oh, Wei in a bad spot. Yeah, he's looking to go the Mirror Domain just to stay alive. He's going to try to dance around, but they want to fight. The unending sorrow is going to be expended as well, but a cheer is going to be picked off. Not enough to keep him alive. Doma is so low. Gushing is low as well. And here comes Psychobona. He's trying to go on to get Gushing, and they get the shutdown. That was absolutely huge. The Cannon Blast covering the rest of them from retreating.
Still a very big kill here, sacrificing a sheer for that big kill onto Gushing. Bounty gold proven worth here, and Ryoichi might be falling in favor for the hands of Wei here, as Wei wants to look to assassinate this lone Shoyue.
Yeah, it's going to be free food for Wei. He'll take that one down. He's expending a Mirror Domain, but it doesn't really matter taking that one down. But the bottom T3 did take some damage. Roichi was not in that fight when Gushing had been killed.
But still, 7,000 gold lead for the side of R8 Esports after losing 2 key members on the side of R8 here. So, the domination continues. Mijosh and Doma looking to counter yet another buff from Wei's hands.
Yeah, but look at this, Gushing looking to solo this. Wei might just go for the steal. He's not been spotted out. He's deciding to go for this one. Tries to get on top of Gushing. The Mirror Domain just kind of scattered throughout. He's getting right on top of the tyrant if they want to go. The creation block, he gets over, and the Fox is waiting for him and locks him in. You call it a coffin. And the unending sorrow is going to be backing off. Ashir will be fine, but R8 Esports got what they wanted. Tyrant and Wei.
Coffin is also a type of bug, and it locks in Wei for his demise here. Losing out the Tyrant, losing out the assassination onto Gushing. That is just so darn painful. And right now, RA, they are knocking onto yet another tier 3 towards the bottom side of CMF Esports.
Taking the bottom one, usually the mid one is going to be next. The Cannon Blast, again, just doing so much with the Annihilation. Anthem actually has to back off, but the Crystal, again, wide open. The minion waves are here, but CMF have a decent wave clear. The Storm Strike right on top, binding him out. The dash away, Psychonoa just barely alive. He's going to go back into the fountain. He's going to latch on the Heart Link from top mid. He's going to be back, but the Crystal alive. The minion wave in the top lane.
Minion wave does come in as RA looks to pressure for this final push, but Doma gets caught out and is insanely low. Dangerous momentum. Does RA want to continue on this?
Oh wait, tried to go in for this one, but he tried to ran into Doma. Is it a bad spot? He gets stuck in the box, and Mijo's making him pay CMF with only 4 members. But it looks like Gushing wants more. He is bloodthirsty as ever. He gets the secondary pickup onto Anthem, and he's got a double with Psychonoa, but more importantly, they're going to take game 1 here.
Game 1 goes in favor of RA Esports as they showed clean execution from that 4th minute mark, immediately eliminating that bot side threat, destroying the jungle coming in from the side of CMF, making sure that this Jing gets locked down, even though Wei found these key assassinations, but it is still not enough because the weight is just so heavy coming in from this sole jungle player.
Yeah, just tough situation. I mean, it was really, really difficult to come back from. Gushing was just like on another level on this one. Just being able to kind of just be very aggressive. And this is why the pay is just so good, right? Because once you get going and everybody else is so far behind, you can't out damage him, you can't catch him. It's a really difficult situation.
Yeah, if CMF wants to revisit game number 2, I think from a competitive standpoint, they need to fix their early game well, because early game is where you need to protect weak assassin junglers. Assassin junglers are typically weak in the first 4 minutes of the game. If you allow this first 4 minutes to be neutralized against the likes of a Pei, like a Byron, then Wei will have much more of an easy game here. The direction coming in from the Gen.G and also the Diadea is already correct. Maybe the execution is what they need to improve.
Yeah, it's all about the execution on this one, right? And you need to kind of counterplay the pay. You need to figure out a way. You can't just play stock standard, right? Your jungle is going to be invaded. You're going to be constantly put pressure on. So you need to figure out a way to kind of just, again, defend your own jungle or look to invade. They did neither on this one. They played it, again, very reactively.
Yeah, very reactively, but props to Wei as well. He was finding all these shattered mirrored domains on towards the key members, such as Ryoichi multiple times. He tried to go on also the likes of the mid lane coming from R8. He found pretty decent success, but still, converting that to a bigger lead is so difficult when Gushing and R8 is just terrorizing your jungle, leaving no crumbs.
Yeah, no crumbs at all. I mean, Gushing and Doma, like, they're fighting within each other just for all those kills and those crumbs that you're talking about. 5-0 and 5 Doma, Gushing 9-1 and 6. His impact was unreal. Like, we were talking about how, Ryoichi got focused, and yeah, he died twice, but he was kind of like a range creep at the end of the day. He was kind of not like a non-factor because everybody else is just doing so much.
When we talk about doing so much, we check the damage dealt department. And look at Gushing here. 12 minutes into the game, 88,000 damage dealt already with an 83% team fight rate. But I want to highlight one point. Mijoj on this mode is actually so darn crucial. So many times to think inside the box, it's actually locking away key members like Wei and Psychic Oya from committing more on the likes of Xenon and Gushing.
Yeah, he was absolutely perfect for those Cannon Blasts, really setting it up. I mean, it makes it so much easier for everyone else to hit your Wild Winds, your Annihilations, when they're constantly being stun locked. Plus, you had the Byron to kind of just like lock them down even further. This is a really good draft, and they play that one to the T. R8 Esports, full control, as you see in this gold graph here.
Yep, gold graph goes blue and sailing towards the top, only landing at 9.7k gold, almost about 10,000 gold lead already prior to the end of the game. So that is crazy statement here coming from R8. Very dominant game number 1 coming in from this squad.
Yeah, just a really well-played game. Statement game, if you will. But Gushing making this statement of all of them. And then a clear MVP, 9-1 and 6, 29% of the damage, but also 26% of the total gold was in his hands because he was farming across the map and getting all those kills.
And go for gold, damage for damage. You pay him the bucks, he does the job well done here. That is R8 Gushing, a very well-experienced player from the likes of R8's draft.
Yeah, just really well played. I mean, I think that they need to figure out a way. Like, if you have the pay, okay, but you need to, again, just kind of work around it. And this is that moment where R8 gets 2, and this kind of started that snowball, and Gushing, not scared, constantly diving as well.
They're constantly diving, finding these angles, accelerating the game here, Wei finding the assassination onto Ryoichi, but using all those cooldowns, as of this point, Wei ran out spells and got caught by that cannon blast here. And look at Midroach here. That thing inside the box, so crucial in saving Gushing.
Yeah, I mean, that was an MVP-like play. I mean, Gushing dies there. That changes the dynamic of the game, right? He was just continuing to roll, and they turned the things around. And look at how just barely, this is one where I think Gushing actually died, but it was very close. That was like one of his only deaths. So, like, you know, again, R8 playing to the T almost.
Yeah, playing all the heal, but it's not enough if, let's say, you are down about like 9,000 gold towards the end of the game here. As of this point, losing Wei, losing like an Oya and Anthem, you are left with a bare open crystal, which eventually led to the demise of CMF in game number 1 here. But game number 2 will be here shortly, and I want to see what kind of adjustment that CMF has for us. Is it letting Wei play more of a tempo jungle, like the Pei, like the Ukyo Tachibana or Musashi that we've seen that found success against all these jungle assassin players?
It's going to be interesting seeing what they want to do. I think in terms of draft, I think they need to kind of, you know, pick something a little bit more high tempo at this point. Just take the fight to them, go all in on this one, and see if you can change that one out. I think it's going to be key, especially for CMF to come back in this game, but we're going to find out shortly, right after this break.
Stranger to the fallout, it's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon, blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears.
R8 Esports, very convincing win off the back of Gushing. Saki, man, what does CMF Esports need to do here?
Well, before the break, we kind of discussed a bit on what CMF Esports needs to do. Maybe change up that tempo, allow Wei the their jungle assassin, because jungle assassin revolves around a few things. You need your laners to lock in and allow so much space for the assassin to blossom into that mid-late game monster. But if your mid-late game cannot be attained from that not so good early game, you can only look for the jungle way of swapping him towards a tank or jungle tempo hero like the likes of the Pei or the Musashi or Ukutachibana, setting up a better success in the early game. Then maybe CMF gets a more comfortable mid to late game.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy, right? I think just kind of like everyone talks about like the early game and trying to be able to take the fight, give away space as much as possible, let him kind of play into this one, play into his strengths. But it seemed like the rest of CMF need to figure out a way to kind of create that space. It's one thing to just stay in your lane and to kind of win that one, but it's also to kind of like let top mid roam more, right? You're seeing some of the other teams that are being very aggressive and just putting pressure on elsewhere because you got to change things up from playing standard here.
Yeah, changing up from playing standard here, maybe go for Wei as a funneling point, giving him most of the resources here so he can look to open up the game and allow Amazon and Sycon Oya have much more of a safer side lane here. But coming to game number 2 of the draft, we have CMF Esports on towards the blue side and also R8 Esports on towards the red side here, with the bans covering up 2 of the most popular farm laners being torn away already from game number 2.
And look at that, R8 Esports banning out the Liang as well. They're going to take away some of that control. Maybe they go for a high-flying one themselves, let Gushing cook at the end of the day. But the mine's going to be picked up by CME Esports. Ashir, looking to kind of, is looking to kind of change things up and just be that, aggressor early.
Yeah, aggressor early as the Mai Shiranui here. So Mai Shiranui, Pei, Byron, all these picks are still up and available for the draft of CMF Esports here. So if you want to go aggressive, maybe this is the time. But R8 Esports responding well with a Yuhuan, one of the heroes that can bail out with the unending sorrow. And thanks to Dolia, you can use it twice and you can use it aggressively or passively against the Mai Shiranui.
Yeah, but pick up the Dolia here, just, obviously they want to pick up anything that has, a good ult, right? You have a lot of potential. You want to use that Celestial Melody as much as possible. You want value more than anything else. CMF Esports are like, okay, we're going to go tempo. We want to get way going in this series. We're going to pick up the Luna for him. And that and the Chano, is that going to be enough, though?
Ooh, that will be a pretty good question here, but R8 Esports drafting that Musashi for the hands of Gushing here. We've seen what he can do with the Musashi and Dahlia combination here. It's gonna be hell for the likes of Chano, especially on this immobile marksman on the hands of Anthem.
Yeah, might have a tough time. I mean, duel to death twice, right? I mean, going into this one. And then plus, if you're looking at the CMF side, very squishy. Yes, they're high-flying assassin style, can do burst damage, but if they get jumped on, they are so squishy. I mean, this is probably very juicy of a target for Gushing, and he's like probably foaming at the mouth looking for these targets here.
And our esports, they notice the fact that the enemy team comp is squishy, hence all these tank roamers have been removed from the pool. Zhuangzi, Lianpo, and CMF banning that Zhang Fei here. So there's no more potential tanks here on the side of CMF for their 4th and 5th pick here. What is the call for CMF? Is it to put Sycon Oya on a traditional tank so that Luna gets all the funnel gold?
Yeah, CMF need to figure out some sort of way to kind of protect their squishier lineups. The Zhang Fei, which they banned themselves. The Lianpo, also a great target that they could have gone, but they're going to ban out the Elaine and the Gen.G, which is a little interesting for me. There's a lot of good farm laners, so that would have been a tough one. I probably would have focused more on another Clash laner myself.
Yeah, Clash Lane does seem to be the least of the focus here coming into the banning phase here. Still up and available, there is a lot. Byron and Charlotte both has been expended by the likes of CMF and R8. So we're kind of looking at this tempo here from R8. Are you looking for a big engaged backline access like the Dharma, which has been covered and taken away from CMF here? So for R8, maybe the fatigue is pretty good here.
The fatigue, I can see. It definitely has a lot of potential of just being able to kind of burst some of these squishier guys. Like, look, everyone from CMF right now, kind of squishy. This is a tough lineup. This is like a glass cannon style build. If they're able to hit those cannon blast, Tomid's looking to get going, great. They're gonna have an awesome time. But if R8 get the jump and then you have all these tanky dudes, and they're looking to potentially pick an R through, which would be very interesting. Yeah, there's no way. The Liu Bang makes a lot more sense. Again, Glass Cannon, Battlefield Command is that counter.
Yeah, Glass Cannon against a Battlefield Command from the Liu Bang into the Musashi delivery system. So we kind of see an explosion. Whoever gets locked by that Musashi will get exploded immediately by the Liu Bang Musashi combo.
It could be very interesting, right? I mean, and also 2 Battlefield Commands, right? No. With the Celestial, obviously not a great target, but I mean, the fight that they have a lot of sustain, they have a lot of damage, they have that control from the R8 side, very balanced. CMF have that as well, but if you're looking at the lineup and we're looking at this, you know, in a vacuum, it's kind of squishy. It's kind of tougher to play. If they're able to get the jump on, say, Flowborn Marksman, take down the Musashi, then they're gonna have a good time.
They have the CC chain, right? We see the Mai Shiranui, Dharma, and also the Mozi. So it's still potential that if they pull the trigger first, it still falls in favor of CMF Esports, with also Wei on this Luna that gives it a bit of a priority when she hits that level 4 ultimate, relying on these refreshes.
If he's able to get going, man, Wei is the guy that you want to get in. But of course, third series of the day, game number 2. Does CMF Esports have enough in the tank to come back up against R8 Esports? If we're looking at the drafts, do you think this is possible, Sagi?
It will only be answered by the players themselves. Astar and Psychonoia has to be the anchor to really find these key engages here. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, this is game number 2 between CMF Esports and R8 Esports.
Yeah, let's get this one going here. I mean, CMF, I need to be aggressive. I think that what happened last one when Majoj was on the moats, he was so annoying with those cannon blasts. And he's going to want to return the favor, going right onto Xenon to start things off.
But Xenon here dodging it exceptionally well, pushing out this wave with no worry here. That is the sending cannon blast not hitting towards the wave here. And once again, deja vu! Astar already going critically low towards his laning phase.
Yeah, very low to start things off. Not where you want to be, and this is going to slow him down because it's one thing for him to rotate, but he's vulnerable, so he has to play a little bit safer. Not really what you want to do when you're on the mine. You want to be aggressive, you want to be throwing off his Kachusins in almost all the lanes.
Yeah, throwing the Kachusins, getting that priority set for your side lane is what you want to do as a Mai Shiranui here. So, good 2v2 in towards the mid lane here, coming in from R8 Esports here. Securing them that small counter towards that fire beat.
Yeah, they're going to look to take that one. But R8 Esports with 3 members, again, just the contribution, right? If you're rotating, you're all sticking together. Yes, you might have gotten it, but you're not taking farm elsewhere across the map. Astar is looking to join, potentially gets that steal on that spike tail.
Yeah, nice steal here coming for Astar here. Very good rotation as we see both junglers here already level 4 and hovering towards that mid lane minion lane.
Yeah, they just want to start things off. But something to take note of is once Doma hits level 4, the jump could be there, right? Gushing he could potentially just go in right at a moment's notice, but he'll just go back to the top lane and just kind of deal with Psychonoia.
Yeah, Psychonoia looking Doma straight into eye as he smells Xenon's approach towards the top lane as Ryoichi getting chunked very low towards this farm lane.
Getting a little bit low, needs to be careful more than anything else. But Majoj, I like it how he's just always in the river. He's kind of providing that vision so that you can kind of keep tabs on Astar. Once he's rotating, where's he going to go? So that your side laners aren't just completely ambushed.
Yeah, Majoj is doing a good job spotting out all these cannon blasts and rotations here, coming in from Tumit and Astar. So that is what a roamer must do here. Look at Xenon here, rotating towards the bottom side, making sure that Ryoichi gets a comfortable laning phase against this strong laning duo Anthem and Tumit.
Yeah, just create as much support system for Ryoichi to get that farm as much as possible. You definitely want to be doing that. And Zenon, he's doing a good job of his counter movements. Like you can see that he's making an impact across the map, but Astar looking to dive in, finds it flies into Gushing, who just shrugs it off mostly, but now the pull back from Wei, just a little bit of damage, just threatening, be like, hey, this is what I can do.
Yeah, pretty decent mechanical prowess here coming in for Wei to chunk down the HP bars of Gushing and Xenon, but it's one of these exchanges where it's like, okay, that's enough, time to back off and go back to my jungle here. So not a very big commitment here because they know once you overcommit, Doma's gonna come in with that ultimate.
Yeah, it's all about that ultimate, being able to just do that damage and just kind of make it uncomfortable, right? You want to kind of put the pressure on, especially with that 4-minute mark about to hit in about 35 or so seconds. But CMF Astar right here, this is the guy. He's got to make an impact. He's got to be kind of putting that pressure on and just chipping away at the enemy.
Yet all eyes will be Syken, Oya, Astar, and Commit to find those crucial engages, setting up Wei and P for success here. We have to see what kind of engage that is blowing out to top side.
Oh, they find Dome on the battlefield command, and he zips on out of there.
Well, that is fast hands coming in from Doma here. Almost immediate teleport away here. Very good reaction speed coming in for this player.
Yeah, if I was Doma on that one, I would have died. There's no way. I don't have the fast fingers like that. But Doma just proving to be just very adept at this hero. But he's going to lose the top T1, which is a little unfortunate. But space created for the Tyrant to be taken by R8 in the bug.
But much better early game here coming in from CMF Esports. They do not lose any members coming into the first 1 minute of game. They allow Wei to punish the top side, which is Doma here. So, well played for the side of CMF as they look to equate this early game.
They want to equalize. They want to just put that damage on Roichi, though. That's the duel that we want to see in terms of Roichi versus this Anthem. Gotta be key, right? You don't want to be falling behind in the farm lane. But, okay, let's talk a little bit more about this Astar guy in terms of this Mai. Has he done enough to really make an impact in the early game?
It's sufficient because he's providing a lot of space here, but look at the invader coming in from Gushing against this Crimson Golem.
Oh, Tommy, look at this. Set up the box. He decides to go, but he's been latched on. He's going to get a little bit low, but Wei has been killed. They've already taken him down. Mijoj is going to be killed in return. The duel of death right on top of the Anthem. But Psychonoa gets picked off as well. It's 2 for 1 in favor of R8.
2 for 1 in favor of R8, and they get the Crimson buff. You're further pulling way behind in the jungle comparison here. We need more of these aggressive engages here because right now common spells are down as we see mid lane Zidon splash forced away from the Maestro Nui.
Yeah, pushing away, but Roichi taking what's available for him. He's going to take the bottom T1 for free. Nobody is nearby. Picking that off, but that last team fight, Wei going down early. Absolutely disaster, especially since Gushing is getting all these kills.
And look at the replay here. So we see the lockdown here on towards Wei. Wei couldn't move at all on towards Luna here. And Syken Oya getting a decent engage towards the back right here. But the follow-up just wasn't there to provide enough damage here, allowing Gushing to limp away with a sliver of health.
But Syken Oya, I mean, it was a great truth, great setup. But Wei had already been killed, right? And I know that you're just trying to throw things at the wall and see what sticks. But if he's down, if Wei's alive, that's a completely different team fight. They have a chance.
So that comes into play where this Gushing's, Musashi, and Doma's Rebound combination proves to lock this Luna down here. So for this Luna, maybe we see the early Splendor or all these defensive items, then she will be not so easily taken down here. But once again, what will be taken down will be this Crimson Golem as we see Wei on the opposite end of the map.
And taking that away, right? Invading the enemy jungle, knowing the timing, absolutely huge for R8 Esports. Dictating the pace of the game, they're up about 2K at this point. R8 Esports have just been a troublesome opponent for CMF.
Yeah, and right now we are starting to see a bit of a shift of a tempo here as R8 is just relentlessly hunting for Wei in his own jungle here right now. Although it's still only a 1.6k goal lead, but R8 is looking to tear it wide open to a bigger goal deficit for CMF.
Yeah, I don't want to talk in generalities here, but Wei, I mean, losing those buffs has got to be key, right? He needs to get going. He wants to get that blue buff as much as possible. He's starting to get the steering step on his Zenon, does a little bit of work onto him. They have to respect that damage, but he doesn't have just the critical mass of damage to burst anyone just yet.
And Doma playing extremely safe towards his bottom side of the map. He knows for a fact that there are a lot of eyes preying onto him, so he has to play safe. He has to wait for that pivotal engager. And like you mentioned here, this Azure Golem will be the prime target coming in from R8 Esports. Denying it away from Luna will be key.
Yeah, taking that away, I almost want to say that's like game over at this point. I mean, obviously a huge overstatement at that point, an exaggeration if you will, but losing that blue buff on a Luna it's absolutely huge. CMF need to do a better job of protecting the buffs as much as possible.
But that's the problem. They cannot take a 5v5 as of this point because Doma coming in with that ultimate will just spell doom for this Luna here. And look at that, another buff. That is the third Crimson Golem after that Azure Golem.
literally taking all the buffs away, right? Gushing just doing a good job, and Wei getting a little bit angry. I mean, that's one way to get all the buffs is just to kill Gushing, but they really don't have the follow-up damage to do enough.
Yeah, and that's without blowing the battlefield command here. Astar going pretty low.
Oh, it's too low. They've taken the Tyrant as well. So, you know what? Just trying to limp away to staying alive. The Unending Sorrow right under the tower, but here's the duel to death, and they find Wei, and it lives up to his name, and they get the pick off.
Oh, another big punishment here coming in on towards the side of Sheer and Wei here. You know for a fact that once Gushing joins the team fight, his ultimate will only be target locking on towards Wei here. If one is not enough, Midra is like, bet, sending in another one with my Celestial Melody. You go in again.
Yeah, you laughed at me when I said that, by the way.
Red team
When I said,
has
you know, 2 duels of death, you were like,
tower.
ha, 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 why would they do? But bam, that you see why.
You said 2 battlefield commands here, so here. But
I said that as well, by the way. I said that twice.
Okay, let's
Destroyed a
here.
tower.
But yeah, they've done such a great job. R8 Esports. I mean, they don't have the minion wave to continue on with this push. I mean, the mid lane is going to be here, but man, this is so rough. Astar's down for another 15 seconds. They need the wave clear to keep this T3 alive. I don't think it's possible. Oh, it is.
It is, and it is still standing here. They take back their discipline, they take the Azure Golem, and they will rotate themselves back to that Crimson Golem as well. No buffs for Wei, and it is still continuing with the 4th Azure and Crimson.
Yeah, taking everything, right? I want to see, I think the biggest factor of this game, to see more than the gold graph, more than the items and everything, is just how many buffs they took away, right? Because
so far 4 Crimson Golems and 2 Azure Golems here, so that's 6 buffs in total.
Oh my gosh, that's so rough. I mean, Luna is like the 1 hero when you're farming as like the jungler. You need those buffs. You need that 100% and not able to get it. And this is like a more than a feels bad man. As it's a 6k net worth lead in favor of R8.
Yeah, 6k net worth at 10 minutes of the game here. They are looking to secure the Shadow Tyrant and formulate that game-ending push, or to minimally take all the tier 3s from the likelihood. And the Xenon gets deleted from the map.
Yeah, that was an ambush. They had to make something happen. This is like the typical ambush of brush, right? If you're gonna get an ambush from any brush, this is gonna be it. And I think that like Xenon was like, no, I got an ending star. I'm fine. I can face check this one. But it's not enough. CMF had that damage.
But still, that is the place that you want to be looking for the hands of Astar, Tummin, and Sycon. Oh yeah, where was this follow-up play? Where was this initiated coming into the early game of the stage? Because this is proven to be a lot of damage on the Anthem.
Oh, Anthem took so much. Astar gets instantly deleted, turned around, duel to death, and it goes, and it takes down Sycon as well, and they're looking to run it down, but again, no minions. They've been stymied just because of the lack of minions here.
Yeah, Duel to Death 1 goes in, Duel to Death 2 goes in, takes 2, and right now all the members are just blocking CMF from defending this tier 3. 2 members are still down coming in from CMF here. Do they go for the game-winning push?
I mean, they might as well at this point. It looks like Majo's taking a lot of tower shots, but they're taking down the Crystal. Gushing has got some serious work, and they will take this one out. R8 Esports take game 2 in a flash.
R8 Esports make light work of CMF, ending both games just 12 minutes short, and right now they are looking at that 2-0 sweet victory over CMF.
I mean, R8 Esports, all business, all looking just like, that was completely like shut down. They were like no mistakes in that game too. They knew how to close that one out. They understood the mission at hand, and they did not mess around on that one.
Yeah, they did not mess around, and it is proven to be a very good tactic coming in with that double Unending Sorrow, double due to the death here, locking every target that our CMF Esports wanted to go in. You see for the fact, okay, he goes in with the Mashironui, immediately gets locked down by that Musashi.
Yeah, just completely locked down. Gushing was just on another level. Clear MVP for me on this one. Just the amount of impact that you had, and throughout the entire series, he was just an absolute monster. They had no answers for him, and CMF had to play very defensively. Again, it was just a tough game to watch if you're a CMF Esports fan.
Oh yeah, it is a very heart-wrenching game, and they definitely need to continue their growth in this league, because days are counting for the ranking week, because once you go down to that Group A, you are going to be fighting 4 teams for that 1 slot to the playoffs.
Yeah, you don't want to be there. I mean, we still have 2 other days. I don't want to get the cart ahead of the horse right now, but it's not looking good, right? I think that this is definitely a dire situation. Tomorrow on, they got to start winning now, right? They got to give themselves a chance, got to get themselves in the top 3. If not, you're on the bottom. You'd never want to be there. Maybe you look to just try out some strats to kind of just finish out the ranking week because you're not going to be eliminated at least this week.
That's exactly the case, and right now they're looking at a 0-2 scoreline against RA Esports. That is also their current standings back into the tournament rankings here. So for CMF, like you mentioned, they definitely need to pick up the pace here if they want to even look at the top 3 spot here. But this will be the end game stats here as we see Ryoichi and Gushing here coming up clean with those stats alongside Doma.
So clean, right? I mean, Mijoji died twice, Zeno died once. I mean, that's the only detriment I could find to this literally flawless team, but they were on point. Not many kills to be had. CMF were playing a little bit more KG in that regard, but just too much R8 at the end of the day, and Ryoichi with that 62,000 damage always did enough for the rest of the team to just clean house.
Yeah, the arrows are hitting hard, especially from Ryoichi's global marksman. He was looking for those aggressive ultimates all towards the backline of CMF Esports towards the end of the game here. He is this damage dealer that you need, and Gushing and Doma just going for that airplane mute combo that we see.
Yeah, and look at how much red is on this table. Like, there's a little bit of blue. CMF Esports had a little bit of a chance. I can kind of see a little bit past the 4-minute mark right there, but just too much R8 Esports at the end of the day. Just, you know, tough situation. 7.6 at the very end, but really no outs. I didn't see any mistakes that, you know, CMF could have taken advantage of and got back in this one.
It is for CMF to figure out, right? Their early game so far definitely needs to fix from the start of the game, right? A sheer back-to-back games going into the late phase at 30 seconds of the game, already being chunked out extremely hard. So that is something that they need to fix going into the level of the gameplay that they have against KME, especially against Gushing on this MVP back-to-back performance.
Just well-deserved. I mean, throughout the entire series, he was just like, whenever we made a call, Gushing was there because he was always like being like the raid monster. He was just killing everybody. I mean, he only got 2 kills in this one, but his impact was definitely there, and we'll see most of them in the highlights here.
And this highlight just shows that even though you have this Luna on border towards the early game, this double lockdown coming in from the Musashi just makes this Luna like hell of a game. And even though, look at Ryoichi's movement, dodging out 2 of the flash engages coming from Syken, Oya, and Ashir, that is peak quality reaction.
Absolutely. Like, they were so, like, the mechanical skill, you're seeing that, right? When they go in, boom, Ashir, Atomic, both of them so low. And, like, how just instantly deleted. The dual death, you try to get away from Gushing, that's the secondary dual death. Constantly on, and then it was just pretty much cleaning up at this point.
Yeah, at this point, the game is already over because lead was already immensely top tier coming in for the side of RA Esports. For CMF, it is best that they go back and really look back at the replays here, figure out a best way of playing Honor of Kings to show off that they still can contend for that Group S or minimally that Group A top 1 spot. But that is for the series. We will see you in the next upcoming series after this break.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone. And taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control. Awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told, ain't no way to survive. Keeping all of this fire that's locked up aside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing. I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment,
champion, my name is Strength. Tell them who you are. My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain. I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream I've had, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our final series of the day. It will be between Crazy Raccoons and Gen.G Esports. What a way to finally be able to witness these two teams that are contending for that top 2 spot in this KME ranking week.
Yeah, going into this one, I mean, both of these teams are obviously going to want it, but I think Gen.G Esports, a little bit more pressure on them to perform. Obviously, they want to keep their top 2, top 3 status in mind, especially going into the KME. It's got to be key for them to continue on with that one. Crazy Raccoons looking to just bounce back. This is a team that's been rebuilt from the ground up, so to speak. This is a team that's looking to make some waves here.
They're looking to make some waves, looking to actually challenge the runner-up of the KME Spring Season 2025. So it will be a statement match coming in for both of these two teams. Winning here will cement their spot even further for that Group S ranking.
It would be huge, right? I think that both of these teams really need to understand what is at stake here. Getting into the Group S is going to be key. You have a much easier route. Obviously, you're not guaranteed anything, but getting yourselves into the playoffs would be huge for them in terms of seeding. Top 1 and 2 are going to be moving on in that sense. First place will get you, of course, into that slot at the KIC. Second place is going to get you this the last call one. So this is something that they really want for both of these guys.
Exactly the case here. And when we talk about what we want, we always relate to how much you can actually commit here. Talking about commitment here so far, both of these two junglers, Kong and also Rock, have been phenomenal so far in past these two days.
Yeah, you're making me uncomfortable when you said the word commitment. But yeah, we'll continue on with that. Just kind of ignoring that one. But look, Crazy Raccoon 2-0 over Astar earlier today. This is going to be a huge one for them. A big confidence boost. Can they continue on going up against Gen.G, who also 2-0'd SCARZ earlier today? So this is going to be pretty much a key battle at stake.
The key battle at stake here, Crazy Raccoon. They did crazy comebacks, and also Gen.G Esports. They did amazing games in terms of the honor of King scene here. With their evolution coming in from the HOK Kings World Cup, they have had a big evolution compared to before that we see them in KME Spring.
It's all about the evolution, right? Leveling up, understanding what you need to do, and seeing how that they played out. Obviously, you know, Crazy Raccoon had to kind of work for it a little bit more with their comebacks earlier, but this is still a squad that, hey, any sort of opportunity to come back in and showing that resilience is going to make you better, because you're going to continue on. You can trust your teammates more, all of those good things that come with that sort of win. So it's going to be key for them, but going up against Gen.G Esports, who are probably one of the titans of KME, kind of a scary opposition here.
Yeah, kind of a scary opposition. They have so much on their backs with star players like Inua, Wawa, and also Rock. And with the new addition of Monto, I just want to see how far of this Crazy Raccoon roster can really dig into this Gen.G team. Is it time for them to tear up the rankings of the KME?
If Kong can get going, I think that they're going to have a good time, right? A lot of it just kind of rides on him. You know, Gen.G side, Rock and Monto, those are the guys that we've been looking at. Monto hasn't really impressed too much. I mean, he's made some plays, but I think that in terms of his footing on the team, he's kind of gelling still, right? I think that there's still been a little bit of a learning process for him, but it's still been the Rock is the main guy. So he's pretty much the one guy you want to look at, especially from Gen.G Esports. But we're going to have to find out going into this one. We're going to find out about Crazy Raccoons coming up right now.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Whoa, let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
Crazy Raccoon, the CR Nation out of Japan, is going to be made up of Kai, Kong, Cliche, Nanohana, and of course Nia. And I feel like every time Nia wins a game and he gets he has the most assists on the teams, I feel like we need to add an extra A to his name.
Every extra assist adds a Nia with its own victory here. That is an amusing way of adding Nia to the roster here. This will be your men in red here, which is the CR Nation here. I gotta say, they have had a crazy performance so far in the fall season, defeating even the likes of Yongshin Red Force. But on their opposing end will be the KME Springs runner-up, Gen.G Esports.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Whoa, let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
And these are your game changers, Gen.G Esports, Wawa in the flash lane, Rock in the jungle, mid lane, Inua, their new addition towards the farm lane, Monto, and finally, the taunter, the mood maker, the trendsetter, Clue in the rover. What is your thoughts on this roster?
Well, I love every one of these guys. I think we go way back. Clue is such a, he's such an animated fellow. He loves the game. You can see it. He wears his heart on his sleeve, so to speak. He is a guy that you just like, you love to watch. I mean, yes, he might taunt, but he's not like trash talking type where it's kind of bad. He's just, when he's happy and the team is winning, you're gonna see this guy's, his emotions up.
Yeah, he's just gonna be flaunting it and then just show off his happy mood, telling the crowd that, hey, let's cheer on together. And what way of cheering on that is with this head-to-head between Kai and Wawa in towards the Clash lane.
Clash lane, this is going to be key for them. I mean, Kai and Wawa, both of these guys really need to step up. Kai has been like, the steadfast guy on Crazy Raccoons. If anyone is going to make a play, he's the guy. I think some other teams kind of have honed in on this, and they've kind of forced him out, and they've tried to prioritize the Clash lane as much as possible to make things uncomfortable. But Wawa, again, he's the guy that's been really, the team is not playing well. Wawa puts him on his back, puts him in a great situation. He's a great Clash laner himself.
He is indeed a great Clash laner himself because his evolution, we all seen it during the Honor of Kings World Cup. When he went on against these PKL teams, he was just styling on them.
Absolutely styling, which is going to be key, right? Wawa needs to make those plays. The Clash laner, sometimes we joke that it's just like a secondary support or whatever, but man, the Clash laners that we've seen time and time again, especially at the KWC, is that these are guys that are willing to play, put everything on the line, look and go for suicide missions to just protect the team, set themselves up for those wins.
And that is the sacrificial role that you need to have in any teams. Being able to give resources, find these crucial engages, that is the life of a Clash laners here. That's why they're often coined as the clutch makers here in all of the Honor of Kings teams.
Okay, well, I didn't know it's called the clutch machine or whatever. I play Clash myself, not very clutch, so I'm kind of like, maybe I'm in the wrong spot. Maybe I don't belong there anymore, but trying things out, especially in that Clash lane, it's been an interesting ride. But yes, I do feel that there's a lot of impact that happens, right? If they're able to get that jump, that initiation could be key. And really kind of, you got to be in tune with your jungler to kind of really set things up for the early game.
And looking at the ban pick here, already we see Dharma, Yuhuan, and Long, all these high priority picks here being shared among Crazy Raccoon and Gen.G in this first phase of the draft.
Going to start things off strong, right? Dharma, again, they were trying to prioritize it for Kai, letting the man work. It doesn't really showcase your draft at all. Gen.G, on the other hand, go with the Yuan, very flexible pick, love it as always, and that's going to be a high priority pick with the Loon here.
Yeah, indeed the case here, and we are starting to see more of these lone counters being the Nuwa here, getting that additional range, being able to snipe him when he lands on the infinite fastness, forcing out the flash. If you're not going to use the flash, you are going to be punished by that annihilation.
Yeah, and also they're trying to take away the Nuwa from Inuwa. It's one thing to ban it or to kind of respect the other player, but to take it up yourself, they want to let Cliché work on this one. Has that damage, a lot of control thus far. Crazy Raccoon's probably, they need a farm laner here and as well as a jungler to kind of round out their draft. I'm thinking more damage is required.
Yeah, more damage calls in Mayin, one of the highest burst potential here going to the Clash lane. And we have seen Wawa's Mayin potential back in KWC 2025. His damage calculation and setup is just so masterclass on towards this pick.
Yeah, it has that potential. The control, I'm pretty sure we're not going to see another jungle Mayin anytime soon. Probably not great to have here, but it's all about that team fight and just getting to that back line. That, Cliché Nuwa is going to feel a little bit more uncomfortable, especially since Mayin can zoom right on top of him.
Yeah, zoom right across to them, and zoom goes concentrate you from the available of the picks here. It is a very good ban, considering Long and Mayin are all these high physical damage deals with burst. So being able to immune the physical is not the best of the best if you're Gen.G wanting to conquer the game.
Yeah, not going to be easy at all. But if you're looking at the draft, what else are you looking for here from Gen.G? Obviously, they've kind of got their, it looks like they're putting the Yuan maybe in the jungle, roam potentially there, but they're kind of lacking some sort of like tank, some sort of guy that's a little bit bigger to kind of get into, the front lines to deal with this potential Dharma Zhangfei.
And talking about this exact point, although I cannot answer you what they're going for, but Crazy Raccoons banning out the Dolia just removes picks such as the Yuan Dolia combo or the Dun Dolia combo here, so it limits a bit of a space here for the side of Gen.G here. But when we talk about healing, we cannot avoid Sun Bin, because Sun Bin is one of the roamers that you cannot buy or utilize in parallel to reduce healing output.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to kind of deal with. And also, it's one of those things where it goes back to the Yuan pick. Oh, okay, they're going to pivot. They're going to go maybe with Lian Po here. But the Yuan, you don't know what role it's going to be, right? So could be potentially like a roam, and so they're, or you know, the mid in this case. But that's why you have to ban out the Dolia, because there's so many other good ults that they need to deal with from Gen.G.
Ooh, and this is a debut pick for Kong here with the Ogre towards the jungle here. I believe he has not yet picked this Ogre at all in the entirety of the KME up to today, so we will have to see how he performs on towards this pick.
Yeah, this is going to be key. I mean, I don't think we've seen a single Ogren today, which is as weird as that sounds. Everything has been very assassin style, like the Luna, you know, the Fades, those types, but seeing it now with the Ogren going in, I mean, it took us the 4th series to get there.
Yeah, it is much more of like a BO7 pick or BO5 pick, because Ogren has been nerfed in many patches. So right now, picking Ogren in game number 1 usually means that you want to set up this battle tank for success. All the resources have to go towards him. But since you're going for the last pick here, Gen.G is like, bet, you go for Ogren, we counter you with the Musashi.
Yeah, this is the quote-unquote counter to it, right? And being able to get on top of them. There's a lot of control. I like the way the lineup of Gen.G is kind of rounding itself out. It's very balanced. SCARZ is kind of balanced themselves. So this is going to be a really close one. I don't give a huge edge to any of these teams going into this game 1.
I think the only edge that can be given is the early game for Crazy Raccoons, because we have to think, who has enough damage to take out this Ogren if he does scale into that early game 4-minute mark monster here? We have to see if Gen.G Esports can formulate around a good burst potential to close off this Ogren potential.
Yeah, it's going to come back to the laning and just like how much farm they can funnel into him, right? I think that's going to be the key one to watch. The Ogren, if he kind of slows down and he's not able to keep on pace with like Rock's Musashi, they might have a bit of an issue. And you don't really want to be playing from behind with his Ogren.
Yeah, and looking at all these 2 drops here, they have sufficient early to mid game for both of these 2 teams. It comes down to the key executions here, where it starts off the laning phase. Will be Crazy Raccoons against Gen.G Esports in our final series of the day. Game 1, let's get it going.
Yeah, this is going to be another best of 3 going into this one. So again, like for any of these teams, do you need one of them to outperform the other one in this league?
Of course you have to. You need someone to challenge Gen.G's runner-up place, and who better way of doing it than is CR Crazy Raccoons, the Crazy Nation, CR Nation.
Yeah, if they were able to pull this one off, that would be huge, right? I think it would be upset central, but Kai taking so much damage, and Wawa, man, just completely zoning him out, playing this one to the T in the top lane.
I wonder what happened here that allowed Kai to actually drop 2 creeps, and right now Wawa gets the first blood under the radar of Nia. What is going on?
Yeah, he thought he was safe, and Nia with that leaping savior was like, okay, I got your shields, brother, but that's not enough. Wawa with that burst of Mayan can kind of catch people off guard, as Kai just did right there.
Yeah, and Wawa was like, hey bro, you don't have flash anymore. You sure you want to come back for this creep? You're kind of greedy here. So he gets punished for being greedy here. First blood goes toward the hands of Wawa.
Absolute disaster in that top lane, right? Kai just dying out. I mean, using that flash as well. What else could you take out? And then Sprite taken away. So Wawa, this is going to be a great one for him in that top lane. And Nia actually has to babysit him a bit just to help him catch up a little bit.
Yeah, that's what happens if you start losing the lane just 1 minute towards the game here. You need some form of assistance to let you survive the lane more comfortable a bit. And right now, Rock spots out the wave, clears it immediately, unlocking Wawa for a potential roam.
Going for that roam, just pushing him back. Kai really can't fight. He needs just to make sure that this tower doesn't take any damage. He needs to just kind of slow things down and just, again, not lose the tower more than anything else, but just stay alive.
Yeah, what better way of slowing things down instead to formulate a freeze? That is what Kai is doing right now. With the help of this priority that is secured by Wawa and Rock here, you can see the mid-lane tree is not so vulnerable for Gen.G, and Rock already stealing yet again the wild boars from the likes of Kong.
Taking everything, right? And that's where you want to be, especially if you're Rock. And this is why it's kind of scary, is that Kong had to deal with the mid lane. Like the mid lane from Gen.G side that had not been wave cleared. But here comes Kai. He's getting a little bit low. Cliche with the heroic play, saving him for now. But Wawa is thirsty. He wants to go in, flashes forward, gets another pick off, eats an annihilation, and says bye-bye.
He's just showing off his fancy feats, dodging every projectile sent on by Cliche, and what way to add insult to injury than to kill him right below the eyes of Cliche once again. Just now it was under the eyes of Nia. Right now it's under the eyes of Cliche.
Pretty much 2 solo kills for Wawa. I mean, Cliche tried to save him, but he was even that, like his rotation was not enough. Wawa completely styling in that top lane, doing an absolute, amazing job in that top lane.
I gotta agree, Wawa is styling right now, and so far this Clash Day matchup that we were featuring back in the head-to-head is in favor of Wawa in towards the laning phase here. We gotta see, moving on to the mid game, who is gonna be the master of setup and knockups.
But you could never really count out a Dharma. I think that's the biggest thing. He doesn't really need the items. I mean, obviously it helps, but when those team fights are happening and you have that flash truth, just game-altering team fight, like that could be massive for him. He just needs to, again, keep his chin up. He needs to stay alive.
Well, if Nova String can do it when he's 0-3, I bet CR Kai can find a way to do it as well when he's 0-2. So it comes down to execution and whether or not he can find those angles here. But finding those angles will be this 4th minute tyrant that is creeping in to our final series of today.
Chuan has so many good games, and you bring the one time he has a bad game, 0-3 something with that Dharma. But here we go with those burst rams, knocking around the crazy Raccoon members, pinballing them, if you will. But this tyrant is going to be started. It's going to be going in. Nya still up in front.
He's stalking, he's walking, he's looking for the unbridled uppers.
He's going to go, catches on the 2. He's got the Stampede, gets the slam dunk onto Monto, and Rock is down as well. Inuo, he's going to be picked off as well. Cliché's going to be traded away with Nanohana, and now the chase is on Clue. He's going to take some damage, but they're going to be backing off.
Double kill.
But it is such a worthy trade here coming in for the side of the crazy CR Nation here. They get Monto, even though he has the infinite fastness here, kind of underestimating the Zhang phase damage here.
You don't want to let Kong get going. This is one of those things where Rock, he wanted to stay ahead, but now that he was killed on that one and taking the mid T1 away, and Clue just barely surviving on this one just with that first ram back to safety, this is not a good situation if you're a Gen.G fan.
Oh yeah, it's not a good situation at all. Losing that Zero Golem, losing that mid T1, that is painful here. But let's check out the replay here. What a beautiful bridal operation. Immediately silencing the backline, assassinating Monto from any potential follow-up. And Kong is having the time of his life because there's no rock, there's no healing reduction from that due to the death.
Yeah, jumping right on top of Monzo, he got caught out, and then Rock was killed as well. Just instant burst right here. And so Gen.G really need to figure out a way to get back in. They're playing, again, just smart play, right? This is, you want to put pressure on. You have a numbers advantage in the top lane, potentially taking this top T1. That will help accelerate your growth.
But look at the positioning coming in for the side of knockups.
Yeah, they've got this. The Umbrella Outburst, the Trumper Smash right on top of this, but Nanohana already been killed. Nia's looking to go for the kill, the Infinite Fastness on back on this one, and they make him pay. Nia's been killed, and now Kai is joined. He wants to fight, but it looks like Gen.G, too many members, 3 members down from Crazy Raccoon, and there might even get more. Wawa is going to sacrifice his life. He goes in for this one, but Kong is the last man standing. How do they deal with this? Gen.G are looking to just dodge him. The Death Precipice is right on point. They actually go for the Burst Ram to slow him down, but Kong is like King Kong chasing him down, and Gen.G are like, we're getting out of here.
He's just so tanky with the crucial team fight tag of 51%. No one can take him down, not as of this moment. This is the power of a snowball Ogre. But you don't have to take down the Ogre. You take down his teammates. That's why 4 members of the side of Crazy Raccoons are taken down. But let's check out the replay. So now Hannah and Nia, they were like, do we defend this? Do we not defend this? They get punished heavily. But look at the backline follow-up here. Damage has been done. Members are low here. Kai does not find the flag, but he forces out 2 of the key ultimates here from the side of Monto for the side of Inua. As this point, even though they didn't have enough spells, but look at Kong. He's so tanky, he has so much healing, he's just a walking raid boss as of this point.
It's still very early. It's like 7 minutes in, and he's just like walking it down. But he's 4-0-1, 6.2k net worth to his name. He's just been that monster, and now Wawa trying to fight this 1 versus 2 needs to be careful. But here comes another Umbrella Outburst. Nia has been on point, and that will help them disengage.
Yes, he does need to disengage. He has to use the Princess Sprite, but goes in the Duel of the Death.
Duel of Death, Rock not letting him go, wants to go for this, finds Nia, gets the pick up on him, and Monto gets that revenge, but Kong is here, and Gen.G, again, they have no answers for this raid boss.
But this raid force can be avoided as long as you keep nitpicking on the species. Nia, Nano, Hana. Right now, they are the prime targets for the likes of Rock on this Musashi.
I mean, they want to get to him, right? If they're able to get onto Rock and able to kind of slow him down, that would be best case scenario. Rock has been kind of, you know, focusing on more on Nanahana and Cliche. He's trying to kill the other heroes first, and I mean, he's done a great job of that, but Kong is the guy that you need to left standing alone, and then you might have a chance with those numbers.
Yeah, those numbers are definitely not looking good in the gold department for the likes of Cliche and Nano Hana. So Kong, he's sitting about at the comfortable 7,000 gold, but the other members are being deprived of resource right now. So item spikes will be a bit slow for Cliche and Nano Hana.
I think they'll be happy with that, Crazy Raccoons. I think it's all about Kong, right? Just getting him as much farm as possible. If Nanohana is able to get going, but they decide to go in, they find Nanohana, they get that pick off, but Kong is over the wall with that path of passing. He's continuing to chase. Is he able to get anything? The Death Precipice slowing it down. The Flaming Palm is going to be eaten up, but Kong gets the steal! Oh, he gets the steal right under Rock's nose.
He does it all. He takes back a consolation prize by sacrificing Nanohana to the hands of Wawa. But I gotta say, Wawa is pretty clean this game with the Mayin so far.
He's done a great job. I think he's 5-1-1. He's just like died that single time. He's played amazingly. Really put the pressure on. But yeah, you have the control. Yeah, you're able to kill some of these other guys. But again, they don't really have the answers against Kong.
It will take a bit of a time, right? Once Monto gets that 3-4 items, by then Kong will get taken down. But that's an unending sorrow being forced away on the hands of Inua. Mid lane control goes over the side of Crazy Raccoons as they want to find control of this river for this Shadow Tyrant.
Yeah, Crazy Raccoon doing a great job. Understanding that, hey, the state of the game, let's just continue to push these towers here. This bottom T1 will be chipped away. Gen.G looking to defend. They want to get the initiation, not able to get any sort of catch, though. Oh, now they're going. They go for the duel to death. They find him. The Tremor Smash is going to be used, slowing him down. The Unbridled Offer just to stay alive, but it looks like they do find Inua with that Annihilation as well.
But still, Nanohana mispositioning, allowing Rock to find that duel to the death. It's still a 1-for-1 trade, and right now, without Marksman, how is Gen.G and CR going to look at the Shadow Tyrant? Because Rock is looking for that back line flank.
Yeah, you don't want to go 50-50. Rock is going to be there. They find Kong. They do some damage. They knock him around, but he just shrugs it off. Not enough damage to deal with this death. Kong, look at this guy, not scared whatsoever.
Not scared whatsoever, no healing reduction that is applied on towards this Kong. He's so darn tanky, and it does exceptionally well against Monto's high per single target damage.
Yeah, it's going to be exactly what you wanted, right? But the Tyrant now going to be started here. This is the Shadow Tyrant one, completely in the dark. Kong is realizing that something is not right. He sees this, goes with the path of passing, potential steal, the Death Precipice right on point. The Tyrant is going to actually go back. He's going to be tethered back into his lair. He will heal back up, but Kong will continue it on. It's about half-life at this point. Nia is going to actually Leaping Savior back. The creation blocks are pushing people away. They need to be careful here.
Yeah, both teams are fighting control over this Tyrant, but who will get it?
Rock takes it and he gets it on point. The duel of death, and Kong will be slain as well. Not only is the Tyrant, but here's the Tremor Smash. They find Nanohana. They get the pick off, a double kill going the way of Monto.
Nanohana and Kong eliminated from the map here. That path of passing was not enough to bail Kong out of safety here. Good follow-up engage here. Once Monto found that Daybreaker, that Starbreaker, that is the time to delete him off of the map. And Kai, what are you doing there, buddy? That is not your base.
Yeah, not your base. I think he was just trying to deal with the minions here. Just kind of going all in, but I think that they're going to lose the mid T1 regardless. Plus, he's down for the count. Kai has not really had a great game.
Not a great game for Kai. The laning phase was just toyed by Wawa, and 1v2 accomplished twice by Wawa. Annihilation does go through, but still, Monto, he has the downpour. He gets the heal up in just a short moment.
Yeah, it's all about that heal, just this sustain. Wawa, though, is going to cartwheel over the wall. And look at how Gen.G are utilizing the map. They're looking to take the top T2, putting that pressure on, while Wawa is split pushing elsewhere.
Yeah, and right now, we see Nanohana trying to force down that bottom wave, but this is under the influence of Wawa just running down that lane. And look at top side right now. Kai is not enough to defend this single-handedly.
Yeah, they're not really going to just go for this one. I mean, they've been pushed away. The minion waves have been pushed as well, but it's all space. Rock was looking to take the Overlord more than anything else. But one thing to note is that actually Monto had a 2-level differential. Nanohana just leveled up. He's 1 level behind now, but man, that's been rough for him in the farm lane.
Oh yeah, it's been rough for Kai and Nanohana. 0-4-2 on the Dharma, 0-5-2 for the Flowborn Marksman. Things are looking kind of difficult for this 2-side lane setup here coming in from Crazy Nation, Crazy Raccoons.
Not going to be an easy one to come back from. Inua, though, he's going to be pushed back. Kong is still alive. I mean, if you have Kong alive, you still have a lifeline in this game. It's just a matter of finding that perfect initiation, getting a pick off so that you have that numbers advantage, and Kong becomes nigh unkillable.
We have to see, because Monto has already scaled towards that 4th item power spike, so Kong will start getting hit even harder by these flaming palms. We have to see how much time can Kong realistically provide for Nanohana and Kai to catch back up into the later stages of the game.
Nanohana needs to stay alive. He needs to be a little bit safer all the way in the back. He's been picked off, so they've had a hard time trying to fight. But now Kong, all the way up in front, he's going to be burst ramped, he's going to be pushed around a bit. He's going to continue on, he finds Clue, he tethers onto him, but he needs to be careful. He path the passings on back. No, he wants to go in for Wawa, just pushing them back. Again, you need that space.
Yeah, you need that space, and right now they do get that space indeed as they are looking to knock on this tier 3, but good defense here coming from the side of the Crazy Raccoons as they live to see another day for their high ground turrets.
It was all a bit of a farce in that sense. It wasn't a true strike. They wanted to go for the mid lane. They take the mid T2, and now Wawa is making his way to the bottom lane. This has done a great job of just attracting attention, forcing Crazy Raccoon to just be played very reactively to their movements.
And with that series of rotations here, Hauler, already a 7,000 gold lead being amended for the side of Gen.G. Coming into this next rotation of Shadow Objectives, Kai might be caught out.
Might be caught out, but Rock is on the chase, gets the nice little burst ram on top of him, slowing him down, but Kai will get back to safety. Flaming Palm, just barely not enough to kill Cliché. Needs to be careful on this one.
Yeah, Cliché barely walking out alive, burning out that Splendor, burning out that Flat. That will be not available for the next 2 minutes here as both of these two teams fighting for control for that bottom side river.
Oh, Wawa finds Nia. Was deciding to just knock him all around a little bit, but the Tyrant going to be the main target at this point. Gen.G looking for their openings, but they need to, again, navigate through this Kong machine.
But you look at Gen.G, they're playing the map very, very patiently. They know Monto has no ulti, and right now they're just looking for the engage on towards Kong.
They're looking for it, but Kong is actually, he's the one, the initiation. He spots things out. He's the aggressor, and he's going to be sticking around with Nia, so he has that backup.
And we look at this Shadow Tyrant potentially being reset by the likes of Nia right here. But Kong, look at those flaming palms. It's starting to hit a bit hard that this little Ogren is starting to fall off in terms of the power charts.
It's starting to hurt, which is going to be a problem here. I mean, Kong, yes, level 15 at this point. The emergence just to get that vision more than anything else. The Tyrant, though, will be kind of pushed aside. I don't think Gen.G are really going to continue on with this one, but they're just kind of posturing for that next ambush here.
Yeah, posturing for the next ambush here, we see Nia just casually sitting towards that bottom right side of the bush here. If he can find that crucial 4-3-man Umbrella Outburst, that could be huge.
Oh, they're looking to go for this one. Wawa, I think, was spotted in the top lane. The Umbrella Outburst, the Infinite Fast is used instantly. He might want to go right back in. Kong continuing on. Oh, nice little Tremor Smash. And they find Kai. He's going to be picked off. They're trying to turn this around, but yeah, getting solo. He's going to be focused in. Rock ends up getting the kill on that one, and they have slain the beast. They have taken down Kong, and they're looking to run it down. They've been pushed aside with those creation blocks by Cliché. He wants to get to safety, but Nanohana, he gets burst rammed. He gets back to safety. Gen.G now looking to close it out.
Yeah, Gen.G now looking to close it out. They have the healing from the Yuan here. This Yuan will start healing up, and Clue using the stop sprint, keeping Inua healthy and alive. 20 seconds, death timer for Kai. Kong and Nia. This might be the end of the game.
Yeah, Tremor Smash and pushing them back into the fountain, but they take the crystal, and more importantly, they take game number 1.
Very clean execution from Gen.G starting up that 4 to 5 minute mark. Yes, Kong is indestructible, but the members of the side of Crazy Raccoons that names are not Kong and Ogren are not indestructible. So props to Gen.G for picking the fight that they know they can win.
Yeah, everyone else was destructible. Let's be very honest. Everybody did not really have much of a chance. Kong was the only one. And again, once you take down everyone else, you have that numbers advantage. And Kong is then able to be slain at that point. But that last team fight, going into the Tyrants over the wall, they weren't really able to take the fight that they wanted. Crazy Raccoon, again, had to play somewhat reactively even in that one.
Yeah, it just shows that the proper rotations here coming in from Gen.G Esports, just setting up them for success in towards the late game, especially at the last team fight. I think the Gen.G Esports, they had about 7k to 8k gold lead that at that point really didn't matter, no matter how much of a good engage that you found for the side of Crazy Raccoons.
They were doing such a great job of just like sticking together and just like any sort of team fight that was going to happen. Gen.G was like, they had the buddy system. They were able to kind of, group up when they needed to. Nobody was getting isolated, so they weren't able to get any pickoffs. And again, once you have the Ogryn, it's really hard to, because it's not like an assassin, like a mobile one, right? So that you see it coming along and it's very easy to navigate through.
Yeah, it's very easy to navigate to, and I want to give props to also one player coming in for the side of Gen.G. It has to be Wawa on towards this Marine in the clash lane. He's finding flanks after flanks, finding perfect camps against the carries of the side of CR, and he's just winning out this lane against Kai so convincingly well.
I mean, Kai had a rough game, 0-5-2, right? I mean, Wawa was solo killing him from the laning phase, just in like basically just making him have such a hard time being able to bounce back in this one. And I mean, Kong did whatever he could to kind of give their team a chance, but really it came back to the team. Everybody needed to have stepped up, and it looked like, I mean, Kong had just a mountain to climb against this Gen.G lineup.
And look at Lanohana. He's so pressured from the side of Ronto and Rock and also Wawa. He didn't have to go for the Daybreaker. He was forced to go for the Ominous Premonition as third item here. So it really limits the DPS coming out from this Global Marksman.
Yeah, didn't really have much of a chance. I mean, he got focus fired quite a bit. Rock ensured that he had a bad time, constantly forcing him out. He was like target priority number one. Very well played by Gen.G, understanding that, hey, if Nanohana was left alone in the early game and he got going and he just stayed alive and was able to farm, you might have had a problem in the late game, because Kong, he needed that extra damage dealer.
Needed an extra damage dealer. He was just this super strong raid boss sandbag walking in the front, and he was like, hey guys, I need some backup here. But guys, you guys are down already? Oh, shucks, I gotta back off then. So, game is never a single player game. It revolves around 5 strong players and 1 as a team here. But that is just game number 1 for Crazy Raccoons. We've seen how he can actually come back from crazy situations here. So let's see if game number 2, they have what it takes to bring it back.
They have the potential to bring it back, but let's talk about the MVP here. Monto, interesting. Okay, 525. I mean, his KDA was on point, but the 33% of the damage actually key. And we were kind of like going into this series, we're like, hey, we need to see more of Monto. We want to see how this guy's gelling with the team. Well, you have your proof right here. He seems to be gelling quite well as he's the MVP here.
And his reaction speed is actually pretty damn good, because all these unbridled outbursts targeting onto him, he could always react with his ultimate, soaring up the sky and dodging it very cleanly, aside from this first one. But all in all, this first few ones does show the impact that Crazy Raccoons has on this Ogryn pick, allowing them to make big leads like this. But this was the one that really faltered for the likes of Crazy Raccoons. They overextended towards the top side, Cavalry was late or not on time, which led to Kong just soloing most of the kills, allowing the goal to funnel to himself, but not towards the members of the likes of Crazy Raccoon's carries like Cliché or Nanohana.
Yeah, so I don't know if this is a communication issue or what, but it's just like, if the reinforcements had arrived on time, they might have won those team fights and not just Kong staying alive, right? They would have had a much better chance. Like, you needed Cliché to stay alive, constantly shooting those like annihilations, it's just like from afar, Nanohana to stay alive. But look at how Gen.G just dismantled this lineup from Crazy Raccoon, understanding that who needs to die instantly, right? They constantly forced it on Nanohana, for instance.
Yeah, Nanohana is always the victims of these fights due to either bad positioning or overextending towards the lane. So the positioning factor coming in for this Crazy Raccoon farm lane has to be slightly improved for the following games to have much of a better experience for the entire team.
Yeah, they would have a much better chance if they were to do that. But they need him to step up quickly, right, in game 2. I mean, it's just one game. It's not the end of the world, but it's still ranking week where every game matters, right? And you want to be top 3, and these are the small mistakes that need to be fixed up, especially this week, right? Because it's going to be key going into this one. Of course, that was just game 1. Let's find out what happens in game 2, but of course, it'll be after this break.
Kings, it's an honor showtime.
You can cheat. First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me still victory. Say. I've triggered my soda. For my pace. We the champions screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. So the drunk go find a way to the palace I'm waiting. Go, live and rock and we go. It ain't a way for tiny bits. Storm is coming tight.
We the Kings, it's an honor showtime.
The Raccoons are back against the wall, against Gen.G Esports, where Gen.G currently is leading 1-0 in scoreline. What do they have to do to bring the series back to an equal state?
Well, speaking of Raccoons, I've never really seen one caged up and, put their backs on the wall and being able to just kind of go in. They're very squirrely. They will find ways to get back into these things. They will steal food from you. They'll figure out things, and they'll solve this one issue. That is Gen.G, and I think that they'll be able to bounce back in this game too here.
Yeah, the first puzzle that they have to solve for this bunch of Raccoons will be to figure out that pick and ban situation here, because right now, we are seeing much of a different Gen.G than we have back in day number 1, because they are looking extremely confident here coming into game number 1.
Yeah, very confident. I think that's been, night and day, so to speak. I think, again, there was a lot of question marks. How is Monto going to be just kind of filling up the shoes of Ray, right? Who kind of, they let go, so to speak, and now they've picked up Monto. How is he going to kind of fare up for this? Because they really needed a Robin to Batman that is Rock.
Yeah, Robin to Batman like Rock, and what better way of assisting Rock than Monto, this secondary carry that Gen.G reeled in to change up Ray from their original roster that they have found decent success back in Honor of Kings World Cup. But they want to target further, hence changes must be made. And talking about changes, we will see a shakeup of the draft here coming to game number 2.
Shake-up it is, right? I mean, the Luna ban, the Pei ban, my ban, a lot of the fun heroes have been banned away. It looks like we're going to go more stock standard in that sense, but not as high-flying, so to speak.
And not as high-flying, so to speak, but talking about high-flying, it will be the Lianpo being locked in for a side of Crazy Raccoons for that first pick on towards Nia.
Lianpo, start things off. I mean, you gotta let Nian go, right? I think he had a great time on Zhang Fei. Hero is very similar in regards to the Zhang Fei as well, so let the man cook, right? In terms of team fight, he's gonna be on point, which is always what you want. But Gen.G, they're gonna go with the Nua and of course the Manto Gen.G. Let Inua cook on this Nua. I think he's gonna have a great time already.
He had already a good time back in series number 1 starting today. He was like, what, MVP, and he was deathless with only a 6% damage received. So this carry of a pick here being on towards Inua will be fascinating considering Gen.G is not always a late game power pick, but with the addition of Nua, it does let it go much more smoother towards the late game.
Yeah, and being able to get those pickoffs, you're just seeing just the power of the Nua. I think it's really kind of players are being able to find its strengths a little bit more. I think that there were some questionable moments in KWC where it wasn't really on point. It wasn't able to kind of do Nua things, but with teams picking it up and being more comfortable with it, we've seen definitely the rise of this hero thus far, and it is just, the impact has been quite high.
The impact's quite high, and talking about impact, it will be Gen.G Esports sideway with Byron, with Gen.G. You're starting to see strong laners come into play here for side of Gen.G. So if you're a Crazy Raccoons, you gotta stop the brakes a little because Gen.G, they're looking very angry in this early game.
It's looking to be aggressive, which is going to be a problem, right? The Byron, again, letting Wawa do Wawa things, which is, you know, they got to stop him, right? I think Kai really struggled in game 1. I'm not sure if this is going to be a Lianpo clash lane or what, but, I mean, going up against the Byron, you're going to be in a tough spot anyways.
Well, he still has picks, right? Like the Fatigue, like the Charlotte for Say. So there's still a lot of options here coming into this Crazy Raccoon lineup. The Lianpo does seem to be in favor of Nia because so far, we noticed that Nia has a pattern of only playing tank roams.
Yeah, but he's good at it, right? It's not a problem if you're like continuing to contribute in a way that like really helps your team. He's been on point with them. Obviously, he showcased a bit of a hero puddle, not a hero pool right now, but I think it might be because he's saving strats for potentially the survival week and of course the final week.
Hey, it's still too early to decide whether they are falling off that top 3 spot because so far in terms of the ratings, yes, Gen.G, yes, Nongshim, they are looking at like the top dogs of KME, but they're still their 3rd spot for these young fellows to actually contend for.
Yeah, there's a lot of space, and this is why this week is going to be key. It's been a lot of fun watching these games because the teams have leveled up, right? I mean, Crazy Raccoon and Spring did not have a good showing. They were like, what, 6th place? They really struggled. They didn't really able to kind of find their groove, but this shakeup of a roster has really helped them, and you're kind of seeing just how good they can be, but Gen.G has just been too strong in this series thus far.
Well, so far it seems to be the case here, so we have to see what kind of change-up that Crazy Raccoons are introducing in this game number 2, because we're starting to see Lady Zun being added to the roster for the likes of Cliche, and that Fatih that we talk about seems to be hovered for the side of Nyaka, meaning this Yu Huan is being flexed sideways everywhere. What is the case here?
Yeah, I don't really know. Probably mid at this point. Once they lock these guys in, let's kind of see exactly. And they do. But, okay, I want to talk about this Gen.G Flowborn tank. I do understand that Rock will be playing this one. I'm not a huge fan of him playing like these tanky style junglers. I feel like he's better off like a fighter like a Hanshin, more a Fade, more assassin style, like just in your face, like being aggressive. So seeing him on the Flowborn might actually kind of not play to their strength, so to speak.
Well, talking about being in your face, yes, I do understand that putting Rock on a late game carry and a tempo pick will allow Gen.G to blossom further, but what better way of like prying your strats and your picks in the regular season of the ranking week it's so good for Gen.G because they are trialing and testing different team compositions that may prove to work against the likes of Nongshim or world-class teams.
You're absolutely right. Just being able to kind of try things out. I mean, this is game 2. It's not an elimination game or anything, and you do have a little bit of flex. But in the same way, you're kind of trading off, showcasing this. In the sense that they might be, look, this is like intel that you're giving away, and it might be key later down the road. But I don't think Gen.G are too worried about this one, especially with the Soonbin last pick, rounding out that draft. Not the most traditional Gen.G lineup here, but they definitely have the potential here.
Well, talking about Soonbin, right? So imagine you have the front line of a Byron and also a Flowborn tank. Addition of Soonbin Time Flux, you're just gonna make these two tanks even more insufferable and even in your face. So coming into the lineup that our Crazy Raccoons have drafted, so it's very anti-burst if you have the Soonbin here. So that's the first thing that they have to answer. Shut down the Soonbin in the early game.
Yeah, if they're able to kind of shut him down, I mean, probably easier than, say, the other heroes, probably because he's going to be kind of sticking around a bit. But for me, all eyes are on this Kong Nakaruru, right? Is he able to kind of get going? Is he able to kind of find that backline? Because again, Nua, Gen.G definitely have those targets. Plus Soonbin, very squishy, right? And able to kind of just burst them down potentially.
Yeah, burst him down potentially, that is what Nakaruru does best, especially when Nakaruru is so good in deleting squishies and also do tons of damage to tanks. That is what Nakaruru is specialized in doing. But that is under the consideration if all the gold is funneled towards this super carry pick.
They're not shy from that strategy, right? I think that, Kong has been the guy. They know that this is the guy that can carry them. Just the other team, the rest of the team needs to kind of help support him and just pick up some of the slack because it's not all on Kong, but I think that in terms of the farming, they've proven that they don't mind doing this.
So it's a long Kong for Kong. It's so that you are speaking here. So the long Kong game.
I had to think about what you just said, because that was like rhyming. Yes, correct. Yeah, I think we're going to be good on that one in that sense of just like be able to just kind of go to that late game. It's going to be key, right? It's going to be super important for Kong to get going because, again, last game he got going, but the rest of the team not really there to back him up.
Yeah, not really there to back him up, even though he's this super tank, gets so much gold here, but coming to game number 2 on the Nakaruru does give him more avenue of success because he gets to travel around the gorge much more freely, pick up the gold, and look for these assassinations that he's so good at on these assassins.
Yeah, that's what you want to do. Going into this game 2, got to be key, right? Crazy Raccoons have shown their cards. And this draft is pretty decent, right? I don't see anything that's kind of like, out of place for me. It's a balanced lineup, but going into the other one, the same thing can be said of Gen.G. I think that both of these teams are going in with evenly matched squads.
Evenly matched drafts, evenly matched squads. It comes down to execution like we always mention. How you get that early game lead, how you secure the early game objectives, how you turn that objective lead to counter your enemy jungle, start choking them away from any much of a growth towards that late game here. So all these tidbits, it funnels you into some form of gameplay that you're expecting.
I'm expecting that one, right? That big, jungle engagement, the one-on-one matchup. Who's going to get most farm? Who's going to be invading? Thus far, we've seen kind of Rocket get the advantage thus far, but moving into this one, hopefully a bit of a change, right? Because we want to see Kong get going again and potentially turn this game around. I want to see Nanohana really, work on that positioning in the sense of just being able to do all that damage while also staying alive and not getting focus fired early.
Yeah, not getting focus fire will be the key of Nanohana this game because one thing's for sure, Nanohana definitely needs to work on his positioning after noticing his game 1 performance and also his day 1 performance, right? So if he can fix it, it will elevate this team into a even stronger form. We've seen how well they do even to defeat the likes of Nongshim. But of course, imagine if they self-improve internally, that's going to be crazy improvement for CR.
Actually would be huge, right? I mean, the improvements, we've seen this. Crazy Raccoons really have leveled up. This is a team that's actually much better than they were in the spring, and I like to see what we've seen, what we've seen thus far. This is a team that's really on the rise, just finding their footing. But again, it's just the small mistakes that have been killing them throughout.
Yeah, small mistakes, and all those small mistakes have been punished heavily from the likes of Gen.G and Nongshim Red Force. So coming into this series, and also this week of the ranking week, it's not just about winning games, it's also about winning yourself and improving as you go towards those weeks and days, right? That's why you need to improve yourself so that you can challenge those top dogs and allow yourself to move towards the KIC spot, or minimally go for the last chance qualifiers.
So if you're trying to qualify for the KIC as a team here, right, and you don't really have a whole lot of time, you've been behind, you've kind of gone in with this revamped roster, like what exactly are you doing to kind of help accelerate yourself?
Minimize mistakes and face your mistakes. Like the mistakes that you have done, you have to face them and accept them wholeheartedly with no bias, and you have to work on these mistakes exceptionally fast to make sure that you are better than your previous self from yesterday.
Okay, all right. Okay, interesting, because I think that like these teams really didn't have a whole lot of time going in. It was just a matter of just preparing for KME. Obviously, the teams that got the notice when they were going in or when they qualified, and they were kind of preparing for the other squads. But we're seeing this squad here. Obviously, they have a lot of MOBA experience from the individual players, but playing as a team has proven to be quite difficult at times. The communication hasn't really been, dare I say, on point all the time. There have been some mistimings of some sort of team fights when they want to go. So these are the little mistakes that they need to shore up.
Yes, little mistakes, overextending, over committing, all these things can be fixed as seasons goes by. Yes, you mentioned that this is the first season that they have played together. So far, they are doing pretty damn good. But is it enough to measure against the top dogs? It's still early in the season, right? So if we move towards week 1, week 2, and into the last chance qualifiers, maybe we'll see a glimpse of them crawling through the depths of hell.
Yeah, that'd be the biggest thing, right? Just improving, right? And learning and getting in. You have opportunities. Yes, you made it to KME, which is great and all. You're coming home with, X amount of money as well. So it's not all is lost. You're getting out with something, but getting into the top 2, that's where you want to be, because you got to get yourselves a chance into the KIC. That's where the big dogs are playing, the big money, everything that you want, the fame, prestige, all these things, right? So it's going to be great for them, but man, there are some serious titans across, and not only in the KME, but also the KM West, as well as, the WKS. So this is a tough order for you.
But the payoff pays well, right? Because if you think about it, if you win the entire KME and you proceed to top 3 the KIC, you convert yourself into another chance of playing in the Challengers Cup in China. So all that leads to that final success of the Grand Slam of the year you have. But if you fail to make top 2 in KME or KMW, your road of HOK Esports ends this year.
That would be crazy, and that would be heartbreaking, right? But if there's anything we've learned, right? Most of these teams from last year to this year, a lot of the teams has just gotten so much better, right? Last year was a complete dominance of BSE, and then what happened to them this year? We haven't seen too much of that. Nova has kind of taken the mantle on that one. So you're seeing a bit of a shift. Teams can change at a moment's notice, and teams can level up. And you're seeing the improvement of all these teams across the board. The parity between the teams has gotten much, much smaller here.
Yeah, disparity between the teams, you see BSE's domination convert to Nova's domination, but we've seen teams from the KM West, from PKL, IKL, also WKS, start crawling and neutralizing that gap up in power discrepancy. So I think when years goes by and coming to 2026 next year, we will see even more tougher games for all these global teams.
We will definitely see more. I mean, and also I need to apologize because I actually complimented the KM Worst League. That was my bad. That should never have happened. I don't know how that slipped out of my mouth.
Oh, you are still holding grudge against Blam ever since that Honor of Kings World Cup cast.
Yeah, but, Blam and I are friends now. We're both on the KME. He's going to be here tomorrow, so that's going to be exciting. But more exciting than that will, of course, be this game number 2. Crazy Raccoons going up against Gen.G Esports. And to kind of give everyone a bit of a heads up in terms of this draft, which one do you give an edge to here?
I think in terms of the entirety of how well-rounded the draft coming in for both of these two teams, I'll give it over to Crazy Raccoons because you have the early game potential of the Yuhuan and also Fatih, and it rounds up exceptionally well in the mid game with Kong in the jungle, and Nanohana comes in during the mid to late game. So it comes down to execution, how well they farm in the first 4 minutes.
Yeah, I don't really give an edge to any of these squads, but I do like both of these drafts. They're very balanced. There's no real true weakness, I would say. It really comes back to the execution. Clue here, just again, the Sun Bin for me, if he's able to kind of hit those time fluxes and time bombs so that it creates all of that chaos that Rock and Wawa are going to be bringing, you know, they might have a great team fight.
And the Sun Bin ultimate plays a large role, right? If you can time it just so enough that Cliche gets silenced and doesn't get to use the Unending Sorrow, he will get deleted from the map.
Yeah, that's but the timing is not easy to hit. I do think Clue is more than up to the task for this one, but hitting that in when the team fights are getting chaotic and in the perfect positioning, I mean, it's really going to come back to him.
But look at Kong here, he finds Wawa, and Wawa gets annihilated, deleted from the map.
Yeah, deleted. And like Crazy Raccoon, this is the audible that they made, the change-up that they had, right? Game 1, Kai completely got focused out, but now they're like, okay, we need to ensure that we support him as much as possible, and they get first blood on Wawa and giving it to Kai.
It's a very good way of describing it because, like you mentioned, Kai didn't have the best of the game once, so changing up the game plan, allowing Kai to have a comfortable early game, maybe that's what Crazy Raccoons need to stabilize the game.
They need a better early game, right? And they're up about 1K, which is huge for Crazy Raccoon. They need to snowball off of this. They cannot take their foot off the gas. They need to be aggressive. Yes, they're in their own jungle right now, but they, again, need to take away from Rock as much as possible.
Yeah, make sure Rock gets limited on this Floorborn tank, but usually this Floorborn tank and this Byron plus Sun Bin combination, it only starts to spark in towards the mid game about like 8 minutes, so we have to see, will Rock on the tank show us different results compared to his assassin's usual days?
And this is my worry with this pick, right? Because I want Rock to be that damage dealer, but because now that he's not the damage dealer, you have Monto and Inua who have to really step up. Yeah, you have Wawa as well, who's going to do Wawa things, but you're putting more of the pressure and the onus on the rest of the team to help support. Maybe this is better for you long term, especially since this is just game 2 and you're up 1-0.
You're up 1-0, you are allowing Kai to farm freely into the game. Kai does get knocked up, but uses the ultimate to cleanse away from any further follow-up.
Oh, Rock with the fake back decides to go in potentially. The Tremor Smash is not going to connect though, so now we'll just kind of zone them away and Gen.G get on out of there.
It's a defensive Tremor Smash. It's not about knockout, it's about sending a message here. Just like Rock here, finding the engage on towards Kong, making sure he backs off.
Yeah, but no message was had. No, no issue for them. They were just kind of backing off more than anything else. Yes, Niao was just zoning to get them out of the way, but Wawa with that Storm Strike slowing him down, and Rock is not going to let him go. No Tremor Smash, something to take note of, and they're going to push him back. He actually has to flash. He gets under the tower. He will be fine.
That's a big flash being burned just right before the Tyrant's about to spawn here. So not something you would expect here coming in from Rock, but look at this backline flank here. Kong might find Monto.
Oh, Monto's in a bad spot. He was trying to go aggressive, makes him pay, and Nanohana almost baiting him out. He was a little bit low, and he just kind of baited out Monto just a little too far.
That is the importance of vision, and vision contributes to whether you want to make that decision here. For Nanohana, he can always bail out with the Infinite Vastness here, but for Monto, there's no escaping if you're getting flanked.
This is a much better game, a much better start for Crazy Raccoon, taking up the first Tyrant as well, putting themselves in a great spot. They're up about 2K, which is actually quite huge at this stage of the game.
Oh yeah, and they are ruling the entirety of the early game towards their hands, and they are having a field day right now. Kong on his signature picks, I can say, he is having so much influence in the early game.
And you never want to see that if you're a Gen.G fan, right? I think that, like, he's the one guy you don't want to get going. They're going to burst Wawa and just really make sure that he has a rough time, and they take the top T1. And Kai, you know he was looking for revenge on this game.
Yeah, if game 1 Kai had a horrible early game, game 2 Wawa is being gave back a favor here as Rock goes in, tries to go for a steal, but might he get away? He does get away, but he loses out the prison buff.
Loses out the Crimson buff, but the bottom T1 is going to be picked up by Gen.G. So I guess space taken, space given, so to speak, and you'll take that one. But now they're looking to potentially go Crazy Raccoon, really living up to their name, diving the T1 when they hadn't even taken it, but they will take it on their way out.
Wow, what a fast and aggressive game coming from Crazy Raccoons here already. 5 minutes in towards the game. 2 tier 1 towers already goes in the pocket, and the mid, the most important one, is left to fall as well.
Huge at this stage, right? That mid T1 is a strategic element in terms of the game, and it will just definitely open up the door quite a bit for Crazy Raccoon. Plus, they had gotten the Tyrant. Now they're on the run. They need to be careful. They take the bottom T1, so they're taking even more. The emergence from Inua, not in a great spot.
Beautiful disengagement coming in from Crazy Raccoons, getting the tower and bailing everybody out of safety right now. Gen.G is slowly losing control of the map right now. You can see Crazy Raccoons, compared to game number 1, they are looking so much more dominant and in control.
Doing such a great job. I mean, the Siege has been on point, turning those kills into objectives and really putting the pressure on. I mean, this lead is starting to grow. Gen.G wants some sort of catch. They might find Cliché. No, they're going to back off.
Yeah, they're going to back off. They don't have enough engagement. Look at
Tremor Smash on it too with that first grab. The control is real, and they find Monto, the #1 target. They trade away Kong though, but they take Clue as well, so it's a 2-for-1 in favor of Crazy Raccoon.
Well, still is decently okay for Gen.G Esports. You get the biggest kill on top of Kong, you get that shutdown, so right now, this jungle control still falls in favor of Crazy Raccoon. So that is still a consolation prize here coming in for the side of Gen.G.
Take it, you'll take whatever you can get, right? You need to get bounce back in this game somehow, but it really looks like Crazy Raccoon are like coming in rabid. They're looking to go aggressive. They want to put the fight to you, and Gen.G right now have to play defensively. They've been very reactive, but they really don't have any answers.
Yeah, no answers so far. They're playing very reactively, and look at the late game. It relies heavily on Inua to actually scale towards the late game succession here. So the question is, can they hold for another 5 to 7 more minutes until Inua gets about 3 to 4 items?
It's going to take some time, right? They need to slow the game down. Wave clear is going to be on point. Inua needs to ensure that none of these towers really are taking any sort of damage. Let Monto get going as well. I mean, those are your 2 lifebloods in terms of damage. They need to, again, get that space.
Yeah, get that space, get Monto that Doomsday, then Ryu gets to start talking for this lineup here. But look at that. They're looking everybody eye to eye here. What is the decision here? As Engages does go through, but the gold card miss is coming in from Monto.
I mean, Inua was pumped, like he used the emergence to kind of get that vision, spotted him out. They were looking to go aggressive because, again, they have to get some sort of pick off to get themselves back in this game. Crazy Raccoons sniffed it out. They got themselves out to safety.
If Gen.G can still maintain this 3,000 gold lead for the next upcoming 4 to 5 minutes, that is still fine. They still have a way of coming back to the game here. We need to see what kind of big engagements are going through.
They find him. Nanohana not able to get to safety. I think he used the Infinite Fastness, but there's a little bit of cast time. He actually got picked off. Kai is a little bit low, and Gen.G might have opened the door off of that kill.
That's a beautiful setup here. This is the Sun Bin potential that we talked about. That micro silence didn't allow Nanohana to cast that ultimate. Then Chase CC comes in, removing Nanohana's hope of being able to bail out as he used to be.
But through it all, Crazy Raccoon were able to take the Tyrant. Rock looking to go aggressive with the knockback onto him, and he's going to take some tower shots for his troubles. But here's the emergence. They're going to spot him out, and they get the pick off. And yes, Inua will die, but now Nia's here. He might want to jump in, but the rest of his teammates, he's got to wait for him.
But still 1-for-1, decent trade-off coming in from Gen.G Esports. Can they realistically get away because they do not have a tier 2 tower onto the top side?
Yeah, they're going to find this. They're going to try to defend this mid T2. Crazy Raccoon now are going to get jumped in. Rock is super angry. The Infinite Fastness gets Nanohana out of there, and it looks like they will disengage.
So much CC coming in from Clue and Rock here, and CC chased Nanohana so well that it doesn't allow him to even press the Infinite Fastness here. 1 second of actually doubting himself, that may send Nanohana back to the grave, just like what happened just now in the bot lane.
It's so hard to time though, right? To get that silence off in that perfect area. And I mean, yeah, they have a lot of CC for that control, which is great. And they need to kind of like bounce Nanohana around and just burst him down because he's died, you know, a couple times already, which has not been great for him. But Crazy Raccoon right now, their hopes and dreams right now on Kong, I would say.
On Kong, but on the side of Gen.G. However, it goes into Inua's case here. We see a 2v2 towards the top side as Emerging goes through.
Yeah, Kai looking to fight this one. He's got the slashes, but he's going the wrong way. He will be killed at some point. And Gen.G making a pay, and now Kong looking for the return, finds Mato, so they've got the pickoff onto him. And now Crazy Raccoon's on the run, trying to retreat. There's 4 members here. The Flaming Palm is going to slice into Gen.G, and they are not able to catch anything.
But Kong is dangerously low right now, so what is the game plan here coming from Gen.G? They're looking to convert this HP advantage into this river control. But look at Wawa, he might be in danger.
Oh, Wawa with the force field suppression. The shields have been instantly deleted on this one. He's looking to run away, but look at Kong looking on the flank. He might go for the jump in. He's going to get on his bird. He slam dunks into him. He gets the kill onto him, but he's going to trade his life away, and he does pay with his life.
Life for life, but it goes into advantage of Gen.G Esports because they still have the jungler to take control of this Shadow Tyrant in the river right now. Nia is spotted out here, 4v4 in this river. What is the call here, Gen.G? Infinite Fast is already popped.
Already been popped here. Mato doing some damage as well. They're going to find him. The Infinite Fast is all the way. He has to flash as well because the silence was coming, and they find him. So common spells as well as the ult was expended, but now the Tyrant going to be started for Gen.G.
That preemptive order coming in from Mato was just so crucial here, and Cliche being forced away yet another spell. That's 2 bailouts already being committed.
Wawa doing such a great job. Oh, what the Storm Strike is on point, and Kai trying to slash his way to safety. He actually has to flash away, but it was just space created for that Tyrant.
Gen.G is playing so beautifully, kiting away so masterclass well. Taking the Shadow Tyrant, taking that mid turret right now. Gen.G is back in the driver's seat.
In the driver's seat, but the net worth is still not in their favor, which is something to take note of. They're sticking together, doing a great job. They get the jump, and they find Nanohana. He was just on a picnic. He was on a leisurely stroll, and he gets picked off.
It's the same way that it happens. It starts with Clue using the time flux, using the ultimate to silence him from the Infinite Vastus, taking away any hope that he has in his team fight. And look at the front side. We have Kong cutting the minion waves, allowing a breath of fresh air to breathe into Crazy Raccoon's life.
They need to just, like, again, they need to just slow this game down more than anything else. I think he needs to be aggressive. Kong, though, might get jumped in. Oh, he gets fasted. Rock finds him. He sniffed him out, and he makes him pay Kong down for 35.
Clue on this Sunbin is so massive. He is the star of Gen.G's lineup. Although it's an easy hero, but he is making it work so darn well.
He's still playing so well, like next level of this one, right? I mean, the Sunbin, the value that you're seeing, and now Gen.G is like marching it down in that top lane, taking the top T2 as well, and they're at the death door that is the top T3 potentially here.
Top tier 3 open up for grabs. 4v5 in the middle of nowhere here, and Kai has to pop the ultimate, but he gets pumped instead.
Oh, the damage is real. Rock is chasing him down. This Flowborn take is just showing so much value. He's been up front, and yeah, he's just kind of knocking people around. They get what they wanted, which is that top T3, and now they invade the enemy jungle on their way out.
And on their way out, welcome them is the Shadow Vanguard here, allowing them to get this. You will see even more of a map control giving over to Gen.G side. Right now, we are starting to see Gen.G get more control in this game number 2.
Yeah, and this is the mid-game, right? Where they're starting to kind of hit that stride. Gen.G completely back in this game. I mean, look, Kong had such a great start. He's 7-4-1, but those 4 deaths are going to come and haunt him because he's kind of thrown that lead away, and now this team is behind. And when you're on the Nakoruru, you just don't really want to be dying at this point.
That is the horrible essence of a jungle assassin. If you fall in tempo, you fall in lead as a whole. And right now, look at the map state. It is not in favor of Crazy Raccoons at all as Gen.G. When we talk about it, yes, the 3,000 goalie that Crazy Raccoon has, great, sure. But if you don't expand it, this is what it looks like. Inua already marching towards late game potential.
The comeback from Gen.G, right? Being able to just stay calm in the heat of the moment and being able to just bounce back. And this is the perfect way to play it. They have full control right now. All 3 lanes are pushing. Gen.G looking to close this game out.
Yeah, Gen.G looking to close out the final tier 3 turn here as the Vanguards are marching in for this final tier 3 here. They might back off as a Shadow Tyrant is about to spawn in just 20 seconds time.
Look at how Kong, he's looking to just cut the creeps, right? Just slow this game, buy a little bit of time. He's probably going to be caught out here. Needs to be careful, though. Oh, they find somebody else in return, and they get the flash away. He's going to try to dash. No, Kai, he's going to get picked off. That's a huge issue, and now Wallow with that sword strike trying to find Cliché. The Annihilation's going to hit on point. He emerges all the way forward. He's going to go aggressive, gets the pick off on the Cliché as well, and they're continuing on. The Infinite Fast is right on point, but he's going to land where no man's land. He's going to be focused down, just trying to stay alive, trying to keep the crystal up. The minions have been taken care of. Nia is going to be dealing with that as well. The burst ram is slowing it down, but Gen.G, all 5 members still in the enemy base.
Yeah, 3v5 situation coming in from the side of CR with the Gen.G. Crystal is wide open as they look for the potential end, but the minions are going down.
And they're going to take the game, and Gen.G in a comeback game win game 2 and the series.
Just like we anticipated on the broadcast desk, if you give Gen.G towards that 12 to 15 minute mark, you will see them coming in and fighting you back, because that was a pretty good gameplay here, especially Clue on that Sunbin. So crucial, so good with it, and always catching Nanohanna off guard.
Catching him out. I mean, we were talking about positioning going into this one, but again, he got caught out a couple too many times, even in this one, right? And you can't really fight 4 versus 5. You need that farm laner to really be the guy that stays alive, that does the damage. Yes, you have, Kong doing as much as he can, but you need him to back it up. This is the issue with Gen.G Esports when Ray was on, and you're kind of seeing the same effects onto Nanohanna here.
It seems to be the case, right? The game 1 issues coming in from the side of Crazy Raccoon's farm lane has not been adapted back in game number 2. Still some mistakes here and there in terms of positioning, costing them heavily coming into game number 2 as well. Similar storyline. Game number 1, you have Kong extremely fed on that Ogren. Game number 2, same story. That Nakaru was so darn dominant, but what happened? The marksman and side lane doesn't seem to be having a greatest of the times.
Yeah, not a great time at all. I mean, this is going to be a tough one. If you're a Crazy Raccoon, I mean, you had a great earlier series, and this one is going to be like, we're going to have to just kind of go back to the drawing board, watch the replays, see what we did wrong. But they're not out of this one yet. Crazy Raccoon, we see a lot of potential. They really took the fight to Gen.G. They had a great chance, but unfortunately, just too many mistakes in the end.
Yeah, too many mistakes in the end, and this is the scoreboard here. Look at Rock, 2-0 and 9. Clue 0-1 and 12, and the late game potential of Inua 7-2 and 3 on that Nua.
Yeah, just completely turning it up. And Inua, I think that you got to respect Banning, because he's just, the way he's able to play this hero has just been really, like, putting the team on his back. 7-2 and 3, that's more, what more can you ask for from a Nua, right?
Yeah, especially coming in from a comeback potential. We are talking about, this Nua, it's gonna be the late game insurance coming in from Gen.G, but to reach that state, you need a proper early game. They didn't have that proper early game, but Gen.G playing a decent defensive game, allowing this Inua's Nua to do 102k damage.
Yeah, and I always joke that, like, the Nua is a hero that you always want to be playing from ahead, and it's not great playing from behind, but Inua showing me that actually it can be played from behind. You just need everyone else to kind of help you out to create that space, but the damage was real, and this shift in gold is also very, very real.
That's the beauty of a strong team, right? You don't need to just know how to play ahead. You need to know how to play from behind. And that is what makes Gen.G one of the few strongest teams we have in the King Major East.
Yeah, very strong. I mean, the resilience, the ability to bounce back, even when you're behind, you got to be tested. I think that that's the biggest thing. You got to be in losing situations, and you got to find out ways to get back in. That will prove time and time again, that will make you a stronger team, which is going to be great for you as you go into the international tournaments.
Yeah, you have to start training in your local tournament. When you start participating towards that middle end tournament, that is when all these experience points come in and start rewarding you. But rewarding us will be the MVP on Rock with another game of his first Flowborn tank that he has 0 deaths with 0 mistakes.
I have to apologize to Rock. I was not familiar with your game. I was calling out this Flowborn tank. I wasn't sure if it was going to be great, if it suited your playstyle, but you proved me time and time again that I am wrong. The damage taken was on point. Your KDA, the initiations, everything that you wanted to do, and we'll see most of them in the highlights here.
Yeah, most of them, the highlights here, as we see coming into game number 1, it was a bit of a struggle here coming in for Kai here. So they pay it back, they pay dividends, but you start seeing all these hunts with the Sunbin time flux start traveling across the board and find kills here. And as of this point, this 4th diff of Kong was already spelling disaster coming in from Crazy Raccoons.
Like, this highlight, Kong died 3 times in a row. I would say that that is the moment where Crazy Raccoons lost control of this game. Right? Hit Kong trying to go aggressive, trying to go 1 versus 3, 1 versus 4, not great, right? I understand that you have that potential for that burst, but you need the rest of the team to really back you up. Right now, we haven't seen those good team fights where everybody's on the same page going in together. It seems like there's a lot of individually skilled players, and this is a bit of an issue in terms of like a revamped squad, that they haven't really had time to play with one another.
Yeah, that is the disadvantage you have as if you are a team coming into a structural disadvantage, right? Because you don't get enough practice time together as a bunch compared to Gen.G. However, they already have what, almost a year worth of like synergy together.
Yeah. Actually, Nongshim, we could talk all day about that, but they had a lot of losing, right? There were so many times where they were always the bridesmaid, never the bride. They never really got in. And they had so many different series against SCARZ and, you know, just trying to qualify, they just struggled. And that team just got a lot better because of it, but not good enough to be good in the KWC. Boom.
Yeah, not good enough to be in the KWC. That seems to be a sad point of a pointer coming in for Nongshim and also Gen.G, which is in the hole for KME. So moving on towards KIC, we need to see more of an improvement from our teams.
They need more competitive games. I think that that will help you in the end. I think that if you're looking at, you know, how some of the IKL teams as well as the KM Worst teams are doing in terms of just like the OG Twisted Minds like matchup, those two have like, you know, a hotly contested series. They made the other team better at the end of the day, right? We need more of that where the teams are very close and competitive because it makes better teams in the end.
Well, that does come into favor of the teams like the KMW region and also MKL region, where they always have these two raid bosses. For example, Twisted Minds and OG Esports from the KMW. And on the side of MKL, you have Homeboys BSE and also Nova Esports. So it kind of makes sense why their regions are always so top-notch competitive. So moving on for KME, I'm waiting for the second team that can challenge Nongshim's reign of terror in this region.
The KM what? What? This team? What? I mean, let's just see. I don't know. I mean, I am not too impressed. I saw some of their games earlier today. I mean, BTK, come on, guys. Like, you know, how good they didn't have a great showing, let's be honest.
His name is Holler at Holler TV. If you need anything from him, check in on Instagram or any social platforms at Holler TV, all right?
Yeah, come at me, guys. Yeah, I'm your favorite kind of tofu. And yeah, blam. Okay, all right. I don't know. We're just trying to stay alive at the end of the day. But I mean, we saw some great games. I think that these teams have really kind of showcased. We saw a lot of 2-0s today, but a lot of them were super competitive. They could have gone either way. There were comeback games left and right. This is a great day if you're an Honor of Kings fan, just overall, because again, all of the teams really showed up, even though scoreline might not have shown all of that.
Yeah, scoreline does seem to be a bit one-sided towards all of these teams, but when we talk about all the matchups that we had so far, I gotta say, R8 and Gen.G were the stars of today along with Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, a lot of fun, a lot of good games, and going into this one, we were kind of seeing, like, how are these teams going to respond? Were they able to get better? What would they do? But yeah, I think in the end, there were just like, for me, the biggest disappointment was probably SCARZ. I thought that first series was going to go 2-1, or at least to a third game, like just to figure it out, right? But SCARZ is playing Astar later today, or that's going to be offline, so we're going to see exactly how they did. But again, I really want to see where SCARZ stands in all of this.
Yeah, SCARZ, they didn't have the best of the starts here coming to this tournament here, so they will need to pick up the slack that they actually left over moving on towards the series and the days, right? Because right now, in terms of the scoreboard, they are with CMF as one of the teams with 0 wins so far.
Not having a good time. I mean, look, I think that CMF have not had a great, I mean, they've had some killers, right? And it's not that like some of the other teams, we're going to have to see exactly if they can step up on this one. But CMF is still a team that's not out of it. We still have 2 more days in ranking week. I think that we got to, again, just look at this as more of like, hey, if you don't make Group S, which is fine, it's not the worst thing in the world, it's just that it's a little bit of a harder road for you to get on in terms of just surviving and getting yourselves into that playoffs.
And talking about playoffs, we will see today's match result with a clean 2-0 for all of the matches here. Starting with Gen.G against SCARZ, 2-0 for Gen.G. So coming into today, Gen.G has 4-0 their opponents here, but match 2 features Crazy Raccoon's 2-star against Astar, and also our 2-0 in CMF.
I don't think there was a single bad series all day today. All of them were bangers. Everything kind of went the distance in the sense of like the games being very tight and being able to controlled. But after 2 days of games thus far, we're going to see that Gen.G have risen to the top, being 3-0 across. But Nongshim, again, has not played Gen.G at this point. They're in second place with 2-0. R8 Esports 2-1. Crazy Raccoon's 4th, and as well as SCARZ, it's going to be 5th. CMF Esports and 6th, and Astar Esports, unfortunately, they're in 7th place at the moment.
So 5, 6, 7 will be in a pinch right now because you will want to make sure that you can claw your way back to the top here. So that is for today. For tomorrow, we will be seeing Astar against Nongshim. Not an easy matchup. Gen.G versus R8. That looks very interesting. CMS versus Nongshim. Man, that's gonna be a struggle for CMF to prove themselves. And to close out the day, we have R8 versus SCARZ. So for all of these games, it's gonna be hella competitive just moving forward in this ranking week.
It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough for all of these teams. There's not a lot of time. I mean, this is just ranking week. It's not the worst thing in the world. You're not eliminated, okay? So you have some small condolences. Yes, in that regard, you can be able to learn from these mistakes, but you got to ensure that you play it out because you want to get into that group S as possible because it will help you in terms of ranking and a guaranteed slot here.
Yeah, guaranteed slot, as that's all what you need to do here. But I think that's all for today. My name is Sagi. Alongside me is none other than your favorite. Oh no, that's Holler TV that we have right here. So that is the end of KME's second day here. So we'll see you tomorrow for more KME action.
how I feel the flame. You know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night. You know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars.